Sorry, I forgot to deaf mute it. My apologies.
What did you not deaf mute?
I was not supposed to play HBO content without deaf muting the live stream, and I just forgot because we had
I didn't. All right, I didn't hear the HBO content unless that was what was earlier.
Yeah, that was the comedian.
Oh, okay. Well, one of my all-time favorite comedians is not so much of a comedian because he actually talks about truth, and that was George Carlin. And boy, did he hit the nail on the head many, 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 many times.
Yes, absolutely. Especially in the later years, he was like no hold up.
And I often wonder if maybe that's why he's not with us anymore.
Well, you never know. People that open their mouths generally don't hang around long.
Yeah, and that's one of the big concerns my wife has about me talking on this channel. And I figure there's a lot of people that are a lot more into this than I am. Okay, I'm hearing Mexican music here. Oh, never mind. It's the car next to me. I thought that was coming in over the stream here. Yeah, something interesting. I've got a friend, the one that he's into all the EMF protection stuff. He's the one that turned me on to the biofeedback. And he had a girl that was working with him, and he was going to go ahead and have her set up her own little stand selling his products at another location. And we started talking about FE, and she didn't want to hear anything about it. She didn't want to be in the same area. She said she was scared about that. And she said that she was worried there's people out to get her. And I found out a couple of weeks ago that she is no longer with us. And the story is she committed suicide. So that makes me wonder, if she was really paranoid and there were people out to get her that did, or did she actually commit suicide just because of the paranoia she had? It makes you wonder. Makes me wonder. Then I got my allergies acting up. I woke up this morning with a stuffy nose. I've had a stuffy nose all day. I've been taking Benadryl all day. And I hate miserable allergies. One of the things that I've heard about recently, a couple of people have been using a soundboard, and I didn't know if that was a soundboard that's like part of the software that comes in with the Discord server. And that sounded like a soundboard.
Yes would be the answer.
So that's just a feature that comes on Discord if you have the right roles, I take it.
Well, let Heretic tell you.
I think I've just been schooled. I feel like a pond of fish. Enemy school of fish.
So you get
anyway.
You lose. Good day, sir.
So anyway, I did some research. I was looking at soundboards, and I guess they actually have a little thing. It looks like a little small mixing board, and you can do voice pitch changes. You can have pre-recorded sounds. You can do all kinds of stuff with that stuff. I guess people are using them for podcasts. So I'm a little bit on the late show, just finding out about this stuff just recently here.
Yeah.
But now I've been looking at nice podcast microphones and soundboards and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? I don't even have a podcast show. The only time I ever talk to anybody online is on here. So, but I like knickknacks, toys. gadgets, electronic gadgets, mechanical gadgets.
Well, man, in a way, you're a part of this podcast, I guess. You're part of the panel.
Well, I am. But it's not like, I do my own show, like, Jeranism has their show, and Mark Sargent does his show and stuff like that. I just like the look of the toys. I like buttons and bells and whistles. That's how come I got into doing sound mixes, because the first time I saw a soundboard and I saw the little knobs and switches and sliders and stuff, I thought, wow, that's cool. How's this work? And I ended up getting into audio production for a few years for bands and theater and stuff like that. And I don't need any kind of that equipment anymore. When I got the name Wave Mixer, I used to do a lot of work in theater productions. I worked with Tacit, which is theater arts at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech. So the rocket scientists. This was back in the 80s, late 80s, I think.
We used to go to a bunch of parties at the dorms. Like we would go to these wild parties at those places at Caltech. Isn't it in the Valley? It's over by where you're. Oh, you're not quite in the. Oh, you're Pasadena. But isn't Caltech in the Valley? Like where?
It's in the San Gabriel Valley, and it's in Pasadena. It's right at Hill Avenue and California Boulevard.
Yeah, we used to go up there and party all the time. There would be wild parties at these whatever what are they? What are the groups of people that get together? Brain fade. At colleges, like they have dorms. What are they called? What are
sororities and fraternities?
Yeah, sororities. There you go.
Oh man, I just drink out of my water bottle sitting here in the center console, and it's the one that's been sitting in the sun all day, and it was warm. But I just happen to have my trusty dusty thermos, or not thermos, my little lunch container with some of those blue bricks of refillable ice or refreezable ice, and a nice cold soda, or not soda, nice cold water, and that feels better. Much better than the warm water. Anyway, what were you saying, Sonny? Well, okay, so to cure the dead air.
No, my mind's moving fast, especially when I'm in the middle of eating. So I forgot.
I'll tell you what, you chew up your food well and get some nourishment inside of you. And I'll tell you a quick little story about sororities. Once upon a time, I used to live up in Chico, California. Chico State University used to be rated the #1 party school by Playboy magazine for about 20 years running. And this was like early 80s, I guess. Anyway, to make a long story short, I was married, separated from my wife, became single. At that time, I was actually a district manager for an apartment complex. And one of the students, or one of the residents that lived there, was a student at Chico State. And she was going to college there. And I made friends with her and ended up going to some parties. I actually had a roommate. I rented out one of my rooms to a fraternity member from the Tau Gamma Theta. They call them TGs. And they were basically the animal house of Chico State. Chico State was rated the #1 party school in the United States for 20 years. So you can only imagine how some of those parties went. But, sororities, fraternities.
They had an image to uphold, for sure.
Yeah, they were in the news. So it's probably been maybe 10 years or more ago. But what happened is the TGs, Tau Gamma Thetas, got banned from doing any of the campus events because of a hazing they had. And I guess they had somebody drink a whole bunch of water, and he drank so much water he ended up dying. So that was a big issue there. But Chico's a nice little place. It was when I was up there. It's a small little town. They've gotten bigger now. I hear they actually have an In-N-Out Burger and a Walmart and all that other kind of stuff up there. But it was in a bunch of farmland, and they called them almond orchards. So that's almond, A-L-M-O-N-D. They don't pronounce the L because they said that when the nuts fall off the tree, it knocks the L out of them. So they call them almonds up there. So if you ever see those blue diamond almonds, that's where they come from. Right, and now I'm officially crossing over the border to the city of Los Angeles. I get to drive all the way through from the west side, right down through all kinds of surface streets to get to the east side, and then get back out to get home. And everybody stopped in this lane. I love traffic. Well, Sonny, are you going to spend Sunday with a mother, your mother, someone's mother?
Well, my mother's in Chicago, so that's not likely.
Do you know anybody else that's a mother that you might cheer up with a smile?
Not right offhand. No, like the Glovers say, no, I don't have any on me. I'm just kidding. You got any evidence for your bleeding globe? No, I don't have any on me.
No. I used to have a shirt that said, no, I don't have a quarter. And I got that back in the 80s because of all these kids that were hooked up on the video games and stuff. And I'd go into a 7-Eleven and there was an arcade right next to it. And the kids would always be standing out in front of the 7-Eleven trying to bum quarters from people. So they weren't trying to buy cigarettes or beer. They just needed to get their digital fix.
I mean, that's right. You and I grew up in exactly the same time period in the same city. That's a trip. Think about that. We're born the same year, and we both grew up in LA like most of our lives, right? Yeah.
Well, I was in Pasadena. I never really made it to LA proper till about 15 years ago when I first started working out here. But I try to avoid LA like the plague. I hate traffic.
I would rather, what I was going to say earlier, I saw a lot of really good bands at like the big university there, UCLA, in the dorms and stuff, like great bands, like live bands. These were upcoming bands in LA, you know, right in the middle of LA, in the heart of the whole scene. That was pretty fun.
When I was going to high school, they used to have a lot of parties around town, and the biggest, most often requested band, local party band to play, was a group by the name of Mammoth. And later on, they ended up changing their name to Van Halen. But I got to see them play at a party. J.C. Agajanian is a famous race promoter. He owns Ascot Raceway in Orange County.
Exactly.
Anyway, his daughter, Stacy Agajanian, I went to school with her. And on her Sweet 16 party, he hired Van Halen. You know, I think they just changed their name to Van Halen. But they didn't have a record contract or anything yet. They were still just a local band that everybody wanted. So I got to see them live once upon a time before they were famous. And
yeah, well, I'm surprised I never saw that. But you were in the same town. They're from there as well.
Well, this group of kids I used to hang out with when I was a teenager. The one girl, she lived on Orange Grove Boulevard in Pasadena, and she had an alley right behind her house. And on the street behind her, where they shared the common alley, was the Van Halen's home. And we'd be out in their backyard at the pool, and we could hear them jamming, but, I didn't know who they were. They weren't famous or anything. And also, I remember one day driving home from their house, going back to the east side of Pasadena, where the Powell people live, going in front of the house, and I heard someone wailing away on the drums. I thought, man, that guy's really good. But, I didn't know that was Alex Van Halen playing. But, yeah, living here in L.A., I met, what's that Bear guy that got arrested for coke? I used to have a TV show back in the 80s. But anyway, I was at this country bar and walked into the bathroom, and lo and behold, there he was standing right next to me, hanging on for dear life. Not hanging on, but holding on to what guys hold on to when they go into a public bathroom. Dan Haggerty? No. Dan Haggerty, maybe? But he is in a TV show about a bear. Also, if anybody watches porn, there's a guy that goes by the name of Peter North. And when I was working as an auto mechanic, his car had started overheating, and he pulled off the freeway and went into the shop that I was working at. And I was looking at him and said, "Man, you look familiar." He goes, "Yeah, people tell me that a lot." I said, "I know I've seen you someplace." And he didn't say anything. And then all of a sudden it popped into my head, and I said, "Oh, are you in movies?" He goes, "Yeah, that's me." So anyway, I met a porn star, met a TV star, saw Van Halen before they became popular. A lot of stuff happens out here in LA. Oh, also, there used to be this show about this guy named Shorty, Pit Boss, I think it was called. And he had all the pit bulls. And he had this one little girl, redheaded short girl that worked for him. And we saw her. We were driving down the street, and we were right next to her. And she was sitting in the car. And my wife said, "Oh, look, that's, so-and-so from Pit Boss." So we waved, not honked, and she waved back. But probably the one most famous celebrity that I have the closest tie to would be Cheech Marin. My wife's cousin is in the industry. He's directed and starred and written a few different movies. And he's very good friends with Cheech. So, I was able to meet Cheech. Got a good picture of us together. But if you asked him if he knew Wave Mixer or knew me by my name, he wouldn't. Just somebody that's associated to the family. Yeah, I think I mentioned that once before on here, and somebody played that one Cheech and Chong parody. So it sounded like Cheech and Chong in there, but it wasn't. I forget which one it was.
Yeah, that's our friend here, MacGyver, and his son did that. One of the members here.
Well, that was a pretty good rendition. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I played it for my wife. And I got up to the Flat Earth part, and she got pissed.
Good evening, all.
Howdy, howdy. Is that Drace?
No, George here.
Oh, George, okay. I remember you from yesterday.
Yeah, good. Yeah, same here. It was nice.
Yeah, there's a few voices that I can recognize fairly well. Sonny, I recognize his voice. AE, Creation Bear, Helio, Dead Air Dave, Indio. There's probably a few other people I could recognize by voice, but I listen to this on home or at home, either on my computer speakers or through my headphones. I listen at work on computer speakers, mostly headphones. And right now I'm listening on my car, but it's got the Bluetooth going in through the car stereo. So people's voices change a lot depending on what kind of device I'm listening to. But I can always tell Sonny's voice. Even when I don't hear a guitar in the background. Well, does anybody out there have any plans for Sunday to do something nice for somebody's mother? Don't tell me I'm the only one. And my mother passed away in 2009. So, Sonny, can you see any big, ugly-looking rain clouds to the east?
It has been partly overcast. Let's see. I don't really have an east view right now.
Well, I'm headed east. I'm headed east. Passing by a car crash right in the middle of the street right here. That was nasty. No wonder traffic is so slow. Yeah, there's a bunch of clouds that look fairly dark to the east of me. As far as I can see north, they go up. As far as I can see south, they're that way. Directly above, it looks like blue sky. But there's some big ominous-looking clouds coming this way.
Well, if it comes over to you, we usually get it after. Unless it's one of those fluke things that has to do with the LA basin. Sometimes you get your own little micro weather there.
I heard we had another tornado here last week in Compton, and we had 2 tornadoes a couple of weeks before that.
That's pretty weird. I've heard of tornadoes in LA before. Yep, I've heard of that.
I remember when I was a kid in elementary school, maybe 5th or 6th grade, and we were all out on the playground, and snow was falling. We could see snow coming down. As soon as it hit the ground, it would melt and just be like a little moist spot. But I remember us all chanting, "We want snow! We want snow!" Like it was actually going to let it, come down heavy so we could play in it. But I do remember that one time when it snowed in Los Angeles. Oh, there's an old California Special Mustang back from about 1968. Very clean looking, all gold with black stripes. Looks like somebody has either restored it or taken very good care of it. I would say it's probably been restored. So Sunday we've got plans. We're going over to our son's house. Now he has to work, but his wife is going to be there. She's a mother. Her mom and her dad are there. They're up here visiting from Nicaragua, so she'll be there. My wife Debbie will be there. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So far, 3 mothers Um, we're gonna do a little karaoke. We're gonna do some barbecuing. Well, not barbecuing, some grilling with the carne asada. More than likely, there'll be some cervezas there. I can't have too many if I have any at all because I'm the one that drives. My wife doesn't drive the freeway, so I'm the designated driver. I liked it better when I was a designated drinker. There's a merchant out here on the street, and they're selling all kinds of stuff: little kids' tricycles and beach chairs and balloons. And one of the balloons just got free, and it's flying up into wherever it goes.
It's falling up, yeah?
It's falling up. It was going kind of like in a northwesterly direction. There is a breeze blowing here. I can see in the trees, but I've got my windows up so I don't get a bunch of road noise.
That's funny. It's moving in a northwesterly direction because the prevailing winds are from the northwest, usually.
Well, I've been on those hot air balloon rides. I went on one once, and they have what's called a pilot. It's a big black balloon. It stands for pilot balloon. And what they do is they go to what they think might be a good launching site, and they let the balloon go, and they watch the direction that it goes to make sure that it's going to go to the designated landing area. And if it's not going in the right direction, if they need to be further south, if they know a location a bit further south they can go to. So they can go ahead and land at the designated location. But I've always, well, not always, but I've been afraid of heights for a long time. And I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do that hot air balloon ride. But I got up there, and it's amazing how quiet and peaceful it is. You don't feel the wind because you're moving along with the wind. Everything is just real still and calm.
Yeah, hot air balloons should be the best way of transportation for a spinning Earth. You just needed to raise up and wait for the continent to come towards you.
Exactly. So my wife wants to when we move, she's talking about New Mexico because she's got some family there. I don't like the idea so much because it's all desert and no greenery, but I understand her wanting to be around family. They have the hot air balloon festival there every year, and a whole bunch of balloons will take off. And I told her, how would you like to go on a balloon ride if we move up there? And she doesn't want to have any part of it. She's afraid of it. But, I wouldn't mind going up in a hot air balloon again. That was kind of cool. See if I could see the curve. But I think the only curve I'm going to find is the curve on the balloons.
Well, the curve it needs to be seen from ground level.
So I was wondering if I go up in a balloon and I sat down and I was kind of light, would that make me a satellite? Would I be in a satelloon? If I sat down and I was light, I think I could be a satellite on a balloon.
Yeah, that's funny.
A sataloon on a balloon with your pantaloons.
Yeah, that's what my wife calls pantalones. So I got up with the sun, drove to work just as the sun was coming up. Coming home right now, it's nice that the sun's still got a little bit of daylight left. And I'm looking at a few palm trees here in the middle of this concrete jungle. But what I'm really wanting and lusting for right now is just to be someplace out where there's, a lot of trees, a lot of natural stuff on the ground, either dirt or weeds or, not some well manicured lawn that somebody has to go ahead and go out and mow every week to have it look decent. But just a more natural environment. I crave that so much.
Here in the park, we have fields and fields of freaking daisies, the bright yellow flowers everywhere, all different color flowers actually, but mostly the daisies are everywhere. The hills are all yellow.
So you probably remember a TV show called Please Don't Eat the Daisies. Remember that?
I remember the name, but I don't remember the content.
Neither do I, but I remember that name, and I was probably, around 10 years old or so, maybe. I don't remember, but when you said Daisy, that reminded me. Please don't eat the daisies. And I don't know who was on the show, what it was about.
That was a psyop because daisies are actually good for you, so that was a psyop. You can make tea out of daisies, and it's one of the most healthiest things that indigenous peoples used everything that was around them like that as medicine.
Well, I think that everything we need here is here, put here by the Creator for us. I think that there may be a group of people that want to go ahead and domineer that so they can charge us for it. So that could make their life easier. But that's going to be a Sunday topic. And actually, my drive through the city streets of Los Angeles is going fairly well. Other than that one traffic accident that was taken up 2 out of the 3 lanes. But for the most part, I take surface streets because the freeway gets just too busy. And at least on the surface streets, even though if I have to stop at signals, it's not like I'm stopping every 5 seconds. All right, somebody's ready for Mother Day. There's a big tent out here. Not a tent, but it's like a... I don't know what you'd call it. It doesn't have sides on it or fronts, just a covered top. But it's full of all kinds of...
Marquee is the word it's looking for. Marquee.
It's full of flowers. Yeah, it's a little portable thing. It looks like a tent, but it doesn't have walls around it. It's kind of A-framed at the top. It's got the metal posts. But it's full of flowers. They're ready for Mother's Day. So I know that there are a plethora of flat Earth tunes on the internet. I've heard quite a few here. I know Conspiracy Music Guru has dropped a couple new tunes recently, and I listen to those. Is there any other neat, new, exciting music that's not been around since like 2017? I know CB works on stuff. I know Drace and Karma have done some stuff. I've heard. Why would they lie?
I know Sonny can do some stuff live on his guitar. He's pretty good.
That is actually frowned upon by the administration.
Yeah, but the audience appreciates it.
I always enjoy Sunny's.
Thanks. I have fans. I have fans I didn't even know. Like,
You thought your favorite fan was hanging from the ceiling. As in ceiling fan. Well, I'm one of your fans, Sonny. I like it. I understand how they don't want to fill flat Earth stuff with the Sunny Show. There's a reason for that. I can dig it. But for what it's worth, I appreciate listening to you. But you know I like music already.
yeah. And besides, there's other rooms you can do that. I don't know. It's not everybody's bag, but there's other rooms where you do that in other voice rooms here. So it's a bad.
Okay. Well, I will be right back.
Yeah, me too. I have to jet out to the store for a couple of minutes myself.
Right, in that case, have a good night, everyone.
Quiet, just like that, eh? Okay. Wade, make sure I see you're unmuted.
I'm here.
How was your day? Good day? Good day? As a flat earther or what?
You know, I had a day. I did my job and functioned well, I believe.
Okay.
I was able to help a bunch of people. Got along well with every person I came in touch with and with all the employees. I woke up this morning, man. So any morning you wake up, it's got to be a good day.
Yeah. Any day above ground is a good day, right?
Yeah, no taking dirt naps.
Not just yet. One day.
So who is this? Who am I speaking to?
You're talking to Kovac.
Kovac. Okay, let me see if I can see. I'm just stopped at the gas station to make a pit stop here real quick. I got to put my... Oops, where are we at?
I don't think you're allowed to use a cell phone around the gas station, are you? Explosive hazard? Isn't that the idea?
You know, I'm not at the pumps. I'm actually probably about maybe 100 feet, at least 50 feet away from the pumps.
Okay, you're safe. I don't know. Up here in Canada, we've got actual stickers right on the pump says don't use your phone, don't open the door, don't do any of that stuff because it'll stop. I guess it'll cause static electricity.
Yeah, some kind of static could spark off the gases.
Yeah. Got to be a safe flat earther.
Otherwise, you might be a lot flatter.
Yep.
Okay. I'm turning on Waze so it can help me get through the traffic. And plug it in so I can see it on my dashboard. Put the phone up on the dash So if I go past any tall buildings, hopefully I won't get roboted out. So what's the weather like in Canada today?
Canada, yeah. Right around Toronto, we're looking at about 20, 25 degrees Celsius. I don't know what would that, Fahrenheit? What would that
Okay,
be?
well,
72 degrees.
72, sunny, on the
Let me
ball.
take a look. Let me take a look. Said 20.
It's nice. It's spring. It's really nice. Everything's blooming. Everything's, they're looking, 3-4 days of sun.
Let's see how close I was.
I can do Fahrenheit to Celsius, but I can't do Celsius to Fahrenheit.
I was just taking a guess, but I think it's around 70 something.
Let's go 75.
68 degrees. Boom. I was close. Now I'll remember 20 is 68 degrees. I'll remember it.
So as I recall, I think 0 is freezing. So to us, that'll be 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And 100 will be boiling, which would be 212 Fahrenheit.
212, 212? Wow, okay.
It's like a simple, it's a simple formula, isn't it? Something like I almost wanted to say 7/6, but it's close to that. It's like 7/8 plus 30 plus 32 or something like that.
The way I do it is you minus 30, whatever. You guys go 90, right? Let's say it's 90 degrees right now. Minus 30, you're looking at 60, and then divide it in half. Always minus 30, and then divide it in half.
Minus 30 and divided in half. There you go. See, that's pretty
so 30 degrees Celsius. That's really hot up here in Canada. So what's that? 90? Is 90 pretty hot up there or down there?
Yeah,
that's pretty hot. Pretty warm.
That's like a low desert type of.
Right. So minus 30 and then divide in half. That gives you your Celsius. Celsius.
I don't know if you can hear that, but there's somebody in a lime green Dodge Charger revving up his engine underneath a freeway underpass that I just went under. So if you heard something go vroom, that's what that was. It wasn't because I had too many beans.
No, I didn't hear anything. No.
Oh, good. Yeah, so Sonny lives down by the beach where it's cooler. Up here in the San Gabriel Valley and San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles area, 90 would be a comfortable summer because sometimes it gets up over 100. So if the hottest got in summer would be 90, I could live with that. But yeah, right now it's currently 71 degrees outside where I'm at here in beautiful downtown Los Angeles.
71. Okay, so I'm going to go up 61, 51, 41.
71 Fahrenheit.
It's about 20. It's comfortable. That's nice.
Yeah, this morning when I got up to go to work, the sky was lighting up, but the sky was full of clouds. I couldn't see the moon, the sun, luminaries. And like I said, right now, and I've been inside all day. So right now, like I said, I've got pretty much blue overhead, but looking to the east, it looks like rain clouds. Whoa, okay. I wasn't looking where he was going, and he almost pulled straight into me going the opposite way here. Let me get out of this intersection. Oh, do I long for the day when I don't have to commute, when I don't have to be responsible to function, to make enough money to go ahead and keep a roof over my head and food in my belly.
Well, how much do you eat, brother? LOL. I'm just joking.
Okay. Okay, I heard how much in a row. How much? I don't know what it was. I couldn't hear.
No, just making a joke. You're yeah, just making a joke. You're saying you got to work until put a roof over your head, food in your belly. How much do you eat, man? You know what I mean?
Well, it's like this. I don't own the roof over my head. Um, I'm planning on owning a roof over my head. Pretty much, the bottom line is, my wife is the caregiver for her mother. She's 89 years old, and we are stuck here. Well, we've got to stay here so she can help with her mother until her help is no longer needed, and then we can move wherever the hell we want to. But I'm stuck here for that amount of time. If I were to go ahead and retire, in June I'll be 65. If I were to retire right now, I wouldn't make as much money as I do while I'm working. So if I don't start collecting Social Security and I wait, maybe a couple years down the road, at least I'll have a little bit more down the road. So I'm still just trying to play it by ear right now because my future is not up to me.
Okay, first of all, you said you're 65. You're 65. You don't sound anything like 65.
Well, thank you. But you haven't seen me. Sonny will verify that I sure as hell look 65. When I was a kid, when I was 15, I could go into a bar or I could go into a liquor store and I wouldn't get carded. And I thought, man, it's really cool looking older. And then by the time I was 25 and started losing some of my hair, and someone told me that I looked like Fraser Crane from Cheers, and I thought, oh shit.
I got carded. I got carded until my 30s. But I got to go to the store right now. Actually, Wave Mixer and I are the same age.
And we both have the same color hair. It's just Sonny has a hell of a lot more than I do.
Well, you both sound about, I don't know, 28? Maybe 32, 28 to 32. I don't know. Sound very young.
And being on the inside and looking out, my mind doesn't seem any different. I've got different motivations now. I've got different goals that I want to achieve. But I don't feel any different. Now, my body, on the other hand, I've got arthritis kicking in. I've got problems with diabetes. And, that's kind of screwed up. So I definitely know my body has changed a lot. But me on the inside, I feel like I'm still the same person. So I know what I used to look like. And when I talk, I still feel like that person, when I was in my 20s or 30s. But I don't look, like them anymore.
You guys are awesome. I love you guys. My wife's American, Oregon State.
How does your wife feel about flat Earth?
Say that again?
How does your wife feel about flat Earth?
She's the one that kind of brought me onto it. And then I took the I took the reins and I just kind of went full bore. And now she's like, "Oh, come on, man." Yeah. I guess somebody else was talking. I was listening earlier today, and I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that their wife is absolutely hates it when they bring up flat Earth around, family members and friends and whatnot. But that's, you know what I mean. Like I feel like I'm one of the lucky ones. Like my wife is on board. I don't know if that's rare or that's. Go ahead.
Well, that might have been me. I'm very well spoken about the fact that I've got a red pill, blue pill relationship. My wife is very cogdis. She gets very upset.
That
She
may have
gets
been you,
mad.
Wave Mixer. Yeah.
Well, I haven't heard anybody else talk about that, so I guess I'm the only unfortunate person on here. But
You're not unfortunate.
you know, the most important thing that we have here on this earth, in my opinion, is love. And to do something that would hurt somebody that you love is a bad thing. And I don't want to do that. And the whole reason that I want her to understand about flat Earth and everything that's related to it, it's for her good. And she doesn't want to accept that. You want to hear something really monotonous? We've got a work event, like an employee event going to Disneyland. So to go to Disneyland is only going to cost us like $15 a piece. I haven't been in over 30 years. And wait a minute, where am I going here? I'm turning left on us. Okay. I got to figure out where I'm going and all this traffic here real quick. Anyway, so we've got tickets to go to Disneyland. And I went ahead and tried to download the app so I could have the map. So I, know where everything is. And then the app wouldn't download onto my phone. It just said verifying, and it waited and waited and waited, and it never did anything. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Just trying to negotiate moving from one side of the road to get all the way over to the other side for a left turn.
Yeah, man. Don't crash. Don't crash. We're listening.
Okay. Red light. Okay, so now what I was saying, the phone, it didn't want to download the app. So when I got home, I went ahead and used my wife's phone, and it downloaded with no problem. So, I don't know whether my phone thinks that Disney app is a bad thing or what. But I used to love Disneyland. The first time I went there, I was maybe around 10, maybe a little younger. And they used to have a book with tickets in it. You had A, B, C, D, and E tickets. The E tickets were the best ones. And I actually wanted to get a custom license plate for one of my high-performance streetcars that said E ticket, representing, that's the best ride at Disneyland. And now I've got a whole different idea, just some of the stuff that's been talked about on other channels, other stuff that wasn't dedicated strictly to FE. But I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So that just makes me look at things a lot differently. And right now there's a big billboard on the side of a building. It's like 6 stories tall, this billboard, and it says Awakening. And I think it's a play that's playing out here. It has me wondering, I wonder what they were awoken to. So many people use that term that they've been awoken. And a lot of people are still, I think they're dreaming that they're awake.
Yeah, I like that you put it that way. You've heard this? Have you heard the phrase "go woke, go broke"? Wave Mixer.
I have not heard that.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with like the Bud Light drama, the Anheuser-Busch drama that's going on right now?
I heard something about something, but I don't watch the news in the morning. I put the TV on just to see the weather and the traffic while I'm getting ready for work, and I put it on a local station here, not one of the big networks. But I heard they gave a teaser, something about that, but I didn't hear what it was. So what's the 411?
Hey, they tried to go woke, and now they're going broke. I don't really know that much, to be honest, about it.
Wave mixer, yeah, that's all over the place, man. Go woke, go broke. That's everywhere, man. Like anything that's anything that's on mainstream media, you go woke, you go broke. Like it breaks the company. It breaks you're gonna lose money.
Oh, okay. So like a famous person or something that goes ahead and awakens to flat Earth.
No. Well,
Then all of a sudden they don't have an income anymore or a business.
Well, there's a double-edged sword. I think there is that aspect of it. But have you heard of the term woke culture, Wave Mixer?
I have not.
Okay.
But please enlighten me.
Yeah, let me try to. I'll get an Urban Dictionary definition, see if that'll help us out.
go woke. Like basically anything that you see on mainstream media, it better be part of your life. Better be part of your everyday.
Okay.
It's funny, Wave Mixer, because I've never heard anybody say they've never heard of woke.
Well, I know the woke like I woke up. Okay, I was asleep and now I have awoken or awakened. I awoke from my sleep. I know what woke means. Like I was, fast asleep. You came up and shook me until it woke me up. But I don't know the term "go woke," what that means. I haven't heard that term.
All right, here's the definition from Urban Dictionary. So, woke culture or a woke person thinks they are aware to social issues when the reality of it is they've been indoctrinated into thinking things that aren't true. Essentially, they aren't awake to anything at all. They just fall for propaganda thrown at them without question. So the woke culture right now, with the Bud Light thing, I really don't know that much about it, but I heard that they try to put some tea on there, a train on there, if you know what I mean. And they were trying to go woke, right? They're trying to collect, these... If you're drinking Bud Light for 30 years, you're not woke, all right? You're doing your thing. It's this woke culture that thinks that they've woken up to social issues and everyone needs to love teas and the inclusivity, this type of stuff. So woke culture is the group they were trying to appeal to when they put that on the can, if you know what I mean.
Okay. And there's a couple people I know. One lady, I built a website for her, and she sells crystals and has a book about fairies. And in this book, she has pictures of fairies.
She's totally woke, bro. She's 100% woke.
Okay.
Yeah, that's woke.
And
That's woke, bro.
yeah.
But there is that aspect in what you said, though, as well. When you come out with the truth, you might get canceled. Like, I think there is that aspect of it as well, but it's a double-edged sword.
Okay.
We've seen that happen.
So woke, it's kind of like, the word bad. Like you say, oh, yeah, that's a bad car. And that doesn't mean that it's not a good car. It means the exact opposite. So when you say somebody is woke, that's same type of thing. We're using a reverse meaning for it.
Yeah, I feel like it used to be cool. The word, it used to be a cool word, and now it's like not used. So it's used more negatively now. As you said, like someone can be awake. Hey man, listen, I'm awake, all right? But now, if you're woke, it's like, oh, you're kind of lame now. You're late. At least that's my interpretation. I could be a little bit off there.
Yeah, well, I don't know. back when I was a kid, things were cool, out of sight, neato, and terms
Right.
change. Everybody comes up, each generation comes up with their own slang.
I know.
And I used to be on top of all that kind of stuff, but now, I have to look to other kids on the internet. I run a music forum, so there's people, a lot of them are younger than me. And so I pick
Okay.
up, new terms and stuff. So when I first started
it's getting out of hand. The terms are getting out of hand these days. I don't blame you for not being able to keep up.
But I feel now that I've woken up because my eyes aren't closed anymore. I've got the sunglasses on. I see the writing on the wall. But the more I see, the more I find, the more truths I find that need to be uncovered. So, that was just the tip of the iceberg. It's like when you're opening up a Christmas present, you just barely got a little corner covered, uncovered, and you're trying to guess what's inside. And someone put a lot of wrapping tape to hold that paper on. It's hard to get it off. Or packing tape, that clear packing tape instead of Scotch tape. But anyway, long story short, man, my eyes are opening up. My ears are opening up. I try to remember what one of my former bosses said: believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. I understand now why he said that. It may not be for the same reasons that I'm taking it, but I'm double checking everything. There's so many things. Yeah, like even stuff within flat Earth. And supposedly the story about Admiral Byrd. I remember when I was a kid, maybe less than 10 years old, my dad told me about Admiral Byrd, how there was supposed to be a hollow Earth, and I don't know what that was all about, but I remember hearing the name. And so later on now, in about 2017, 2018, his name is coming up again. I said, oh yeah, I remember my dad talking about him. But if it's in any kind of a history book at all, if I didn't write that book and I don't have those memories, I can't guarantee anything, like the Black Swan. I was mentioning to Sonny a little bit ago, at this beach meet that we've been out a couple of times. They have oil rigs almost the same distances as the Black Swan. And that's where I took my P1000 and took pictures of a boat. And he was going in between the two. Or he was, wait a minute, I got to change lanes here. Okay. He was out there cruising around farther than I should have been able to see him. And that's when I said, okay, now I know for sure. But do I believe now that, Rob Skiba actually saw that? And, that's one of the first things that I saw that said that, I got to try this for myself. And so do I believe that he faked it? No, I don't. Do I believe that he showed, the actual what happened? Yes, I do. Do I wonder how come Rob's not with us anymore? I wonder that a lot. But I wonder about a lot of things. I wonder probably about too many things. And then that just has to take me back to I think it's the Serenity prayer. I know that the AA uses, and God grant me the serenity, or I forget, grant me the serenity to, grant me the strength to change the things that I can, and the ability, I don't remember the exact words, but to deal with the things that I can't, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Right.
So, sorry if I butchered that to anybody out there that.
We got the message.
So if I'm correct, I think that you're a creation bear, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm hanging around long enough that I don't have to look at the little icons and which one is flashing green, because I can't see my phone while I'm driving. So you do music too. I've heard your stuff.
I've got about 9 songs or so, maybe one in the back burner. Still cooking. Mostly parodies, comedy, and stuff.
Yeah, I'm working on the lyrics for a parody, and I've already got the backing track, and I just haven't had the time to sit down and write everything down. But I just had, the what do you call it? The hook go through my head. And I thought, oh yeah, this has to be. This is perfect. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
quite
the
on the
best.
same subject as flat Earth.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know if I'm roboting but right now, but anyway, it's not quite the same subject as flat Earth, but related to stuff in the sky. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
But it's an old tune from the 50s and then came back again in the 70s, and it's going through my mind. So I got to get it all down together. And I don't know if you heard me earlier talking about soundboards. And I heard, I think Miggy had a soundboard, somebody else, and they're taking samples. And I
So
guess
that's
it's a
me.
plug-in on this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the
Anyway,
soundboard guy.
so I did, all right. So I did a search for it, and then I'm looking. So they've got some where you've got canned responses, booze or whatever, and like a nice preamp for the mic.
Mhm.
Then I was looking at podcasting mics. I heard somebody talk about the Blue, I think it's called.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've got a
So I
blue
was looking at
snowball.
that. Okay, so and I'm the kind of guy that I can't just dip my toes in. I got to go all in. And so I don't
Mhm.
even do a podcast, but I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, that would be kind of a nice toy to have. So I've been looking at some different microphones. There's the Blue, the X model, which is the one that came in front of me. My ignorance, I wasn't prepared to go ahead and talk on this subject. But and now I haven't bought anything yet. But I'm looking at some of this stuff, and I used to do like work on soundboards, and
Oh, really?
actually have like for theater and stuff, and I'd work on the light boards and the soundboards for theater productions, and I like technology like that. I like knobs and switches and little things that you can play with. That's why
Yeah.
on CB radios when I was like maybe 10 years old. I didn't like just the regular radio, so I took it apart, learned how to do some mods to it, and started modding it. Anyway, make a long story short, if I see someone else has toys, then I think, man, that must be fun, and now I want to get toys. And I don't even do a podcast. The only time I'd even use talking on that would be talk on this channel or this server.
On here
And
with
most
us.
of the time,
Yes, sir.
yeah. But then most of the time when I'm at home, my wife's there. She gets all upset. So to keep peace in the family, I don't usually, get on here much when I'm at home. My wife's there. I'll sneak in once in a while if she's gone, or I'll put the headphones on and listen in if she's watching something on that I don't care to watch. But
Yeah.
yeah, man, it sucks. I'm in a tight spot, man. I got somebody I love a lot, and I want to help her, and I want her to understand. And the more I try to help her, the madder she gets at me. And it's
Mhm.
man, it's bad. It's a bad place to be.
Yeah, this is the topic that I think might be worth fleshing out more. Not just your situation in particular, but I've also dealt with what you're experiencing. I mean, it wasn't as we weren't as far into it. Like I know you guys are married and stuff, but I definitely, when you describe your situation, I get flashbacks. I'm like, oh yeah, I've been there for sure. My girl did not like it either, so I completely understand.
Are you still with her?
No, not because of that though.
Oh, okay. Well,
No. Although someone was giving their testimony recently, our friend Flat Lloyd Wright was giving some testimony about when he shared it with his girl. Actually, no, he didn't even share it. He just had his laptop open, audio playing. He was making breakfast. She comes in and pours a glass of water on the computer. That was the last day they spoke. She said she was gone after that. So, yeah.
Well,
It's unfortunate how this topic can definitely get in between people.
well, this is my second marriage. We've been together about 30 years. Um, I've got two stepchildren who look up to me as their dad because I've been the one that's been there this whole time. Grandkids all know me as Grandpa Grant. And it's I don't want to put this between us. I was hoping he'll bring us together, but she's
Right.
threatened to say, hey, you're putting that between us. If that's more important to you than I am, and it's like, whoa, But
Yeah, that's not even the right idea.
Once you understand what's really happening and what we can really see and feel, and what our body knows, and we're not just some random spitball that happened to come together and turn into a pollywog that turned into a fish that turned into a lizard that crawled up and turned into a bird, and then some other cousin turned into a monkey, and here we are. I mean, that's the biggest line of bullshit ever, and something that I had never thought about until I ran across Flat Earth a few years ago was, okay, so the Earth is spinning around. And I remember in elementary school, I said, well, how come we can't feel it? And she said, well, it's just moving so slow. So if you look up where the sun is, we're barely moving as we turn around. And because it's so slow, that's why you don't feel it. So I told my teacher, okay. And then I remember I asked her about the water on the ocean because she's saying, gravity. And I said, well, how come the water, if we're on a ball, how come the water doesn't fall all down to the bottom? And she told me about gravity. And, I was just a young, dumb kid. I'm going to school. I'm doing what I'm told. But it's okay. So now I just took it for face value because this is what my teacher told me. So obviously she knows. Just like everyone else, just like you, just like everybody that's listening in right now and they've got their mic muted if they can hear me. I'm sure that you were talking too. We're on a spinning ball, and some of that stuff, it didn't quite make sense to me. And I thought, maybe there's something wrong with me because anyway. But the bottom line is, so now that I know, what they say the measurements of the Earth are, and we know how long a day takes 24 hours. And if the Earth's, 24 1,000 miles. So let's give it the benefit and just say 24,000 miles in a 24-hour day. You're going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. The higher up you go, the slower you're going. And here in the United States, I don't remember what the parallels are. I'm not looking at a globe to try to figure out where they say we are. But the bottom line is that, we're going over the speed of sound where I live, and I don't feel any of that motion. And none of this made sense to me. Once I started opening up my eyes, it's, well, how come I don't feel it move? It's the whole thing. When I found it out, I wasn't looking for it. And, I was either looking at stuff about 9/11. Okay, got a big diesel pulling out in the middle of the street. I'm back up so I can just stop right here for a second. All right, so anyway, I'm either looking at UFOs or 9/11 or something like that. And I ran across Flat Earth, and I did see the Flat Society, but first I found somebody else saying that's the wrong thing. That's not what we're into. So I clicked on it to see what it was, and I saw the pancake floating in space. And then I saw the story about the ice ring, and they're saying this is what happened with Admiral Byrd. And, I've never been there, so I can't say what it is or what it isn't. Oh, man. Okay. So let me get past the guy here. All right. I kind of lost my train of thought, but I was about, I believe my teachers is what happened. And once, some first couple of the clues, and like before, I believe Sergeant popped my cherry. He's the one that actually I saw the first clues, and I looked at all of them, and I said, "What the fuck?" And some of the stuff I didn't understand right away. Okay, and some of the stuff I did. When they're talking about plane routes and emergency landings and stuff like that. And I don't remember all the different clues. It's been over 5 years ago since I saw them. But, a lot of that stuff, it made sense, and it totally contradicted what I was taught in school. And I thought, well, how can so many people be in on this? There's definitely people that have to know about this. And, with NASA, okay, and the moon landings being faked. I ran across that, and I think that's when I finally got into the flat Earth part, because I was looking at 9/11 and the buildings coming down, and they were talking about some of the stuff could have been CGI, where they showed the plane going into the building, and then that kind of linked off to CGI on the space station or the moon and space station and all that stuff, and that's what really hooked me. That was the worm on the hook that was big, fat, and juicy, and I just bit in all the way, and kind of bit off more than I could chew, because I wasn't looking for causing any kind of problems with the family. I wasn't looking to be some kind of an activist or to be a flat smacker. I'm going underneath the thing right here, so I might be breaking up a little bit. Now I've come back out the other side. So I never, I wasn't looking for this, and it just kind of happened. So, I don't know. That's everybody else's story. Maybe somebody was looking for some kind of conspiracy theory to jump on the bandwagon with. But, I wasn't looking for it. I just kind of got smacked right in the face with it, with observing reality. All right, we've got a gentleman here selling flowers at the corner. And you know what? I think
You think you're going to stop over and get a flower for your wife?
Yeah. How much? You said 10. 10?
Go 7.
No,
Go 7.
Come on. No, he's wanting 20. He said 10,
20.
and then he goes $20. He goes 10. Oh, 20.
Language
hold on. Yeah. Well, you know what?
Give him 20 Canadian.
No, I kept on driving, man. If the guy's going to go ahead and double the price on me like that, I'm not stupid. I can see it. And to be honest with you, right around the corner from where I work, just about every day, there's people that are selling flowers, and they're 10. So it's not Mother's Day yet. Okay. And I'm going through a school zone. There are lots of little kids walking around, so I got to go slow.
I wanted to leave this comment. Her perspective was, you're not spending enough time with me, blah, blah, blah. I get that. But really, they should consider, and I tried to help my girl understand this as well. It's like from your perspective, you can either take one of two routes. You can either keep it a secret, right? And how would she feel about that, right? If she did find out, say, in the future that you had kept it secret all this time, probably wouldn't like that, right? So you, like me, you chose to be honest, come out with it, just be open. Hey, this is what I think, and I want you to be in on it. I don't want to keep it a secret to you, and that actually backfires. You know what I mean? And so they just don't see it from that perspective that, oh, he's choosing to be vulnerable. He didn't have to do this. Like, he doesn't gain anything from sharing this information with me. In fact, he's taking the risk that I might throw this back in his face. But yeah, they don't really consider that. It's not about, oh, you're spending more time with flat earthers than me. No, I'd love to have you in on the secret, if you will. But it's just unfortunate that that's the case. I definitely dealt with that as well. Because in the future, I'm thinking like, dang, I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to keep it a secret. But like, then how does that look? I mean, I'm an honest person. I'd rather be honest about it. So it's a double-edged sword there again.
Well, last year in June, it's where I first met Sonny and Flat Earth Professor Dude. Well, we were at the same event. I don't remember. I met a whole bunch of people. I don't remember all the faces at that time. I know Dude I met for sure. But back then, there was a family event, and I had told my wife, about at least a month, almost 2 months ahead of time when I found out about this event. I'd been in contact, email with Mark Sargent back and forth throughout the years. And I was telling him, man, I wish there was some kind of event so I could meet somebody out here, And so as soon as Renee posted that, Mark put it up on his website, and he sent me an email with a link. And so I wrote back to him and said, hey, thanks, dude. This is what I've been waiting for. And he goes, yeah, I know. So anyway, I went there. I told my wife, that it was going to be happening like almost 2 months ahead of time. And so she thought it was kind of, dumb, but, that's okay. And then there was a family event that came up, and she told me about 2 weeks before the Flat Earth meetup. And she goes, oh, yeah, this is coming up, so we're doing this. I said, well, no, actually, I told you, over a month ago that there's a I'm going to, a meetup, and it's on this day. And she goes, well, go to it another day. I said, well, it doesn't happen another day. This isn't like an organized annual or monthly or weekly event. This is something that's going to be taking place, and I'm going to it. And I wish you'd go with me. And she goes, well, I've got family. I'm not going to that with you. So I went to that one alone. Came back with a red nose, looking like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer from getting sunburnt. Had a baseball hat on, so my forehead didn't get burnt, but my nose was sticking out and got burnt. But anyway. So she didn't go to that one. And that's the one where I took my P1000 and looked over the curve and found the boats and the oil rigs. So, after that, I was all in. And anyway, there's another meetup that happened at a pub out in that area, hosted by the same person, Renee. And my wife went with me on that one. And she thought it was, just, people came over so they could sit around and drink some beers and dress goofy. Because there's this one guy that wore like a doctor's white jacket, and it said Flat Earth Professors. I don't know what it said. I don't remember. But anyway, so my wife, we went to that event, had dinner there. People were drinking. We did not. I was a designated driver. And my wife doesn't really drink. So, and then she went with me to this one about 3 months ago. And that's one where Sonny was playing guitar there all day. And she was kind of upset. I brought my biofeedback machine, and, I was just going to give like a little demonstration maybe. And I had people lined up all day, and I stood there. I was there for like 8 hours at least, just scanning people and giving them methatherapy treatments to help with the ailments that they had or whatever. But anyway, so my wife was kind of upset about that. Because, I gave so much attention to all these other people, and I didn't even go on a walk to the beach with her. So she was kind of upset about that. And I think the only reason that she goes to these events is because she's worried that I might meet some female and go ahead and stray off. And I've never strayed off. I'm a guy. I look. I say just because you're on a diet doesn't mean you can't look at the menu. But I don't go trying to get any free samples or anything. I'm not looking to get a different dish. And, being a male, I can't help it, Hey, if something is very attractive and walks in front of me, I'm going to notice it. I'm not going to just turn my head and say, oh, I can't look at this. She's looking at it. If she's looking at her and notices her, then I'm going to look at her and notice her. So, but that's a whole other story. So there's a meetup coming up. It's on the day before my birthday, and it's going to be at the same location out at the beach. And I told Renee, hey, that's great. That's the day before my birthday. So she said, oh, perfect. We'll have a birthday cake for you. So I don't know if you'll remember or not, but I'm planning on going. I'm not going to bring my biofeedback machine this time. I will bring my P1000 and tripod, and I will find a way to take a walk on the beach with my wife. And I sure do talk a lot. Sometimes I feel like I'm just rambling on. I'm not sure if the mic is on or if everybody just said, man, this guy's boring, and clicked away.
No, I'm listening, brother. That's good.
Sometimes it almost feels like a therapy session.
Yeah.
I'd have to go pay a shrink, what, $100, $200 an hour, whatever. I don't even know what they charge. Just,
$80. $80 you can set to me.
okay. I was close. I said 100.
And Canadian.
Ah,
It's even cheaper. No, it's good. It's good. So your wife is actually kind of tailing along, right?
well, you know what? She's gone along. My son's wife's brother, he came. He is officially a flat earther now, and a seed that I planted is at one of the family parties. We were out in the backyard, and the sun hadn't gone down yet. You could see it, and the moon was up, but there was only a partial moon there. It wasn't a full moon, but you could see them both up in the sky. And so, I guess he's my son-in-law. He's a fairly smart guy. He works for one of a medical company. And so I asked him, I said, hey, look at that. Look where the sun is. Or no, first I asked him, I said, look at the moon. And I said, how come we can only see part of the moon right now? And he goes, well, that's because the earth is, in the way of the sun, and you're seeing a shadow of the earth on the moon.
Uh-huh.
I said, oh, okay. So, well, wait a minute. You know a little bit about geometry. So if we're right here and we're looking up over there to the left and we see the moon, and we look to the right and we see the sun, so we can't be in between the earth and the moon, can we? I mean, in between the sun and the moon, can we? He goes, huh? He's just quiet for about a minute. And then, I could feel, I couldn't see it because it wasn't physically there, but I could feel the light bulb pop over his head when all of a sudden he goes, no shit. Well, what's causing it? And I said, well, I don't know what's causing it, but I know that when I was in school and they told us the reason that the moon goes through the different cycles is because it's the Earth's shadow covering part of it over. And they said,
that's actually wrong. That's not what they say.
That's
not the lore. What they say is that the cycles is the lunar day-night cycle. Basically, the phases would be the lunar day-night cycle, right? And there's always one side of the moon that's supposed to be facing us. So when it's a full moon, it would be like, daytime, full daytime, I guess noon or something like that, right? On the side that's facing us. So it's like they have a 28-day lunar cycle.
Yeah, I know that.
28-day lunar day, basically, is their claim.
And also the claim is that the reason the moon is illuminated, it's because of the sun reflecting off of the moon, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is the official reason why we can't see? So are you saying the shaded area, you were told that's the dark side of the moon that we can't see?
it takes 28 days for the sun's light to get all around the moon, right? So that would be like 1 day on the moon, right? And so that's why it has the phases, according to them.
Okay, well, I don't know who them is. I do know
according to the globe model.
Yeah. Well, them that I remember in school, they said it was the Earth that was casting the shadow on the moon because the Earth was between the moon and the sun.
That's just for eclipses, not the phases.
Yeah, the phases are only supposed to be the relationship between the sun and the moon.
Yeah, I kind of explained it confusingly, but yeah, that.
Well, and it's weird because even if you look at it that way, you can do some quick, like, on the spot identification, how high in the sky and how far angularly away they are from each other, the sun and the moon, that is. And you can clearly see whatever they're saying is causing the shadow doesn't correlate most of the time, is what I've noticed. That angle is so different, you know what I mean? Because you could have the how is it that the sun has been gone for like 4 hours and you still have a lit part of the moon? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, I'm old and I may have forgotten some stuff that I learned, but I recall back around 1963 when I was asking the teacher, or when it was a science class, I guess, or whatever, but and I could have swore that she said the reason that we can't see the whole moon because the moon circles our Earth. You see the whole moon, and I'm only see a crescent on Earth.
We lost you. We lost you right at the key part.
Okay, let me get up over. Okay, I remember the teacher telling us that the phases of the moon, the reason, like, some nights you'd look up and you'd see a full moon and some nights you'd only see the crescent, was because the moon is circling around the Earth, and what happens is where it's located at, when it's all the way behind the Earth, it's just a very small crescent. And then as it gets closer coming around, the sun lights it up more. And then that's what caused the different phases. I could have swore that's what they taught me in elementary school back around 1963, before any astronauts ever went to the moon.
Well, they probably just didn't know what they were talking about.
Well, this would be our educational system, wouldn't it?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of wacky shit going on all through that whole period with cosmology in general. There was all kinds of things being bantered here back and forth in the 70s, like when I was in high school, 70s and 80s.
Well, you look about the time that we were born. Oh, okay, she's turning.
Yeah, exactly. When NASA was created, the very year.
So from birth, we've been involved in all this kind of stuff. I remember when Kennedy was assassinated. I don't even think I was in school yet. I was at a babysitter's house when that all happened.
Yeah, think about this. Remember Project Dominic? They were blasting.
I do.
The Russians and the U.S. were both blasting hundreds of these warheads, whatever they were. We don't know if they're nuclear or not, but we were little babies. Wave Mixer and I were babies, and they're blasting, like, not only like overhead, but they're also going out to places like Bimini and doing under ocean blast. Like, they would drop these things down and do it from like a couple 100 feet below the surface.
And no wonder I've got that radioactive material in my blood. Hey, listen, I'm at home. I'm going to go ahead and sign out for now. So, you guys, it's been a pleasure. And we'll pick up this conversation down the road sometime. Take care, everybody.
Peace out, sir.
Yeah, nice to hear you, Wave Mixer. And where the Globers? Where the Globers?
Yeah, see you later, old timer. That sounds like 20 years old.
Reminds me of that song, Radioactive. Radioactive. Oh, taking you way back to what is that group called? The Firm. Paul Rogers from Bad Company and Jimmy Page. That was a weird, off the wall 80s band.
Sonny, what are you up to as we speak?
Not much. I had an appointment. I saw my surgeon. I had my gallbladder taken out a few weeks ago.
Sure, why not? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was very ill, deathly freaking ill. And that's not fun at 64 years old to be that ill. But anyway, I'm okay now. I'm doing much
60.
better. And my wounds have all healed up, and I'm like brand new again. I feel better than ever.
That's awesome, man. Good.
I think it solved a lot of my actually lifelong stomach problems.
Gallbladder, is that what you said?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I had and I the only times I'd ever been sick were from these kind of symptoms. In the last at least decade, the only times I've been in the hospital was because of those kind of symptoms with my stomach, like vomiting, and constant vomiting, like bouts of that.
Yep.
Horrible stuff. When you literally feel like you're dying, like you're gonna die. I thought I was dying. This time I thought I was dying.
Yeah, you were kind of you sounded kind of bummy there the last 2-3 weeks. A little bit concerned. You there?
Yeah, no, I'm much better now. Actually, I think that. Well, I was 2 weeks in the hospital on a liquid diet. That will change anybody. And so today I got to ride around the campus on my bicycle, going to my appointment.
Did you get to?
Right around on the campus where this little road goes all the way around the whole hospital. And I got to see all the places that I was looking out of my window a few weeks earlier.
Yeah.
In my hospital bed, looking down at these places. Now today I'm riding my bike looking up at the hospital.
Good. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
So
did you insist on that, or was it part of the program?
What's that?
Did you insist on that? Did you insist? I gotta go drive around.
Oh, well, I ride my bike every day, so
yeah.
So it's just, to me, it's just another appointment that I had to go to. So I just ride my bike up, lock it up, and go to my appointment. So yeah, it's only a few miles away.
Mm-hmm.
It's a quick ride.
Well,
and I'm lucky. I'm very fortunate. I live in the place I live, so I can go through these trails and see beautiful park setting on the way back home. I'm able to go places where are not the usual paths or pathways that one would travel. I can go crossways. I can go from the streets to sidewalks to trails to literally like rugged mountain biking kind of like terrain, from the city to mountain biking and back again. So it's fun. I get to see a lot of incredible places and find places that are just ideal spots to just like chill for a few minutes, you know? Like a place that has sunshine, hot sunshine when it's even a cool day. These places are, the sun shines in on them. I've found all these places like that. When it's
Sonny,
too hot, when it's too hot, you find places where you're partly shaded and part sun. And so like when you get too hot, you can cool off in the shade. So that's the kind of thing I do. Like I don't have anything else to do really.
Sonny, anyway, you gave us a little scare there about 2 weeks ago. You were all bummy sounding on.
Longer ago than that. Well, maybe so. Yeah, actually, yeah. That was right after the operation. Something
Okay.
was going on. I think something was happening physiologically too, because look, when they removed that part of what they call the biliary trio, what do they call it? Something like that. The biliary trio, the pancreas, the gallbladder, and the liver. Like it dumped. Now the gallbladder is not regulating how much bile, so all the toxins probably were released from my liver. Can you imagine? So I felt like I was tripping balls for a little bit. That happened.
Well, that's what you sounded like, man.
Then I recovered.
Okay.
I just started moving around. I just started going out. I started going to the beach, riding my bike. I just started going on longer rides because I had a lot of energy and I felt all pent up because I'd been inside for so long. So yeah, it was a little wacky.
Yeah.
It's much more balanced now. I spent a few days, 4 or 5 days, just doing nothing but sleeping and eating. Now I wouldn't, like, for a while I wouldn't even get up and go to the bathroom. I just had my thing from I had my thing from the hospital still, so I could just lay there, pee. But I had to because like I was like beat. Yeah, it's much better now. That outlook is good.
Yeah. Anyway, Sonny, dude, brother, you sounded. I was concerned, man. You know what I mean? Like, well, 2 weeks ago, you were like so.
Oh,
So you
that's
so
not.
you're gonna.
I was
Huh?
much worse. I was much worse at the beginning of the year. I had the worst, like beginning of the year. I had the worst beginning of the year ever. Like,
Okay.
and so it all ended up kind of in this operation. I had a lot of stuff happen, and the 4 months of this year has been just very chaotic, very hectic, and I'm glad that it's settling down now. But it's taken a lot of work on my part.
Good.
It's a physical work, and physical work entails, especially when it has to do with your household and having to rearrange everything again from where it was to some other place that doesn't feel right,
Yep.
feel comfortable, and everything's kind of like, where do I set stuff? Not like, I don't know if you understand like where I'm coming from, but I went through this completely like hectic thing to settling back into just being a simple, very simple, humble place with not too many things in it. So it's been stripped down, and it feels better. I think everything happens for a reason. Like, so if we have upheavals like that, like I've had lots of them. It's nothing new to me. And I just like in my old age and hopefully a little bit of wisdom, I'm trying not to set traps for myself. Like that's the biggest thing I think in life, because I think we don't realize how we have these cycles in motion in ourselves that are almost unavoidable. We think we're going to avoid them, and we'll get into another situation. It turns out to be the same situation, just different participants. So you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure everybody here does. It's not like you can change who you are. I mean, you can, in a lot of respect, change who you are by the way you behave, and behavior, I think, is key. But there's things that are inherent in our personalities that we're never going to be free of, because we cannot be free of who we are individually as ourselves. We're never going to escape from that. You're never not going to be who you are and make decisions based on who you are. You're not going to change that. Hopefully you can mitigate any damage or harm in some way. So that's crucial. You don't want to keep running your head into the same wall. Now that I could relate to the Globers paradigm. They keep hitting their head into the same old wall over and over and over again, even though there's a brick wall there, like we told you it was there last time you came in, but you just insist on bashing your head into it again. Like, what gives? Right, Sasha? Sasha, why do these people insist on thinking that the earth is flat? It might be late for you, I don't know. 5 of these people think that the earth is flat. I can't do it. Got President Orion in the house. What's up, man? Everybody's just going to be quiet, huh? Well,
Mic check.
Check mic. Check mic.
Sonny, I was speaking with you like for 2 minutes, but then I realized that that nothing is
yeah.
coming.
Okay, I thought you might be. Is it late in the evening for you?
It's 1:30 a.m.
It's 1:30 a.m. Wow. It's
Yeah,
late.
a.m. But I'm making bread now in this moment.
Making bread. All right, man. That's a good. I used to, when I lived in the Northwest here in Washington State, it was cold, so I made bread. Like you have a good oven with like
Watching
gas.
game
I think it's the best. But I made my own bread when I lived there.
and watching NBA.
And what Washington State?
You know, there is a playoff in NBA that I'm watching.
Oh, an MD, NBA. Okay. Oh, you're watching them. Oh, okay.
But not how to say. Now I'm making bread. Then I will go there and watch a little bit. Then I will make bread.
Right.
Then I don't know when I will go to sleep.
I bet that bread is good. with some real butter on it. Ooh,
Oh.
right out of the oven. I bet that's some good stuff.
Oh, I'm making only healthy bread. Only
Even
when
though
I make for daughter, they are making something pizza or something. But I'm making with spelt and with rye and with
that's cool.
I don't know how to pronounce. Wait.
Yeah, I cut out bread. I cut out a lot of bread. I'm sorry, I was going to say I cut out bread mostly from my diet, but I eat a little bit of it now here and there. Just for more calories. I could use all the calories I can get. So
It's spherical now.
the bread is spherical now, huh?
Yeah.
So the well,
Everything is spherical, man. You cannot make bread. You can make flat bread, but the first it always must be spherical.
Has to start out spherical. It balloons up and then it flattens out.
Wait, what?
Something that Earth never did. That we know of.
Look, I don't know the radios. Don't ask me.
Yeah. Like they used to say the topography in different places was quite different. Like they're saying that the Appalachia used to be as high as the Rocky Mountains. Now, I don't know exactly how they make that claim. Like what information exactly geologically are they using to make that claim? So those are interesting things to look at, especially when people are telling you, yeah, these mountains were as big as the Himalayas or whatever at one point. Okay, how do we prove that? Just like Antarctic, like Graham Hancock years ago, back in the 90s, actually, in one of his first books, wrote about the Peary Reese map, how they show Antarctica with no ice on it and all of that. Like, okay, so what does that mean? Because how do you prove that? How do you know?
How you prove that Mount Everest it's, I don't know, 8,000 meters, something more?
Mm-hmm.
How you prove that?
How do you prove that? Elevation angles.
But that's above the sea level. But Himalaya is not attached to the sea, It's
elevation from sea. Yeah, like elevation angles from sea level. Exactly. There you got your horizontal and your angle.
But there is between Himalaya and the sea. It's a curvature.
Well, to them, I guess it has to be.
Right? Yeah.
That would be excess. That's a huge amount of excess. Boy, they really have to. They really have to warble those plumb lines. They have to curve those plumb lines mad, like.
Do you understand? If Mount Everest it's 8,000 meters, but if you are on the top, let's say, but all in a distance 1 mile, 2 miles, in a distance 10 miles, it's starting to curve. How the fuck you measure that height if it's curving down?
Yeah, like how you do anything if it's curving. I mean, the audacity of someone to say you don't use trigonometry in spherical in celestial navigation is out of their freaking mind. What do they think a right triangle is? But that was clearly
Triangle. It's an object with the 7 angles. That's the new one. What Pata said, you cannot travel on the flat water. You cannot navigate.
I know. You cannot travel on the flat water.
Jesus. Okay.
with celestial navigation.
You
He
can
said you can't do it.
yeah, you can navigate only on the curved water.
Yep. So we kept asking. Well, we didn't. We should have.
So,
How do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface? You don't. You can't do it.
but he's engineer for the satellite.
They're just religious zealots herding around like a bunch of unfed cats, like nuisance. If you can imagine a herd of nuisance cats. Cats don't come in herds, but if you can imagine them, that a herd of cats, that's like the herd of feral cats. That's a good way to put it. It's kind of like the Glovers. Or no, I shouldn't say that. I guess that would be more like the anti-flat earthers.
They cannot recognize their own religion because that word it's hurting, religion, because it's covered by the by the pseudoscience. If you tell them you are religious, he will say, "No, man, I'm science. They proved everything. They proved the space. Jupiter, man. Diamond rains. All stuffs. All science for good for humanity. All these years in space helped us for what? What help us with all this travel in the space? What we can do now better because we are 50 years in the space? We can make phones. We have internet. Okay, maybe that's it. If you never went to the space, you will never ever had now the phone or internet or nothing. That means be grateful. All this illness is what we are curing because of space. Because they are doing science. Space. I don't want to speak. Nobody wants to listen this accent. Phase 2. Wait a minute. This is phase 2. Phase 3 cut.
Okay, Sasha, are you going to use water? You're going to use water to define the shape of the Earth or the flatness of the Earth? What happens if water disappears? And you just have soil. You have just Earth. How would you? Well, you know,
Then you go to Bolivia, or Kansas.
Bolivia.
Yeah,
What?
you go to Bolivia, that Salt Lake.
The bottom of the ocean has got some huge flat plains in it. So if there was no water, you could just go down in the bottom of the ocean and measure the length of the dirt under there. The huge, big flat spots in the bottom of the ocean. Huge. I mean,
You can go.
extra huge.
You can go to Kansas also, or better, go to Holland. Holland maybe would like that there is no water, because then they will not be under the sea level.
Actually, that's not even a very good example as how you could check it, because if the oceans were dry,
I
humanity
have
would be dead.
I have a gift for that. Like, my favorite gift: cleaning
Yeah,
water.
I don't see how we could.
Clean.
The oceans were empty.
We
So
can
it
try
wouldn't.
like this. Look at. Wait. There it is. Why all these questions starting with what if? What if sea level is leveled? What then? What if you measure mountains because of sea level? What then? What if you are stationary because you are stationary?
Why you guys so quiet in here?
Same thing I was about to ask. What the world's going on here?
Bread is growing.
It's supposed to be prime time right now. Why is everybody sleeping? Where the Globers at?
What Globers?
What Globers?
You can't defend anything that you didn't measure yourself.
But they try, bless their hearts.
If they didn't measure it, I don't care nothing about it. Think the black swan killed it. What's the other one? Straight lines. What's the actual straight line? Killed it.
Mayhem 3 points killed it.
Yeah.
All swans are black.
Huh?
All swans are black.
I already named that one. Black swan.
All swans are black.
Except for the white ones. Sorry, Sasha.
So you cannot find white one, not even in last 6 years. I didn't see one, even one. Well, I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Cold turkey. That's what happened.
So how do you explain eclipses?
The pigments, man.
I like when they say that to us. Well, how do you guys explain sunsets? I don't know. It's not our claim. We don't have to explain something that's not our claim.
Right.
How you can have horizon on the flat Earth? What?
Really?
Yeah, but we should be able to explain this very simply. I'm pretty new to this. Like, okay, yeah, horizons, sunsets. How do I explain that? How do I explain that? Very simply. Say maybe 2 sentences.
Yeah. Sun is going away and it's becoming dark. That's all. Oh,
Yeah, Sasha,
seriously.
that's good. No, I agree.
Because we are not speaking about sunset. We are speaking about. We can speak about sunset over the sea level.
You know what? I've used that before. Sun goes away, light goes.
Yeah.
That's it.
And sunrise. That's different. Sun is coming, and then light is coming. It's not going away. And that can work only on the sphere.
Yeah, but you can thank Captain Obvious for that one.
If sun is going away in the sky, that only conclusion in that the Earth is spherical. That's the logic.
Hey, Redman.
Who is
Is
the
Redman
red?
here? Redman 116, are you here? Oh, he's not here. Carry on.
Method Man, are you there? Method Man. JK.
Any man?
Sasha, it's funny because I don't think you understand the cultural reference.
What I don't understand.
It's okay. Water always curves, right?
If it's observably flat, it must curve. If it's observably curving, then it's flat. For example, if you move now, if you feel that if you go outside and feel that the Earth is moving, that will prove that the Earth is stationary. But because Earth is stationary, that's the way. That's why you are moving. You need to learn logic. When you learn logic, you can have big knowledge. Angle from one line. That's profound. And he even named it 100 degrees, 180 degrees. That's an angle of one line. It's angle of 180 degrees. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, if there's any glowers out there, Sasha's right here, man. He'll say he'll debate you. He'll take you guys all on. Don't be scared. Come on in here.
Me, I know all of their phrases. Level is curved, one angle. You cannot navigate on the flat water. What else? That old one.
Sasha, I saw a boat today over Lake Ontario.
You're breaking. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. I saw a boat over Lake Ontario.
You saw the boat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the bottom of it disappeared. It disappeared. Obviously, it disappeared over the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Freaking Kovac, dude, you are straight up Canadian, bro. I can hear it coming through. And you're like, there's a lot of people from Canada. I can't hear it, but for you, it's like, there's no question, bro. You're from Canada.
And how far was that boat?
Sorry.
How far? How far was the boat?
Yeah.
Ooh, almost 5 kilometers away. Almost.
5 kilometers.
Bottom. Pardon?
5 kilometers and started to disappear.
Yeah. But, and it was pretty warm today. It was 25, almost 25 Celsius. What do you mean?
What would happen if it was 30 degrees?
Well, maybe I could see to the disappear almost to the mast, I guess. The top.
I can help you. Did you know that bricks also disappears every time when you go away from the brick?
The bricks?
Yeah, the one brick, 1 foot brick. Put it on the road and go away from the brick, and you will see that brick will disappear. Even if it rolled, it's flat. Strange.
The brick. I don't understand the brick. What do you mean the brick?
Brick. You can put the ball. Put the ball on the flat surface and go away from the ball, and you will see that ball will disappear.
Okay.
Yeah, but on the flat surface, then you will go away and ball will disappear. But ball is there, and flat surface is there. The only thing is missing curvature, but ball will disappear. How's that?
I'm sorry, Sasha. I'm trying to understand. So the ball, are you saying the ball, the brick, like a brick to build a wall,
Yeah,
to
you can
build a
make a
house?
wall
Brick?
also. You can make a wall. Let's make higher. Let's make 2 meters wall. You need to then walk a more distance, but still wall will disappear, on the flat surface.
Okay.
They're saying this is angular resolution. They're saying that it's naturally working, and our eyes seeing like that, That's the nature, It's nothing that you can change, I can change, or anybody can change. If it's fear, it could be also some kind of drop over distance, but that should be there.
The brick. Where's this brick? Where am I looking at this brick, Sasha?
I can show you oil rig now. I wanted to help you with the brick and the ball, but I can show you oil rig. It's even bigger than wall and ball and brick. And oil rig will not disappear bottom up. You will see the water behind the oil rig. And the strange thing is that oil rig is in the water. Can you imagine?
Yes, I can imagine that. Yeah.
And people who saying that water, now people saying that water behind the oil rig and an oil rig is in the water, that water is not the physical water. And I'm saying how oil rig which is in water is not in physical water. Then we will late come to the horizon and that scary things, that 1.2 miles and 10 miles. Geometry, it's not nuclear science that you need to know now. You need to break the atom. No, man, you have drop over distance, you have height, you have distance, and then you calculate and you have drop. And if you know the math, everything need to match, and that's it. It's easy.
Okay, Sasha. I've seen.
Can you
I've seen.
ask me? I have a question for you. How people from Switzerland does they also saying that sea level is they are also calling sea level?
Yeah, that's right.
Why they are calling sea level and they don't have the sea and they are
Yes.
measuring mountain? Which sea level Switzerland using now for measuring their mountains?
I don't know. Switzerland is landlocked, so Switzerland uses a generic. Sea
Or
level.
in the middle of the. Are you from Canada?
Yes.
In the middle of the Canada, which sea level are you using for measurement? Is the Atlantic or Pacific?
Good question, Sasha. Good question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
General sea level. Sea level is sea level, isn't it? Doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, but you cannot have one sea level on the globe
Why not?
because it's flat. It's one level.
Who says it's flat?
Bird first itself and life, whatever you want to call. I don't know. Level it's flat. Is that scary to say? Like, for example, Sasha is Alexander in Russian, and that's nobody can change that. You can say Sasha, it's Tom, but it's not. It's Alexander. You can say triangle. It's It's a rectangular object, yeah, but it's not. Level
Okay.
is flat. Everybody knows that. Only problem is you. It's 2023. It's not nice to say flat. It's very very rude.
Yeah, flat is curved. I know. I know.
No,
We'll change it.
it's even rude to say. If you say flat man, you can offend many people.
Okay.
Yeah. Try with level.
Okay. So if I see Sasha, if I see a distance.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on a boat and I see a distance. I look, whatever I see. I see the land, and on my boat, I climb up the mast. I climb up and I see further.
Yeah.
How come I see further? How come I see further?
Because you climb up. Because you're now you're on higher elevation. You can see more.
That's right. So I can see over the curve.
Over the curve. Which curve?
Over the curve. Yeah, the curve of the earth. The earth
then you come back. Then you come back to the mountain, to the beach again. You know.
No, I'm on the boat and I climb up the mast to the bird's nest, the crow's nest, and I see further away than I can see when I'm on the deck. There you go. The earth is a globe.
Only because you said so like that and you see that. Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
What do you mean, okay, good? What do you mean?
I mean, you can believe it that I told you you need to now to climb down to the beach again to take a swim.
Okay. I'm on the boat.
Now you take a swim. You jump in the water, and the boat on the 5 kilometers. You cannot see anymore the boat on 5 kilometers because you cannot see nothing. Nothing in 1 kilometer distance, even 500 meters, I think. But the same thing is when you take a swim, you see again the boat and the island. Doesn't matter because your eyes are 2 or 3 inches above the sea level. And they are saying, they have even videos in YouTube. They're saying that if you are like this, if you are in the water, you can see only 1 mile. You know, if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, you can see 1 mile. They are making videos about that because there is curving there, starting to curve. But I swim last year in the sea, and I saw more than 1 mile. And now, does my eyes lying or these guys are lying? Does water is lying or these guys are lying?
Okay, so you're telling me that I can see how far can I see when I'm on a sailboat?
How far you can see? Not more than 3.5 miles.
I don't know. You tell me. I'm on a sailboat in the Adriatic Sea. I'm sitting on the boat. How far can I see? Where's the horizon?
It depends how high is that deck.
I don't know. How high is the deck? I don't know. Like a boat.
Yeah.
3 feet.
Boat.
Let's see. 3 feet above the water. Okay. So how far? 1.2 miles?
No,
That's the horizon?
1 foot is 1.2 miles.
Okay.
3 foot is a little bit more, I think. 2 miles, 3 miles.
Okay, let's say the deck is I have a lot of gold on the boat, so everything is very low. Maybe 1 foot above the water. Okay. So 1.2. That's my horizon.
Yep.
I'm sitting on the sailboat in the Adriatic Sea.
Yep.
And what do I see? I see 1.2 miles away. Let's say 1 mile away. I see a horizon.
Yeah, you see 10 miles horizon. You see 20 miles horizon.
No, I see 1 mile horizon.
No, the problem is you never see 1 mile horizon. That's the problem.
What do you mean? I don't see 1 mile?
I'm saying you don't see 1.2 mile horizon.
Okay.
That you never see. Why? Don't ask me. Ask nature.
So, Sasha, what are you saying? I see further than 1 mile?
Yeah, you can see 3.5 miles with your height, but you can see even more. I don't know why. That's the nature fault. You see even 10 miles sometimes, even
Okay,
20 miles. Even my wife one time told me in UK beach. She said to me, "Sasha, I was studying here in 1991, and we saw the Belgium from here." And I said, "We what?" And she said, "What with what? With our eyes?" And I said, "No, you didn't." She said, "Yes, I did. We, not I. We, like students." Okay, great. But you didn't, because Earth is a globe. You could not see the Belgium from UK. That enough?
Well, it's a Sasha, you just made up you didn't make up a story. You told me a story without any.
I can tell you another story. There is a globe with 24,000 miles. There is a radius with 3,959 miles. There is a horizon, 1 foot observer height, 1.22 miles. Never happened. We can see more. Yes.
Okay, Sasha, blah blah blah. All these.
No. It's not blah blah blah. This is
It is.
It is not. Is it Earth big?
How come? Explain to me how come I can see
No.
1.2 kilometers from the
Is
deck of
it
the
Earth
boat?
big? This is question for you. Is it Earth big?
I'm sorry. Say that again, Sasha. I didn't understand.
Is it Earth big? Enormous.
Yeah, the Earth is very big. Yes, very big.
How big it is?
That's a good question. How big is it? Apparently, it's 25,000 circumference, 8,000 diameter, 3,959
Yeah.
radius.
That was that blah blah blah. What I was saying.
But what?
What? That blah blah blah. Always see that. I know that for globalists it's always blah blah blah, because they never listen that part. You know that part. The most important part is always blah blah blah. You get it now. Yeah. Now we are finished because it's blah blah blah. You know, you will never get it. You know.
Sasha, explain to me how. Yeah, look. I can see 1.2 miles from. I'm sailing on this sailboat that, in the Adriatic Sea. I can see 1.2 miles horizon. I can see it. Everything past it is a little bit blurry. But if I climb up the mast, I can see a little bit further. Let's say 5 kilometers further. Can you explain that to me? That means that I can see over the curvature.
No. What happened to left and right? What you still why are you still having a perfect horizon at left and right? What happened to that curvature?
I wasn't even looking left or right. I was looking.
Yeah,
I was looking ahead.
You think you by looking forward you can see curvature, but what happened to the sideways? Yeah, where's that curvature? Is the Earth a rolling ball? Rolling.
When you are looking, you need to open your eyes. Also, don't close fucking eyes.
Well, this thing about the size of the Earth is it's a fictitious number anyway. So this 24,901 mile circumference and 3,959 radius numbers, I think they're fictitious. They don't know. They just give those numbers to us to have people believe in the ball and whatever else. And I just don't believe their numbers are right. They can't be. For one thing, it's not round. For one thing, it's flat. So
that's why it's good, because you don't need to be a scientist. Nothing. You say, I see the oil rig on 9 miles. Oil rig 9 miles. And there is nothing to speak anymore. There is nothing to speak about globe or something. You see the fucking oil rig on 9 miles. That's it.
You're right. But I just don't like it when they claim that the Earth's circumference and the radius are these solid numbers that they give everybody. I just don't believe it's true, and I don't see why anybody else should believe it either. I think it's all bullshit, just like everything else they tell us.
Of course, this is not true because it cannot. It cannot be in one case 10 times further, 20 times. It's not like a, it's there, it's near, it's maybe, it's if it's on 2 miles, we will be suspicious, even 1.2 miles, and if you put on 2 miles, you will say, okay, fuck, maybe refraction, I don't know what, fucking what. But 10 miles, no. Because that's 1,000%. That's not 1%. They want to speak about math. That's 1,000% mistake only. In that case, with that mountain, with that Guinness record, that's ridiculous.
And also, if you remember when Captain Cook did his tour in his sailboat around, trying to go around Antarctica, and it took him like 2 years or something, and he ended up going over 60-some thousand miles. That's quite a bit more than 24,901 miles to number. So, all their numbers are they're all lies. Everything about it.
Right. So, Sasha, how do I explain that? If I climb up the mast, how can I see further?
I cannot help you. I can tell you only this: if you go higher, you can see more. Do you understand?
Why?
Why? Don't ask me too much why, because why?
Sasha, can I help?
I can help him. Why air is breathable?
I have no idea why air is breathable.
Why you cannot explain me that? You are breathing and you cannot explain me why air is breathable.
No, I can't. Sorry, Sasha, and I can't explain that.
Don't ask me that too much why, because I have a million whys to ask. You will never ever answer. Why?
Sasha, I can answer his question.
Okay.
All right. So why can you see further when you climb up the mast?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. It's very simple. Okay. It's called the ray line criterion. As soon as you increase the angle of view to the surface, you see further. Okay. So the closer you get to the ground, the closer the horizon is to you, or the viewing angle of the good. So everything starts to merge into one color as the angle reduces. So a red and a brown brick will start to look like a grey brick. Okay? When you climb up the mast, what are you doing? You're increasing your angle of view. So therefore, when you increase your angle of view, the things that look like they disappeared, all of a sudden, your eye is able to resolve them again. Now, you can try this at home just by putting some, flat blocks along a long table, or just go into and put the blocks right up. It's totally. And what happen is, as you get closer to the surface,
Yeah, I think it's called angular resolution as well.
Yeah,
like
I told him that.
Those blocks will.
You're breaking. Yeah.
But then when you stand
Can't
up,
have a conversation. He's breaking up.
you can see him all of a sudden. That's no different to what That's why when we studied graphic communication, the vanishing point was never spoken of. It was always the point where things would vanish.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
What's the conversation about? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I think I passed out earlier. So what's the conversation about?
So anyway, Effie, Batman, thank you for that response. I'm going to bring that to a friend of mine at work because this is what I was asked several times. And Sasha, too. Thank you, Sasha.
Okay, I was a little bit sarcastic also.
No, I know you are. You're always sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
That's Russians for you.
No, Slovak.
No,
I am half Russian myself, by the way. I'm just joking. I'm half Russian myself.
Спасибо.
Привет, как дела?
Как твоя фамилия?
Моя фамилия Александр.
Okay, me too.
Саша, ты Саша?
Yes.
Ну мы тогда то же самое.
I'm not Alexander, but okay, that's not valid for Russian.
What's the conversation about?
We are looking for curvature.
See.
And nobody can find it.
Have you looked?
It could be very well could be because it doesn't exist. You're looking for something that's not there. It's the impossible. You're never going to find it. So I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time trying to find the curvature.
And in that sorry.
I'm good. I was just saying it's a waste of time. That's all.
I'm not sure about that, but okay.
Water droplets. What about that, Sasha? Actors, water droplets.
Exactly. Water curves on a glass. All you have to do is look on a glass. On top of the glass, if you fill it up too much, what happens? Does the water curve? Yes, it does.
That water droplet, that is like story for kids. You need to fulfill the global.
You can see it happening.
You need to fulfill the global ego when somebody says something like that, because I don't know. You need to say something like this. The drops has nothing to do with the sea and the ocean, and that's so ridiculous to say.
It's surface tension. What, you never studied surface tension at school?
No, I'm too stupid.
What happens when you put 3 drops together and 4 drops together? Do they still form a ball?
It flows over eventually.
Oh, but what happens when you put 3 drops together or 4 drops together? Does it still form a ball, or does it flatten out?
I just told you, it flows over.
Does it flatten out?
But you need
to put... it flows over.
No. What happens when you put 3 or 4 drops together? Does it flow out?
I just said that 5 times. It flows over.
It flows over to what? To being what? Flat? And then the edges have some surface tension?
It becomes triangular.
Oh, yeah, right. Now, if you're going to troll, you can just fuck off. Right? If you come for serious discussions, then that's good. But if you're going to troll, just go away and troll somewhere else.
Stop crying.
Okay? What happens when you put 3 drops together or 4 drops together? It flattens out. And then the edges have a bit of surface tension depending on what the surface is that it's attached to, but the top of the water will always be flat. Now, what's your next question?
I didn't have a question. It wasn't me who had the question.
Good. I'm glad we answered that question.
It wasn't my question, but okay.
I have a question. That was a good one.
Oh.
I think Sasha has a question.
I need to think.
Can we give him a minute to think, please? Everybody, please. Quiet. How much longer do you need to think, Sasha?
That was 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll give you another 30.
Yeah. Where is the corner? Anybody? Where is the corner? Fuck my bread. Time for an oven.
Well, guys. Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. I don't know if anyone else can.
What's up, man?
Listen, I have a question. What does it mean when you boost the server? What does it mean when you boost the server? Like it says the server has been boosted. What does that mean?
You got $1 million at the end of the month.
It just adds certain benefits to the server that expands its capabilities.
Oh, right, okay. By what? By tipping money or?
Well, you can have more emojis or various sound effects for the soundboard. It gives you more, like, higher upload rate.
You pay
it's
like
just Discord's way of... Yeah. It's Discord's way of making money off of people is all.
Yeah.
You can buy the boost, or you can get a Nitro account, and you can have I guess they give you a couple boosts with the account every month. But then if you do that, you get an
what do you get? What do you get that's so special with a paid account?
with you can have an animated profile pic and other random crap. It's not actually worth.
You can upload
it's worth it, but
files.
isn't. But yeah, you can do stuff like that.
That's probably the only thing that's really worth it, just uploading a larger file.
Yeah, it's mostly novelty.
Yeah.
I see.
Greater uploads are worth it, though. Oh, and you can use emojis and soundboard stuff from other servers, so that does give you a huge amount of soundboard stuff that you can use.
I don't even know how to use them to begin with, so...
I must admit, I like that business model. I mean, think about it. They're giving away a product for free with no advertisements, with the option to purchase an upgraded version of the product if you choose to with your own money. I must admit, Discord's not perfect, but I do like their business model. I have respect for it.
Yeah.
It does work, as long as there's a free option.
Yeah. It's gotten it's gotten worse and better over the years. Like, certain things have gotten worse, but a lot of other stuff has gotten better.
I only started using Discord 2 weeks ago, so...
The voice chats used to be a bit worse. Like, people think the roboting problem's bad now. It was real bad a while ago. They did recently upgrade some stuff for normal users, because they used to limit your uploads to like 9 megabytes or something, and I think that you can do up to 20 now. I mean, files got bigger, so... They gotta upgrade with the times.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
I have a mic.
Mike, check.
What's up, God Rockin'? We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Doing all right today.
Right on. Julio. So what's been happening? Any action today? I was listening on the way home. I made a couple of comments about the stupid radius and the circumference, but yeah, what's going on with the silver shortage?
Seems to be the same stuff, different day.
You guys just scare them all off. That's what's happened. They're scared.
That usually happens when certain folks are hanging out in the chat here.
Indeed, it does.
Especially when you got Mayhem and Quantum Eraser in the same room. There's a lot of folks who just won't come in here because they're afraid, I guess. Well, erasers are kind of abrasive. Well, abrasive. Yeah.
Hell no!
Oh man, I think I'm gonna go get ice cream. I don't know why, but for some reason I want to. I'll be back.
Isn't that the guy who made Spider-Man?
Oi. Oh shit.
A BB Cal question? What's that? BB Cal.
So I got something to throw out there while it's silence. I've made a lot of interesting low carb, drinks, beverages, ice cream, and desserts, and all sorts of things in my kitchen before. I've made a lot of custom made, custom design, low carb desserts and drinks of different sorts. And now, for the first time ever, I'm smashing up fresh ginger in a bowl, and I'm going to use this fresh ginger juice to make fresh homemade ginger ale, which is kind of new for me. Smells really good, I must say.
Good.
Ew.
It's a really fun challenge is just taking a chunk of this stuff and just taking a bite out of it and chewing it, and then spitting the solid parts out in the trash. Like, if you got tough enough taste buds, I suggest it.
I use ginger all the time in my cooking.
Ginger is good. There are some singers they use ginger too. I don't know why, but some of them ask ginger.
Is ginger a root? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a root. The outside of it looks a lot like turmeric, but when you cut it open, the inside is very different.
A good anti-inflammatory.
The only problem is that I don't really eat a lot of sugar, so I don't really drink a lot of juice. So the actual juicer that I had, I gave to a friend of a friend years ago. It's kind of, I'm like, damn it, I don't have a juicer anymore. Although, come to think of it, this stuff, you get so little out of it. I don't know. I think you need a different kind of contraption for this sort of thing.
I know this is probably a little off topic, but when we're talking about ginger root, I guess there's quite a few roots that they use in making of medicines, herbal medicines, and different things like that. That's one of the most common things that they use as the root cuttings for various different herbal remedies and different things, and even drug manufacturers use root oils like sassafras root oil for making MDMA, for one thing. Well, roots have been used for medicine and all that kind of stuff. I know in the mountains here where I live, they got this stuff called bear root. I can't remember the plant that they call it, what it comes to, but you chew on it and it'll numb your mouth. Indians used it for like...
That's because the highest concentration of nutrients is in the roots and the seeds. That's why.
And apparently herbal medicines as well are concentrated in the roots. Quite often, anyway.
I just jumped in. What's going on? How did you guys get to this topic? Pretty interesting stuff, though. God rocking. I was listening. Sounds like you know your stuff.
I don't know that we was really talking about it much. I just when Orion brought up making some homemade ginger ale from ginger root, and it just kind of reminded me. Yeah. I'd like to see what that tastes like myself. That sounds like it might be pretty good.
I bet that's real good.
Yeah.
I'll tell you in a few seconds when I try it.
Are you adding any other anything to it to flavor it other than just water and ginger root, or?
So far in the cup, it's just water, ice, ginger juice, and monk fruit extract is what I'm using as the sweetener.
Sipping on ginger juice.
Put some alcohol in there as well.
Laid back. Yeah, it sounds fire though, all right. What else is going on, folks? Anything new?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the fireworks. I hope I don't have to wait till July 4th. Yeah. That's nice. Fireworks. And the Globers.
I've seen Elasma's in the panel. I've seen you kind of hanging out lately in the server. What kind of smoke you got for us today? I don't know, Globers, it's okay to have an off day.
Have they ever had an on day? Did that ever happen?
Got a point there. I just got finished listening to a little debate. Sneeko, Destiny on the Fresh and Fit podcast. It was cool, man. I don't know. I like a little bit of heated discussion. Like they kept it. It's kind of funny because as heated as it can get, they kept it really civil and cordial for the most part. Like pretty friendly. I love that about. I guess it's not really a masculine thing. That's what came to mind. A lot of intensity can come up, but maybe an outsider would be like, "Oh, that's violent. Y'all are being mean." But it's just intense, I guess. And I kind of like that. I like that about a debate. It can get a little feisty, if you will. I don't like Destiny that much, but I mean, he was bringing the smoke. You know what I mean? So I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of feistiness and a little bit of assertiveness, but only when it's accompanied with something rock solid.
Yeah, right. You got to substantiate what you're saying.
If they're just running their jibs just because they believe in something or don't really know what they're talking about, that's pretty annoying to me. But
yeah, I agree.
You're going to come with some smoke and fire and brimstone with what you're talking about.
Damn right.
Evidence with it, so you got something to stand on, because it just doesn't make any sense to me if you're going to come in and be all assertive about something. Then sounds like to me you got some rock solid evidence to go along with that, but I really haven't seen it yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it doesn't really make any sense to me to come in and be all fire and brimstone about something you don't actually have something to back it up. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just
great.
ridiculous.
That's a great point. You're right. Yeah, don't be just. That's what I could appreciate about Destiny is he actually had points in this debate. He was making a point. He was making a case. It was very clear. Although sometimes he'd be a weasel and take things out of context, and you know, but it wasn't just all ad hom and stuff like that. So that was weird. I don't know if you guys were watching or not. If anyone else out there was tuned in, but it was funny because it was a debate between two guys, and they made a comment about another person. That person joined the debate, and those two who originally were supposed to be debating each other kind of teamed up to go up against the other guy. So I thought that was really funny. But it was heated, like in a good way, and I can, like I said, I can appreciate that. It does get like that over here from time to time, a little intense. Maybe somebody on the outside would be like, "Wow, why are you guys being so mean?" You know? It's like, we're not being mean, dude. Just bringing the smoke, all right?
You're be meaning. You're not mean. You're not mean. You're be meaning.
I don't know what you mean by that, unless you said demeaning.
No, it's whatever. No, be meaning.
Yeah, I don't know. You lost me.
It'll catch on eventually.
But oh yeah, maybe I get it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of MMA. I like sparring. It's probably my favorite thing to do in real life. And there's a threshold. There's a certain, friendliness to sparring. Then there's this threshold where it becomes pretty intense, and then after that, it gets to like, all right, we're fighting. You know what I mean? So obviously, when you have friends and you're just kind of sparring and training and stuff, you're not trying to fight your friends or your partners who you train with. You know what I mean? You're not trying to take each other's heads off. But I've had people come up to us at the park. Are you guys like fighting? You know what I mean? So there's a certain intensity with a good spar. And so it's okay to, I feel like it is okay to bring it up to those levels of intensity isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, well, if you're into UFC fights that much, like we stream them every time, all pay-per-views, we stream them every time they're on in Sky Harbor. So next time there's a UFC fight.
Who's we?
Me and XO and Little G and Stormfire.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Damn. Hey, you got to send me an invite.
Yeah, I will.
Oh, wow. I haven't missed a UFC card in years, so I'll try to tune in. I'm usually busy on fight nights, trying to
we get them. We
juggle the chats and whatnot.
Yeah, okay. We watch them live. Cool. We watched the one last weekend. It was Aljamain Sterling and
oh yeah, yeah, it was a pretty good card. I watched it.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. But yeah, next time there's a UFC fight on, I'll send you a link.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Whatever. Yeah.
Should be a low key card this weekend, but cool. But yeah, man, it's just debates can get intense as well, and it's okay. Don't be scared. When you're in that intense zone, it's a good place to learn some things. You know what they say, right? Can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Just don't come talking out your behind.
That's sexist. You're sexist.
Maybe I am. So far,
I was just kind of wild.
First time I've ever been called sexist, so I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't believe I am, but I guess there might be a little tiny part of me that doesn't agree with all the shit they're teaching us our kids these days. So,
oh, now you're bigoted.
That's right.
Just kidding.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think when they're going, I think out, they're just out of line. Is what I think. It's when they're doing that to the kids. Well, it's not on topic, so we don't need to go there. But yeah, it's just not good.
I was going to say that mid debate, I was watching. I kept thinking, man, it'd be nice to have someone like a Destiny that would spend time here. Although, as much of a weasel he is, but I don't know who's someone that you guys enjoy banter with in terms of the Globe Earthers. That it's kind of fun, it gets heated, but it's all right. I mean, I feel like there's only a certain amount of archetypes. Some of them are like teenagers that come in, just throw a tantrum, lay down on their back, and start spiraling out of control, crying. So it's not much of a spar there. But I don't know. Matthew maybe was that guy for a while, but then he kind of just spiraled out of control too.
Right. I just can't deal with the main people that, like the McToons and the whoever, the people that are always debating are just these zealot Globers.
Yeah, those are the crazies, bro.
They're just
Not
that's
even
so annoying to have to listen to that. So annoying.
I don't know, maybe Brandon's our guy right now. I don't know. Our champion Globe Earther.
Let's go, Brandon. That one?
No, Brandon W. I think he goes by Brandon W in the panel. I do tell him, though. I tell him, let's go, Brandon, when he's in here, though.
I know.
But no, an actual Globe Earther. I mean, hey, that belt, well, maybe we need to make an event, the Globe Earth belt champion. You know what I mean? We need to crown the champion, Globe Earth champion. So, we need to have some of them scrap it out. 2 title contenders. I don't know, dude. Last month, dude, the belt's up for grabs, dude. Is he on mute?
It should be more a fairy tale belt.
Yeah, there you go. The fairy tale belt. Yep, that's right.
Fairy tale belt.
I just want to send a quick invite to my server, ladies and gentlemen. I do have a server that is basically like an archive you guys can use to reference things from and to 24/7. It's pretty focused around this server. So you'll see a lot of channels there that you can use to reference memes, links, that kind of thing, to quickly grab them from there and post them here if you ever need to. That's kind of why I started the server. Back before I got gold, I was jealous of the meme bot that they had here, right? So gold would hit the meme bot real quick, generate these memes. And I was jealous, so I started saving some of them in my own little server. So it's grown over time, and I've got, like 50 people in there. So I'm gonna drop a link. You guys are welcome to join. Take a look around. Let me know what you think.
Right on. It's nice to know if you ever get in and where you might want some of that stuff to pull up real quickly. Well, I don't have.
I use it all the time, actually. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing too. Like, a lot of us probably have screen grabs in your phone. I mean, how many times do you feel like, oh, I know I have it, but let me scroll, and see if I can find it. So what I've done is basically like try to catalog those things. So if you go to the server, you'll see channels like circumnavigation. And you've probably seen the meme where you've got the magnet in the center, and you can show how you can go around a quote unquote flat Earth, Eratosthenes, eclipses, moon stuff, all that good stuff. And then there's I have like all the times I've captured somebody saying, "Yeah, my house moves. Yep, buildings move." So all those screenshots are in there. You can go grab those. Anytime someone says, "Yep, water forms into hills." Yep, water hill. So there's a category for water hills and all that good stuff. So feel free to go over there and grab. And honestly, folks, one of my rules, and I made this today, one of the rules is to be vigilant for content. We don't wait around for memes to be made. We make the memes. So it's up to you. When you find a commercial that comes up that's hinting at flat Earth or something, record it. That's on you. You have to save that. And then drop it in the server. Drop it somewhere where other people can find it and share it. It's not doing any good sitting in your camera log. What was it?
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Kind of an interesting time to interrupt. What's up, Alisma? You wanted to say something?
No. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Content isn't doing any good stored up on your camera roll, collecting dust. So go in there and drop it in my server. All right, that's basically what the point of my server is for, so you can quickly reference links and memes and stuff like that. So yeah, go check it out, folks. I even have a section in there called Friends, FE Friends. You'll see a channel for Ethergress. He's done a lot of work making memes and different sound clips, stickers, and whatnot. So I made him a channel so he can post all that good stuff there. So yeah, if you need a channel, I'll make you a channel. Let me know. It's some nice updates to the server today. So yeah, you guys are welcome to join if you'd like. Let me give you an example of Platter said Brandon Wig. Yeah. Yeah, he gets it. So, all right, let me show you an example of a commercial or something, a reason why you would want to save something from just mainstream media. Give me a sec. So here, let me play it. Do the bot.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Okay, so that's a commercial for some insurance company, and they're talking about like rocks and stuff falling from space. Perfect. So recorded it, saved it. Now we can make fun of it or laugh at it in the future. Let me get another example, and I'll show you even more a better reason why it's important to save these things. Let me play it first and I'll explain.
Yeah, thanks, by the way. I just went and joined, so completed your little steps to join your server. So I'm in, it says. Because I'm in, I made it.
Right on. Awesome. Glad to have you.
It was rather difficult. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off, a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Tell your manager you took it to the edge.
I don't know that he'll accept that.
The Edge is back with 4 new recipes.
Okay, all right. This is the Pizza Hut commercial. I was watching a UFC card, actually, and this was a commercial that came on. I had to rewind and record, bro, and I'm glad that I did because that commercial does not exist. You cannot find it. It's not on the internet. I can't find it anywhere. I've tried looking, and I can't find it. So the only copy that I have is saved in my camera roll. I'm going to play it one more time, and I'll explain it a little bit more.
It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off, a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Tell your manager you took it to the edge.
I don't know that he'll accept that.
The Edge is back with 4 new recipes.
Okay. Tell your manager you to the edge. What's that? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I remember that commercial. That actually was taken down completely.
Yeah, it was taken down completely. I wonder why, though. I'm not sure why. I have some suspicion, but
Speaking of recipes,
Bernie Mac speaking.
The ginger ale worked out really well. Like it's kind of like it's better tasting than regular ginger ale. I don't know how to describe it, but I can just compare it to the equivalent of eating fresh fish that's been cooked and that you're eating, as opposed to fish out of a can, which would be like ordinary ginger ale.
he was waiting to tell y'all about that. No, shout out to Orion.
Well, I have to agree with that, Ryan. Fresh fish is one hell of a lot better than canned fish or whatever, you know. Yeah, fresh fish is the only way to eat that stuff, in my opinion.
I like fish. Fish good.
Okay.
The funny thing is that
let me get back to explaining that clip. But you guys want to change the subject? That's fine. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I use a tea strainer to use it. You know, I realize you can take ginger, like you can't juice ginger like you can most fruits. Like you can't juice you can juice a lemon or an orange or something. Like you have to like mix it with water or smash it up in the water and then filter out the solid material from the water. Like it's the only way to do it. I didn't mean to derail what you're saying.
No worries, bro. I mean, it just happens. The point sometimes get lost really fast. So I just want to let you finish.
Go on, bro. You're saying.
It's a weird commercial. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Commercial.
I mean, did you guys catch? Were your ears perked up when you heard that, or was that just like, nah? Why did you even record that? Tell your manager you took it to the edge. What the fuck?
It'll be our secret.
Yeah. I mean, I heard that and I'm like, bruh, they were poking at. That's got to be some type of salty globe earther or something. I don't know who made that commercial. I don't know, dude. Why are they talking about an edge?
You think we live on a pizza?
Keep it a secret. Yeah, bro. I don't know, dude. That was some weird stuff. And why is the commercial removed? Why has it been pulled down? Interesting stuff.
I mean, to be fair, that commercial did come out like 3 years, right?
Huh?
I mean, that commercial did come out like 3 years ago plus, right?
Let me take a look.
I'm just saying, the point I'm trying to make with that is, personally, at least as far as the radio goes, I get annoyed when organizations don't cycle through the commercials, It's like 5, 6, 7 years down the road, and I'm hearing the same stupid commercial. I'm like, yeah, I know that. Change the fucking commercial.
But if you put something on the internet, people always say, like, once you put something on the internet, it's not going away. This went away. Yeah. Amongst many things. Here it is. I recorded this June 19th, 2021. So, yeah, I guess you're right. It's been a couple years. 2 years.
Still, though, everything's supposed to be archived, not removed, deleted.
Let me drop the visual for you guys in the chat. I'm glad I recorded it. I'm so glad I did. I mean, it's not that important, but it's just like, it's the point is you have to do it. Like, that's what I'm saying. You will come across clips. You will hear stuff. You'll see commercials, ads, you name it. It's up to you to record that stuff, save it, screen record it, like all that stuff. So if you don't, it'll go by, and like no one's gonna come up and pick up your slack. I mean, you're the one who noticed it in the first place. So yeah, I'm just trying to spur you guys into like creating and collecting more content. And if you need somewhere to save it, well, now you've got a place to go save it, where it won't get lost in the lobby here or something like that. So let me drop the visual. Whoever that is, you need a better mic, dude.
Me.
Yes.
hear me?
No, not really.
Wait, that's weird.
Right,
Hello, what now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Who's that speaking in the commercial? Is it Bernie Mac? It sounds like Bernie Mac.
Ooh, I don't know his name, but I dropped a visual in the chat. You guys might recognize his face. He is I think he's a comedian or an actor or something. Not
Bernie Mac. It sounds
no,
like
it's not Bernie. It's not Bernie. No, he dead. He wasn't alive.
He's dead. No, he died recently.
Yeah. If anyone knows who that is, yeah, he's in the chat.
Ooh.
But yeah, tell your manager you took it to the edge. And then the other commercial where we're like, things are dropping from space. It's okay. You're like, I've got.
Oh yeah, he's famous him.
Yeah. All right, what else do I have here?
Deadgum internet been doggy do weeks now.
Is that you?
On my internet.
Ew. Pizza Hut. Ew.
Everything is slow, lagging all over the place.
That's been happening for me too, not gonna lie. And it's a way. Oh, I've got another clip we can listen to. I'm telling you guys, it's everywhere. People are talking about this subject. It just is, there might not be as brash about it as we are. Just open about it. Some people have to say it in other ways or just more quiet about it. But you'll catch the hints. I promise you, they're everywhere. I've got so many recordings, but let me play another one. This is from a parody show, like a show that was redubbed by a studio of like 3 or 4 guys. And I think one of the guys in the studio, I think they've seen through some of like the lies of outer space and the globe, the way they poke fun at it. But let me play this.
Patching a hole. Speaking of which, what do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kind of small, innit?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy. So you best bring your A-game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the price, you monster?
Living.
Okay. He says, in this, we'll decide the fate of this boring blue ball of dirt and water. And it's like, when I heard that, I immediately thought, oh, well, that's what we do here. We decide the fate of this boring blue ball of dirt and water that these guys believe in. Just tell me.
I think you reached with that one, CB, to be honest.
Okay, fine.
They're just, it can be a fucking stupid ball and they can mock it still,
Yeah, that's true.
That one's not quite.
All right, we got haters in the panel, folks. We got haters in the panel.
Yeah, hating, man. I don't disagree with you, though. There's a lot of
you're right.
Subtle little commentary going on in a lot of places, man. I wanted to chime in and say, for every, flat earther that's actually out there talking about it, probably like 1,000 in the closet. Closet flat earthers, man. Massive demographic.
What about you?
Yeah, don't compare it to fucking gays, please.
Oh, calm down, Cal.
I gotta revive. All right, let me revive myself. Got one more. Same show.
There it is. The home of the brute who dared lay hands on my darling little angel.
Yes, Daddy.
What a pretty little blue pearl it is. What was it called? Earth?
Actually, it's pronounced Earth, Daddy.
Really? But there's an A in it. I'm just going to keep calling it Earth.
It doesn't really matter anyway. Soon it'll have a brand new name. Vacant Lot.
I love that clip so much. But he basically says at the end there, and this isn't a direct Flat Earth reference, but it's just too perfect not to point out. You're talking about turning a what is it? What a pretty little blue pearl it is. He's talking about the globe, right? They're pulling up on the globe from outer space. And what's it called? Eos? I think we should probably make funnier names for the globe Earth, like mock it in other ways like that. Like, oh, you live on globe Earth? Stuff like that. But anyway, at the very end, he goes, soon it'll have a brand new name. Vacant lot. And it's like, that's perfect. That's what we do here too. We turn this damn globe into a vacant lot. It's like, I love it.
I think you're overthinking that. I think they're just aliens and they're just gonna try to take over the world, take over Earth.
You need to adjust your tinfoil hat, Cal. I don't know if you're getting the right signals over there. No, but the hints, I'm just saying, the hints are totally everywhere. And I think the show, if you watch it more, this is Dragon Ball Z Abridged on YouTube. I have so many clips. I won't play them for you all, but I have a lot of them where they're mocking outer space heavy. So, oh come on, you know those last two were pretty good.
I prefer,
You're talking about Dragon Ball Z?
If you play Dragon Ball Z clips, I'm leaving.
The Abridged series, the Abridged series.
I just prefer the daily fucking space.com articles for mocking the globe.
Yeah, those are good. Those are great.
What was the one yesterday? Someone dropped yesterday. Uranus is farting gas bubbles or something. Yeah, Uranus is blowing gas bubbles 20,000 times the size of Earth. NASA are the biggest piss takers as far as laughing at space and the Earth and everything.
Yeah, like the pizza commercial was pretty good. That one you can tell there's a message, but some other ones are a little bit more vague. I don't know.
Of course. Yeah, the Dragon Ball Z ones aren't that open about it. I just particularly like them.
That's because you're a nerd.
If you just start seeing everything, right, and you start like commenting on everything you see and making it sound like something you want it to sound like, you just start sounding crazy, I think.
Exactly. Thank you.
Damn. Is that what I did?
Yes.
Oh, be quiet, Al. You're just trolling, dude.
You did.
Nah.
No,
I don't think that's what happened.
These globers that say, but the Earth is so big. That's why you can't see the curvature and this and that. And then at the same time, they want to believe that it's this football spinning rocket.
Wait, let me redeem myself again, bro.
In an ever-expanding universe, just turn the Earth into this little tiny speck of dust. At the same time, you're saying it's all this big, huge thing. It's just... Make up your mind, for hell's sakes.
Okay.
Yeah, so big we can't see curvature. Oh, but that fucking boat disappeared bottom up like 4 miles away.
And then they want to put it in this ever-expanding universe with billions and trillions of stars, massive this and massive this ever-expanding universe. It turned the Earth into a speck of dust. Not huge, not in that scenario. I mean, to make up their mind. Is it big or is it the speck of dust? What's really going on here?
It's both. Both.
Al, was your hot mic? Someone just joined. Rixa.
Right? Okay, I get it.
We got some haters in the panel. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, Godrock, can I just share the image of what you're talking about? The pale blue dot? That little speck. Yeah, that's the official image of it.
Image of what?
That's the speck that they say it's a pale blue dot, like a little speck. That little blue dot, that's supposed to be Earth.
Oh my gosh. Where are they viewing that from then?
Outer space.
Yeah. Okay.
That's actually the remastered version of it. Yeah.
What's it doing engulfed in a chemtrail?
They said it's from Voyager 1's pale blue dot.
Yeah.
At 3.7 billion miles away from the sun, or whatever. Okay. And the image inspired the title of the sign. Oh, Carl Sagan. That's right, because Carl Sagan wrote a freaking book called The Pale Blue Dot.
I have to admit it. When I was, going to school and college and whatnot, I thought Carl Sagan was this genius. I thought he really knew what he was talking about. And man, did I ever learn a good lesson over that one? Those people don't know a damn thing about what they're talking about. It's all just complete philosophical bullshit.
They're imagination wizards.
Yeah, completely.
But yeah, this picture was supposedly taken from beyond Neptune.
From beyond Neptune, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Oh,
hey, we can hear you. How's it going, man?
You were fine before, bro.
Oh, I thought you couldn't hear me.
I just put my headset on recently.
I didn't hear anything, but now I do.
Yeah? Say that again.
I said I didn't hear you a minute ago, so if you were talking before just now, I didn't hear you saying.
That was...
But we can hear you loud and clear now, so you got something to say. Let's hear it.
No, not really.
God Rockin', you got like one of them filters on your mic output or something. Like you're in a church or something, you're all echoey.
I know, I can't get my computer to recognize. The only mic it will recognize right now is my webcam mic. It does cause a little bit of distortion. I apologize for that. I don't know what to say. I got a studio mic on my desk. My computer won't recognize it. I don't know why. I got like
Even then, it doesn't seem like it should sound like that. I think you got a filter setting on there or something.
Yeah, it's been giving me trouble for quite some time now, so I don't know what to do. I need to get a new computer. It's old. It's like 10 years old. Built it.
I'm sure it's one checkbox. I'm sure it's just a checkbox. Causing all your trouble.
Yep.
Still hear you loud and clear. It's just echoey. You know them filters you can play around with the sound. You can put yourself in a cathedral or a big hallway, or you know what I mean. It's like you've got that on your audio.
I've had a few people try to help me sort it out, but we
you can pretend the earth is flat.
No need to pretend. It's what we live.
It's so sad that every time I'm with people that I know, like family members and friends, I have to pretend that I'm on a globe.
No, you don't.
3 and 10.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You can try to convince them. If you have so much evidence, it shouldn't be a problem convincing them, should it?
Yeah, they don't want to come in here with the same misconception as every glober, pretty much. You think it's about proving flat Earth?
It depends how
the
mentally.
The globe is the positive claim. You have the burden of proof. No evidence is provided for it. Therefore, it's moot.
Actually, the burden of proof is on you. The burden of proof is on you because you're the one saying that the
We experience the Earth is flat and motionless. It measures flat and motionless. These are the base axioms of everybody's experience.
You're gonna talk over me, no problem. There's no point.
You're not gonna listen anyway, bro.
Well, I can listen very well.
Well, then listen to what I'm saying.
He hears. Listen.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, these are the base axioms of everybody's lived experience. They experience the Earth as flat and motionless. Measures as flat and motionless. Then someone comes along and says, no, it's not flat and motionless, it's actually curved and spinning. And in many different motions. But you don't provide any evidence for that claim.
I don't agree. I don't disagree with any of you guys. It's just that it's not a debate when I'm with these people. You know, it's not like, and it does feel like the burden is on me to convince them. I don't know, obviously, right? And I just don't have that. I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience to try to convince people that have been brainwashed for 40 years plus of their life. You know, it's not easy. And you just come out, and they just exactly. I don't. That's why I said I fake being a Glober.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, how often does it really come up where you actually have to fake it?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not that often.
I mean, have you taken it far and like started trolling them? Like, guys, you see how we're all inside of a house right now? Did you know it's moving? Like, have you ever? I'm sure you haven't like really ramped it up, but
I've made jokes about the. I've actually made jokes about the.
I talk shit about NASA. That's what I do. I don't tell anybody I'm a flat earther. I just talk shit about NASA. If they start talking about space and all that stuff, I'll start talking about raining diamonds on Jupiter and, 70. I just like all the ridiculous shit. Did you know the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere? Shut up. No, it ain't. Fucking dumb. Then I just pull it up on my phone. And then I go, I think we can fly a plane to the moon now. If the moon's inside Earth's atmosphere. So I just troll them. It's their belief system. Like, defend it. Like,
yeah. That's the best part about this zany space news. Like you said, OB. You said, like, that's effective. It sure is. Because you present it back to them and they don't even believe it.
No, but
get out of here.
Globers think it's just flat earthers taking the piss out of the globe. No, it's flat earthers and NASA and the whole establishment behind the lie. It's just the idiot globers in the middle that fucking think they're on their side,
Right.
But they put it in their face all day long. Of course, they're never going to see it.
Mocking their intelligence that they have that don't use.
I know, not hard to do.
Pretty much everything that comes out of the establishment is an intelligence test. And the majority of people fail it.
Well said. Yeah, bro, he left a call. Alice left the call, but he said, why don't you try to convince them? They don't want to be convinced. Like, they're not even trying to convince themselves of their current worldview.
Like, what is it? What does it even mean? Convince them. Convince them how? Oh, believe us, not them. Like, is that how you convince them? When it comes to this, nobody can be convinced. We're not going to undo or outdo, 30, 40, 20, 10 years, whatever, however old they are. We're not going to just outdo their brainwashing.
That's because you don't have enough evidence. If you have enough evidence, you can dislodge viewer.
Fuck up, bro.
You've been given the evidence, Alice. You just reject it. So
hold on.
Be quiet.
People won't receive something.
Hold on. I want him to speak. What do you mean we don't have the evidence?
What
evidence have we presented? Well, let me ask you. What evidence have we presented you?
None.
Okay. So hold on. So I'm gonna post in the live stream. I'm gonna post evidence.
No, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Pussy. Pussy.
Yeah, I never said. Fuck
that dude. Fuck that dude.
That's what I'm saying.
When I said what I said, I never said that there isn't evidence. I said that these people are brainwashed and they don't care about the evidence, so it's pointless to bring it up.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that's
I think
what
OB
I
and
was
Indio
getting
said
at.
it perfectly.
We're not going to convince them. They have to do it themselves. If they're not motivated to do it themselves, then fuck them. Like who cares? Like, it's like you're giving them bad news. You're not like giving them good news. You have to remember that. It's like it's like telling them like, your girlfriend tried to fuck me the other night. Right? You're giving them bad news. You're like, nah, man. I'm like, dude, man, go look on her phone. And they can either go look, right? They can either go look, or they can live in their delusion.
It's worse than that. It's like then they go back and ask the girlfriend. She's like, no, and then he goes back to, but why would she lie?
Hey, let me tell you something. The appeal to authority is so fucking disgusting that they can lie to you. 2020, they can lie to you, make you do shit that you would never do otherwise without any facts. So yeah, that just goes to show.
Yep. But you have to think about why they actually do the appeal. Why they do the appeal to authority. That's just laziness, in my opinion. They want somebody else to do the heavy lifting of I've said it before, outsource their intellect to other people. I don't want to think. I'd rather just have somebody do the thinking for me and tell me what to think. It's just laziness.
I don't think it's necessarily laziness in you. I think most people are stunted around 14 years old.
Yeah.
It's an infantile reaction going to authority.
Well, there you go. I
Parental
was
figures.
a weird kid.
Dude, you just gave me an epiphany, man.
No, it's obvious.
Yeah, man. Like, maybe you should start with, now imagine that you're a curious 4 or 5 year old girl, boy or girl. Like, you have to bring them back, right, to when they were a child, when they actually just didn't take things on people say.
I've tried to speak on that before.
You got to like disarm them from their like defense mechanisms.
Stockholm syndrome.
It is, man. That's exactly what it is.
I felt it trying to get me when I was a child growing up. Like it was trying to get me, but it just didn't work, man. I fought it off.
Damn, the way you just said that though, disarm. That's exactly the way to do it. If there's a bomb ticking, you don't like you disarm the bomb. There's no other, there's nothing else to do.
But with that mentality, like it's fucking incredibly boring, man. Like, who wants to live in their parents' house all their life? You know what I mean? It's like, move out and fucking explore the big old world. There's a lot to find and discover, but they're not interested in any of that. They just want to ideologically live in their parents' house all their life.
I think the average person is open to it, but I don't think we deal with the average people.
I think it's just comfortable to do that.
Yeah, Ryan has good experience with that. He's always saying street encounters are much more constructive, but that's because people have to remain respectful, or you get punched in the face. If you acted like the trolls that come in here, you get laid out in 5 seconds.
I expect it. You better knock me out if I mess up. I expect it.
I mean, half these trolls that come in here are just total keyboard warriors regarding non-controversial topics as well. They go and just act the idiot with that stuff too. Then they come in here and it's like, their society approves that they take the piss out of flat earthers, so just doubles up their courage, quotes.
Well, I think the average person, at least in America, they're like borderline subsistence living. And they don't have time for this. And I don't blame them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think it's lazy.
I think they have time for it. I don't want to hear that.
People living paycheck to paycheck. Do you know how many people live paycheck to paycheck?
Yeah, true. But still, they have time at home to rest. Plenty of time in between that.
I would say that there's a lot of people.
Life is much easier than it was way back then.
I think I know how to balance it out.
I don't think it's because people are lazy. I think it's because there's just not enough incentive to do it. You know, there's not enough incentive to research this stuff.
Totally agree. Yep. That too. Yep.
So I would say I agree in a sense with Indio. In a sense, I do agree with him. But to be fair, the last person that I said that I know personally, a personal friend of mine, actually a friend from high school, in fact, but not like a close friend. I told her the Earth is flat last time I saw her, and that was her response to me. I'm too busy with this and that to even think about this or that. But just keep in mind, this friend of mine, you know, she does play a lot of video games, like a lot, like hours per day. So she's got the time.
Too busy, yeah.
She's got the time. Is my point.
I was going to say that, yeah, there is a huge demographic that are living paycheck to paycheck, and I agree, absolutely don't have time for any of this. And then there's the whole demographic that are chasing shit with their finances that they don't need to be, and making their life harder than it needs to be financially. So they could have the time for it, but they're struggling financially because they're wanting to live outside their means. Whole middle class, for example.
Yeah, and like I said, the social pressure is also pretty bad too, because you kind of do get exiled from the community. At least that's what I experienced 2020, and so it would be the same with this, because you know it's not what everyone is agreeing with, you know. So it's kind of like you're outside of it. You're outside of the village. You're not part of what everyone's thinking. And so you just become exiled.
Sounds about right.
Humans are social creatures, you know. We wanna be around other people. And, you know, some people don't have like a Discord where they can communicate with other equal-minded people, and so it's not easy.
Humans are self-interested creatures.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but humans can't survive without other humans. So we are, at the core, we are social creatures.
Can't reproduce without other humans. I don't know about can't survive.
I have lots of LOLs. We don't have other people. And what I mean by that is LOLs twice. That means lots of laughs and lots of love.
Certainly, but you're not going to die without love or laughing.
True.
We're talking about standard of life. Yeah, fine. It's always important to have people.
I'm never going to die. I'm going to live on forever, on all eternity. And I'm going to be resurrected and live forever, so I'm not worried about it.
He's claiming it. There we go.
We're all going to live forever.
The risk of reincarnation is you come back as a globetrot.
That's a nightmare.
Someone's got to fill the position, you know?
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that no more, trust me.
Just wait a while, you know? Well, yeah, I'll go back down there. Just give it 100 years or so. Everyone knows the truth. Cares about it.
Have all your switches of your mind turned on at once.
Fucking whining, dude. Of like the noobs that come in here.
Then the stress.
I mean, I'm not 100% into the whole reincarnation thing, but I have seen some weird stuff where kids say stuff and remember stuff that they shouldn't. So I don't know.
Just to say that they got cheated and they went back in the soup and they came back out someone else. There you go.
Maybe it's ESP. Maybe it's like a premonition. Maybe it's the third eye. Like, fuck, who knows, man? Maybe it's just made of bullshit.
Or here's the thing: how many people here remember most of the shit they did before 4 years old or 5 years old? Like most people don't remember.
I remember some of it, but I couldn't say I remember most of it. I'm sure it was pretty boring anyway.
So it's possible you reincarnate with your memory, but then because you're in the vessel of a child, and you end up losing all of that in the process.
It's a part of the memory. It's not part of the flesh, in my opinion, in my understanding, that you retain. So even though your flesh gets corrupted here in this world or memory loss, you could potentially even be healed from that.
Yeah, but there's still limitations. The flesh still has limitations. Like there's no way your flesh could use the full potential of your spirit.
So I was just thinking, one
Not
reason.
on your own.
One reason people might not care about this topic is they don't see that it's important because they've been brought up in the mechanistic, materialistic worldview. So, like, on a surface level, it doesn't matter flat or globe. If you don't, on the surface level, if you don't like, okay, what are the consequences? If you don't think about what are the consequences, one versus the other. There's like there's like a atheist thread, right, that runs through at least the Western society, where if you present someone, hey, the Earth is flat, they just they don't really, and like Orion was saying, I'm too busy for that, but she spends her time playing video games. Basically, she's making a choice. I only have this much time in a day. I'm going to spend it entertaining myself because the other stuff isn't important. And why would you think it's not important? Because you don't think there's any consequences. You don't think there could be any consequences from not dealing with it, right? So if I just avoid the topic and pretend it doesn't exist and just keep doing what I'm doing, there's no consequences. There's only consequences for like my little circle of my little bubble of reality, right? If I don't go outside my bubble of reality, then there's no like the things that I don't incorporate into my bubble, they don't exist and they don't matter. And this is like a way of looking at the world, right? You can just like put blinders on, and if you pretend you can't see what's eating you, you're not being eaten.
Well, think about this, Indigo. Think about this, right? I think the reason why they do this is to control the population, right? Like, let's say NASA tomorrow says, "Oh, there's a fucking meteor coming. We're all gonna fucking die," right? You know that we're gonna be like, what?
Well, I mean, I don't have too much hope for the West because
it might be worse than that, though. I don't even think they care about that. Okay, go ahead. Soundboards.
Well, what just happened the last 3 years?
I'm just saying they could make people do shit that they wouldn't normally do because they believe in something.
Yeah, we know it's to control people. It's a given. Everything that's done is to control one man or another. Trying to assess why people choose to be controlled.
I'm going to play something. You guys ever seen the movie The Never Ending Story?
Yeah, seen it.
Oh God, forever ago.
So check this out. I'm going to play something from it, which came from my feed for some weird reason.
Some can be too over controlled of their own selves.
This is going to blow your mind.
Kid.
Yeah, this is going to blow your mind, bro.
Don't make me have to rewatch that movie, damn it.
It's only the scene where he's like talking to that wolf creature thingy.
Okay, yeah, don't give me nothing long. I don't feel dedicated enough right now.
We do have a theater space here if we want to watch it together.
Ew. Not watching it now. Yay, man.
You. When you said you, just a lot of thoughts came to my mind. Like,
yeah, man. It's like
the smells, the odors of 20 guys.
With Cinema Channel and chill. No.
I don't mean it that way. I was meaning kind of like whenever somebody talks about a movie that has some sort of message in it, I usually want to see it. And so that's why I was like, shit.
Well, at least for
the whole movie.
It'd be shit,
That's a weird one.
You know what happens when the living room gets full?
This came up my feed. There's only like a few views of it. The section he cut out, he titled it, "This movie has so much more meaning now that I'm an adult, so I'm going to play it."
Oh, man.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, look at all the creepy cartoons that we grew up watching. You look at
He's playing, guys. Hold on a second.
I'm going to post a link in the live stream to the original thing.
If you come any closer, I will rip you to shreds.
Who are you?
I am the morgue. And you, whoever you are, can have the honor of being my last victim.
I will not die easily. I am a warrior.
Brave warrior. Then fight the nothing.
But I can't! I can't get beyond the boundaries of Fantasia. What's so funny about that?
Fantasia has no boundaries.
That's not true! You're lying!
Foolish boy. Don't you know anything about Fantasia? It's the world of human fantasy. Every part, every creature of it is a piece of the dreams and hopes of mankind. Therefore, it has no boundary.
But why is Fantasia dying then?
Because people have begun to lose their hopes and forget their dreams. So the nothing grows stronger.
What is the nothing?
It's the emptiness that's left. It is like a despair, destroying this world. And I have been trying to help it.
But why?
Because people who have no hopes are easy to control. And whoever has the control has the power.
Who are you really?
That's pretty creepy, huh?
Yeah, that's what they're doing now. Separating us from God.
That's absolutely true, though. Hopeless people look for hope.
Well, I was thinking, like, even how do you actually destroy someone's hopeless people? How do you make people hopeless? Is that you give them false hope, and then when they keep failing over and over and over again, right? So I'm going to space. I'm going to space. We're doing a space trip. We're going to space. We're going to Mars. We're going to the moon. Oh, no, we're not. We got to fix the zipper on the spacesuit. Like, no, you're not going to space, dude. People need to accept that.
They keep breaking them down more and more and more.
Yeah,
while
the false hope, the American dream, and all
leading them into like a delusional version of fantasy where it's not even tethered to the realms of reality. It's nothing.
Exactly, man. They're dreaming, right? They're dreaming like an actual impossible dream.
It's the nothing.
Instead of dreaming with reality.
You can't destroy hope. You can only co-opt it.
Something that's interesting about that. Not to get too much into the scripture, but formless and void is tohu and bohu, and it talks about unreality. It's like the true form of nothingness. And I'm like, oh shit. Like that, I don't know, when he was talking, it reminded me of that. I'm like, damn, like the void. The actual true form of the void.
It definitely reminded me of crap that I went through.
Oh my God, good thing Bonk Saw is in here because we'd be in the void talking about the void.
Oh, I'm all about the void too. I'm all about the void talk. I got
Don't
that void.
stare into the void too long, man. You'll become like it.
No, like me and
got a floor
Bonk.
too.
So there's like
floor.
Every religion has like a story about the void and how to cross it. Right. So it's funny, man. Me and Bong used to talk about this all the time. I forget some of it. But like in Norse mythology, it's Midgard, right? To get from Midgard, you have to cross the void to get to Asgard, and you have to take the Rainbow Bridge. Right? Now think about this. This shit will blow your mind. Will blow my mind. So we're on Earth. Earth is supposed to be Midgard, and Asgard is the heavens, right? So how do astronomers say that they know what stars are? Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy is reading the wavelengths of light, the rainbow of visible light. So you can cross the heavens by the rainbow, by looking at the rainbow. Like using spectroscopy, according to them, you can tell using red shift and blue shift, right? A shift of the spectrum, the rainbow spectrum. You can tell how old it is, how far away it is, how big it is, how fast it's going. You can basically mentally cross the void of space to this star and know everything about it, its age, its composition, where it is, how fast it is, everything. So that's just like a weird so-called coincidence of like, you know, Norse mythology and modern astronomy.
Strange.
Yeah, and it's depicted in the Thor movies as well, you know, like that rainbow portal bridge or whatever.
Yeah, to
go to the different realms.
And I guess we also came up with some other ones. There's an analogous one in Egyptian mythology of like crossing the void, and like you have to do it on some like beam of light or a bridge made of light, and that the void is like nothingness, like a monster at the end or at the bottom. Yeah, if Bong was here, he'd remind me, man. We were deep into that shit, dude. The occult basis of the modern cosmology. It's right under the surface. The only difference is people don't see it because they go, "Oh, this is objective science." People don't go, "Whoa, this has it." They don't think to connect the dots between like what they know about the occult and, you know, what the similarities. They just go, "This is science," and they put a box around it and say, "No, there's no occult over here. This is the science box."
I mean, I always think about climate change and how they've been telling us for years now how, and every few years they'll like rehash it and remind people, and then people forget, and then they scare people again, and then they forget, and they've been doing that for years now, 20, 30 years, 40 years, whatever it is.
I can't remember. I watched some old ass scientist that. Oh man, I can't remember what it was. What he said was, the people that are arguing for climate change now, they were arguing for global cooling. The same people, like 30 years ago. Because this guy's old, right? So he's like an old scientist. So he I think he started like in the 50s, like where he got his like PhD, right? So he's seen it, right, from the 50s to now. And the people that are arguing for global warming, like I said, in the 70s it was global cooling, the second ice age. That's what they were telling us when I was a kid, that there was going to be a second ice age and the whole world was going to freeze over.
Yeah, I got to live a bit of that as well. It was Ice Age coming.
Yep. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Just be afraid. That's like, why don't they just say that? We don't know what's going to happen. Just be scared.
Just get to the point.
We're the government. We'll fix it. Just give us some money.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse because now you have phones and people are not. The phone is kind of like your short-term memory now, or I don't know how you would call it, but it's kind of replacing
Prosthetic brain.
Yeah, it's like a prosthetic brain. Yeah, and so what's going to happen is they can just start putting stuff up there, right? And then they'll just take it off the internet, and then you forget because. And then they can do it again in 5 years, and they can just keep scaring people like that, like just controlling you over and over with the same bullshit.
Well, I mean, wait, it isn't that long to where like someone's going to start, like they're already doing it. They've come here with ChatGPT. But at some point, the authorities are going to go, the AI is perfect and it's never wrong. And then like you'll be arguing with people like the AI is wrong, and they're like, no way, man. President blah 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 said this. The scientist said this is a perfect AI. It is never wrong.
People already treat Google as the ultimate AI anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it is. It is a machine learning algorithm. I mean, it's just not as good at conversation.
It's not labeled that way. It's not defined that way. But people's kind of interpretation of what it is like it's deified.
It's like a digital oracle.
That's what the CIA calls it, and the NSA. When Snowden papers came out, they called Google the Oracle in their papers. They would say like they needed some information. They would tell each other like in their emails, consult the Oracle, and that meant like Google it. So they know what's going on. I mean, come on.
Google it, bro. They just wouldn't have to put that down on paper, So they came up with Oracle.
I mean, Oracle should sue for copyright infringement, right?
Yeah.
Trademark infringement or whatever. I mean, you'd have to be pretty naive, even if you're like the most, patriotic, gung-ho, I don't know, nanny stater, to think that people in the higher echelons of government, in like law enforcement, don't think of the average person as just like a dumb cow. Like, they do. Like, there's no doubt that they just think, these are just, the people are dumb cows, and I'm up here in the government, and we're going to tell them what the right thing to do is.
Yeah, to them, it's just a mass of bodies.
Yeah, it's their responsibility to take care of
humanized about it for them when they look at us.
Well,
I like it how you point out
they have no skin in the game. I mean, that's the hold on, Ryan. I didn't hear what you said, but they have no skin in the game. That's the problem. There's no consequences if they fuck up. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Ryan.
It's like how you're pointing out that it's the higher echelon that would have that kind of mindset, while like the news and like mainstream media tries to pit like the average American at the average low-ranking cop, being like, it's just another divide and conquer strategy,
Well, you know what they say, shit rolls downhill, right? So you get if you consider it like a little hierarchy ladder, everybody tries to piss on people on the rungs of the ladder lower than them. And the higher up the ladder is, the more people get pissed on from your mistakes or your ideas. Dude, like, just think about how many times in your life you were like, that government official, I had this problem, and they really helped me. They really got some good people working in government, and they figured out all my problems.
Another joke.
It should listen. It should happen every once in a while, just by sheer chance, right? If it's just like a random thing, right, where the government can't be perfect. Okay, then just by sheer chance, you should have compliments, right? People complimenting. Yes, the city clerk really helped me out with my problem of my deed on my house. No, that never happens.
Yeah, and the problem is that the chief, the police chief, never really gets blamed for what his officers do, right? It's always the officers that take the blame for what they were told to do. I mean, that's how it is in the hierarchy.
When it comes to police, nobody takes the blame because they have that limited limited immunity.
Limited liability.
I think there was one brief point in time in American history, though, when what you said a second ago, Indio, would have been true, which was shortly after the founding of the country itself. Because after all, like, before the founding of the country, the colonists at the time, like, what was their main problem? They had this problem, they had that problem, they had lots of problems, but what was their main problem? Their main problem was there were colonies and the English Empire and all that, and so, like, just the very founding of the country itself, that solves that problem. Okay, now we're no longer subjects of the English Empire. So at least for that brief period of time, you could say, oh yeah, government's doing great. Government solved my problem.
Yeah, you just every once in a while a cop or someone will do something, good, save a burning baby from a fire or something. But you know what? That probably would have happened anyway, and they just happen to be a cop. You know what I mean? Like, regular people do things. One that always comes to my mind. There was a plane crash in Washington when I was a kid. I don't know if anybody. A plane crashed into the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., and it was frozen. It was a frozen freaking river. And a news crew helicopter was trying to get people out of the water because it just happened, right? There wasn't time for, like, the police to even get there or firefighters or anything. And this lady looked like she was succumbing to the cold of the water, right? She's in frozen water. The plane, like, had crashed through the ice of the Potomac and was, like, underwater. And she's just, like, trying to, like, grab the skid of the helicopter. Some random dude just jumps off the bridge into the water to help her and save her, dude. Just like a random dude. So, yeah, like, you don't need, which is fucking, dude, like, what he did was, like, highly dangerous for dude.
Yeah, police, in fact, would not do that.
Probably not. I mean, it happens all the time at, like, Hampton Beach. Not all the time, but it happens every, like, 2 or 3 years. What'll happen is, dude, they have a lot of rip currents up there. So someone will get swept out in the rip current, and then someone will go out to save them. And then they'll get killed.
Yeah.
Right? But they saved the person that they, tried to save. So this is another public service announcement. If you're ever sucked out into the ocean in a rip current, don't try to swim back to shore. Swim sideways. You swim parallel to the shore until you're out of the current, and then you swim back in.
Yeah, conserve your energy, because you're going to be far out.
Yeah, a rip current is like a river that runs off the shore out to the ocean. You don't swim upstream on a river, right? You swim out of the river and then you swim back to the shore, if you're still alive, which might not be likely. Yeah.
While you're out there, see if you can see any curve. Probably won't find it.
No, I doubt it.
Yeah, there's a really good video which shows they're in a fair, and this ride, I guess it wasn't held down right on the floor, and so when it started up, it was swaying and it was gonna flip, and all the men, like, I don't know what happened, but all the men just jumped on it to try to hold it down, and like all the men just piled on to save them. And I thought that was really, really, really awesome.
What kind of ride was it?
It's that roller coaster ride that I think it's either a boat or something that swings side to side.
The big swinging boat one, yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those, and I saw it like a year ago, a few years ago, and everyone was running, right? All the women were running, because that thing was gonna flip. Like they didn't hold it down right, and so then some men, like maybe like a bunch of men, just started jumping on it and like holding it down with their weight until they finally were able to shut it down. Like, it was crazy.
You do what you got to do.
Yeah, but they didn't have to do that. Like, they could have died if that thing would have flipped on them. Like, they could have been crushed, you know. But they didn't. Like, they didn't. At that moment, I don't know what happened, but they all like risked their lives to save some random people that they don't even know.
Well, that's what makes it heroic. The risk to life. You're wrong. Be good if you could find a video of that.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I think you can find it. When I get home, I'll look it up. But it's the reason why I used to look at it is because this is only a man thing. Like, this is only a male thing, where it's like, I don't know if it's biological or it's like ingrained in our fucking soul to be like protectors, but like we're just like, I don't know, because
well, who else is going to do it, right?
Exactly, I guess. Yeah.
It's like a tag me in situation with women. But if the men go down, then the women will go in.
Well, yeah, look at the Titanic. The Titanic is pretty fucking crazy when you look at the stats on who survived. Like almost like 70-80% of all the women survived. And I think only like 30% of the men survived. Like, it was nuts.
Expendable.
Not in 2023.
Yeah, right. Equality.
Have you seen that video? There's actually a video about that. It's pretty hilarious.
Well, just everybody identifying as a woman or a child.
No. 2023, the women go first, man, and the men get to hang out. Right? Or the men get to leave the ship, and the women have to stay on the ship. Yeah, it's hold on, I'll find it, dude. It's pretty hilarious.
You know what I've been seeing a lot? I've been seeing a lot of like on the streets and like on subways recently, like men like hitting women, and like all the other men just don't do anything. Like, they just watch, and it's like no one's like defending him. Like, it's crazy.
I think it's worth pointing out. Are you even legally allowed to carry a concealed handgun on this public transit that you're talking of? Because I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to at the one I'm around where I live.
I mean, there's a bunch of guys there, and it's only one guy. So, I mean, you don't need a gun. They didn't have any.
Keep in mind, recent statistics have just come out. It's no longer 92%. I think it's up to 94% now. 94% of all the mass shootings that happen on a yearly basis here in the United States, they happen in gun-free zones. That means that nut jobs that try to pick up guns and go massacre people just because that's what they want to do, they actually seek out the sheep that are defenseless, the actual designated gun-free zones. Like, they actually seek them out. Like, if you want to stay safe, stay away from a gun-free zone.
Yeah, it would be like why don't they go to military bases, right, to like shoot that place up? Because they know they'd be dead in like 15 seconds.
Yep.
Good
effort.
effort.
Just going to look for weak prey in order to prey upon it.
So, hey, hold on, I'm going to play something real quick. I don't know if it's going to play because it's just short. Yeah, I didn't play. Fuck, dude. Anyway, moving on.
Cowards. They won't go to a dangerous place to try and do anything. They're going to have to attack the weak because they're cowards. And like a sign could ever stop anybody from doing something evil. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. They're like, oh, I was going to commit murder, but that sign stopped me. Can't bring my gun. Going back home. Gonna eat some chicken pot pie now.
Okay, so what about the low IQ person who does something stupid and they can't even read? So what about that? Like, does the sign still stop them?
No.
It's just the whole idea is ridiculous. They're going to commit a crime.
I know.
Like, they're like, it's like, oh, he entered through the freaking window because there was a "Don't walk on the lawn" sign. So he climbed in through the side window to kill him because he didn't want to step on the grass. He was worried about getting a fine.
That's a funny short, India. This is the end. I love 2022.
Talking about the whole gun thing. London bans guns like a long time ago, right? And then people start stabbing other people with knives, and so they ban knives, and now they're using screwdrivers. It's like, what?
Jeez.
Dude, you can't stop violence. It's not possible.
What are you going to do next? Ban rocks? You're not allowed to own a brick.
At least with guns, all the cycles get, weeded out quicker.
So, the biggest, a lot of people don't know this, the biggest, what would you call it? Mass school killing was done in the 1920s. So some it might be a false flag or whatever. They said it was an Italian anarchist that did this, but he rigged the boiler because that's how they heated shit back then. So he rigged the boiler to explode and sealed all the doors shut so that nobody could escape and blew up a school in Chicago. Right, killed something I don't know, some ginormous number. I don't know if it was in the hundreds, but it's more than 20. I know that. So he didn't need a gun, he didn't need a knife, he didn't need a sword, he didn't need anything. Right? There's ways to do these things. Look at the other guy, the guy in Minnesota or whatever that ran over a bunch of people with an SUV. If you want to, do harm to a bunch of people, the only thing it takes is imagination. It can't be stopped. Then there's other ways. There's poisoning. I mean, poisoning, you could freaking hurt a lot more people than anybody even imagined.
Yeah, you're going to ban apples? The apple seeds have cyanide in it. If somebody's patient enough, they can collect that. So you're going to ban apples?
So there was a guy, I remember, it was maybe 20 years ago. He was going to salad bars with he had a spray bottle that had basically salmonella in it. Basically, Oh,
jeez.
And was spraying buffets and spraying salad bars with it, and people were getting sick and they couldn't figure it out. Eventually he got caught, but it took them a while of people, basically getting food poisoning and all. I'm not sure if someone died, but might have been someone died. I'm not sure.
That's pretty screwed up right there.
Well, have you seen these videos of people going in like things in the stores and taking like a lick of it or a bite of it or?
There's also stuff where folks who were putting needles in the gas pumps. And razor blades and other shit. Yeah, dude, people are just messed up, man. This is why I don't go into that dumpster of darkness and try, because I already know that there's vileness in there. It's just evil. It black pills me too hard.
Something is creating it though. It's not like starting all on its own.
I've done that.
You know, I only talk about it because, like, if you don't see the problem, then you can't solve it, right?
Yeah,
there has to be a solution to this problem, but you have to identify what's causing it. And you know, I don't know.
It's environmental.
Is it environmental? Is it sociological? Is it some combination of both? Is it like is it lack of sociological constraints? There's a possibility.
We're talking about like people doing localized terrorist attacks. What are you talking about?
Just the heinous behavior of human beings.
Random,
in the West, man.
Random acts of violence for seemingly no reason.
There's degeneracy. So there's videos all over YouTube, TikTok, wherever, dude, of people just like, oh, I'm going to open a freezer, open an ice cream in a freezer and lick it and put it back. Or people fucking with people's food in a restaurant, or like, you know, just like for no reason. There's no reason for it.
Or the foot lettuce thing that was going viral a couple of years ago. Or the Taco Bell thing where he's stomping in a damn lettuce and then making burgers with it or something, or tacos, I don't know.
Oh.
There's a bunch of nasty stuff that the pictures ended up getting posted online that went viral. People got fired, but still, you don't know.
Fast food chains completely, man.
Yeah,
you got the dumbest of dumb fucking people working there, and all they're inclined to do in their life is get hits on TikTok and shit by doing stupid shit.
I met a lot of intelligent people too that were kind of like getting their start up working at fast food, but then it seems to also draw in a bunch of people who just have.
Well, in them exceptions, I'm sure they're not the ones.
What's wrong with the fast foods?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the fast foods? What are you guys talking about?
Just either describing the food lettuce thing.
I know how you can poison I just thought of how you can poison the most amount of people, man. Open a fast food restaurant.
I was going to say earlier, Indio, I think the upper echelon beat you to this, man.
Yeah, I know. God damn, I'm late to the party big time.
Next topic.
They realized poison was the best way to destroy masses.
Like that thing that the government or mainstream media, whatever, has been talking about, like that concept of a dirty bomb, like taking nuclear material that's like radioactive, but and then putting it like an air vent in like a big place and then letting people inhale it, like giving people radiation poisoning mass. Like, is that even possible, or is that just like part of the radiation scare folklore?
Like, if you really wanted to kill a lot of people in school, you could just poison cafeteria food.
You still have to deal with the bodies.
Okay, hold on, chill with that. Don't be so specific, dude.
No, sorry about that shit.
We're being live streamed. Don't be so specific.
I'm just fucking around.
You're gonna be on a watch. Yeah, you're gonna be on a watch list.
I have no intent to do any of what I just said.
That's the next topic right there.
Well, most
crazy.
people poison themselves if you just give them a really sugary thing that looks nice, has a pretty box that it's in, and they'll just eat it until they die.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I hope that the concept of a dirty bomb, I hope that is fictional. I hope that they just made that up and it's not something someone can actually do. I hope it's fictional. I think it is, but I don't know that.
What exactly are you talking about?
I don't think it's militarily, like, it's the same as like a bioweapon, right?
Oh,
you're gonna like kill a small area, but it isn't gonna be like a mass event. That type of deal.
There is a radiation to a battlefield.
Well,
explosions and everything. Radiation does.
Well, the thing about heavy metals,
like movies.
Dirty bombs would be heavy metals, and they're not going to go far.
Yeah.
Because they're heavy metals, they're going to fall out of the air.
Let's think of a hypothetical, like, super dirty bomb, though, and relation to, remember when they were talking about Sahara Desert sand going all the way across the ocean? And the reach is pretty great.
Like that.
Yeah, but the Sahara Desert's also pretty big.
It's really big.
I mean,
yeah, it would require a huge impact area too.
I think I'm lagging a bit.
They pretty much just have to irradiate a desert.
No, a dirty bomb would cause long-term health effects. It wouldn't be like acute damage.
Yeah, it'd be a slow thing.
Yeah.
The whole world is one big dirty bomb at the moment.
What, Dave?
It's kind of what's going on, you know?
I got to talk to change. Y'all want to quit talking about mass murder for a second?
We're talking about how degenerate the world has become and how was it caused and how can be fixed.
Yeah, and also chemical warfare. You know, that's a fun topic.
I must not be working. I'll be right back.
No, you're good. Figures.
We can hear you, man. It's people.
We
just
can hear
talking
you.
Over you. You're good.
We heard you. Your mic was perfect right before you left.
Oh. Anyway, I don't know if anybody's aware, but there's a well-respected globe denier, Beyond Imaginary Curve, Dale. He's saying he's practically demonstrating how he pretty much thinks the Earth's moving up in the reference frame. So has anybody seen that? And I want to hear anybody's reaction to it.
I
mean,
he had a video today. I watched part of it.
Yeah.
I don't think I care enough, quite honestly, to watch it.
It's not a new thing with Dell.
I don't want to speak for him, but he's basically stuck on that. He doesn't accept electromagnetism or anything like that. This acceleration, all this stuff, like Whitsitt and people talk about, you know. And he just thinks it's motion. So he's rationalized with the equivalence principle, you know, since I don't want to speak for him. If you want to watch it, watch it. At least I changed the topic. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Yeah, but you ever been in an elevator? I mean, you would feel it.
Look, it would be dishonest for any flat earther or any globe earther or any earther period to say that they have the answer to so-called gravity because they don't. Nobody does. So, like, if anybody gets on anybody else, like, oh, like the fucking upward accelerating disk, all that shit, like, it doesn't.
Well,
listen, I don't think it's that. But that's my opinion. I don't think I have the correct answer. I don't think anybody has the correct answer. I'm not following anybody off the cliff or the edge or frickin' or anything. I want actual experimental proof, not conjecture or inference or ideas, right?
Well, that's the problem, though. He thinks he has practical demonstration. I don't want to speak for him. You just need to watch the video. He's dropping the bottle. It's half air, half water. And he's saying that.
Yeah, I saw them. That's the part I saw, right?
He's saying that proves there's no acceleration toward the Earth for some reason. He's stuck on this motion thing. Anyway, I'm not
into like absolute reference frame and a bunch of shit, kind of like the stuff Whitsitt was talking about last night. So, okay. So this is part of it, right? So this is part of this, like, absolute. Newton believed in an absolute reference frame, absolute space. If you take a bucket of water, right, and you just sit it there, it's flat on top. But if you spin the bucket of water, it'll make a parabola. Why does the surface go down? Right? Why does that surface go towards the bottom? Right, so Newton came up with his ideas of, you know, absolute space and yada, yada, yada.
Talk about like it creates like a vortex.
Yeah. I take a bucket of water and, like, that's held with a string, right? A pail of water held by a string, and then you spin the bucket, right? That bucket will, you know, the water will form like a parabola. It'll dip down, right, in the center, and the water will rise up the sides. But that should only happen in an absolute reference frame. If an absolute reference frame exists.
Well, the thing I can't get past, and it may be kind of stupid, but if you think about a branch on a tree and a leaf on that branch, right? That leaf is still in the reference frame, correct? So if the Earth was moving up, wouldn't that motion be displayed on that leaf?
What about the gases all around us? It would probably be displayed there too, right? Maybe.
Well, that's the wind. The gas is moving around is the wind, right?
Hey, I have an interesting question.
Moving up relative to what, though? But that's the problem. That's the problem with the bucket, right? So if I have this bucket, right, and I spin it and water goes up the sides, and I take away everything in the universe, and all I have is so-called space, why is the sides going up? It's not spinning relative to anything else. Right? It's just a bucket in space. And I put a spin on it. And it would go up the sides. Why? It's not spinning relative to anything else. So it's the same thing with this upward accelerating disk. It can't be up. If you take away everything else, right, in the universe, right, how is it going up relative to what? Right? There has to be something else. Like I said, there's no easy solution to this shit. And I mean, he might think he has the answer, but he's only convincing himself. He ain't, I'm not saying I'm the one you have to convince, but it is what it is.
Another simple thing, like I think Hill just said, you feel when you're going up in an elevator. We would feel something if we're actually moving up. Anyway, I'll shut up.
No, it makes sense. The thing is, it's all talk until you come up with an experiment that actually can prove it, and that the only way you can prove the Earth is moving is within some other outside reference frame. You can't prove the Earth is moving up from within the Earth's reference frame. You'd have to be outside of it. Now, I think Della's saying, well, I'm dropping this bottle, and while it's falling, the bubble is just like in the exact same place relative to the bottle. So the Earth must be moving up into the bottle, right? The bottle's not falling, the bottle's actually stationary. So the Earth must be moving up into the bottle. Right. Yeah, I understand that, but that's part of the mystery.
He doesn't accept the electrostatic thing. I mean, he thinks.
Well, neither do I. So,
but he's saying there's zero experimental validation for it, but there is some experimentation that can be interpreted in certain ways, and that's where it gets tricky, right? So, practically demonstrating stuff is important. I understand that.
I mean, yeah.
Interpretation is subjective.
But that interpretation of the phenomenon is like Brandon was just saying. Brandon, I agree with you for once. That interpretation of the observation is subjective. The only thing objective about it is the bottle. You let go of the bottle, and the bubble and the bottle fall in unison relative to each other. And that's the only objective thing you can say. And the bubble, right? So like this is what you're doing. You're comparing, right? If I have a bottle and I put a bubble in it in the water and I stick it on a stool, the bubble and the water just stay, relatively the same, right? They don't displace. Well, if I drop it, it does the same thing as if it's not in motion, right? So when I know the thing's not in motion relative to the Earth, and I drop it and I don't have a stool there holding up my bottle, I get the same observation. So the only thing difference is at one point there was a stool in between it and the Earth. So the stool's gone and it can't block the Earth from coming up to smack it. So I understand what he's saying. I just don't think that is enough. It's not for me. It might be enough for other people. It's just not enough for me.
It's tough to make a definitive claim like that. I have to disagree with him. He can't be claiming that he's disproving this whole density and buoyancy thing is what he's basically saying. I don't know. At least it was a change of topic.
The one problem with the density buoyancy thing is the lateral shit, right? So if I have low pressure and high pressure laterally against each other, right? side by side. Why don't things go that way? Right? So if I have a low pressure and high pressure, discounting airflow, of course, because if I have high pressure and low pressure next to each other, there's going to be flow, right? It's a gas or even a liquid. There'll be a flow from one side from the high pressure to the low pressure, and whatever's inside it is going to get entrained inside it and pushed into the low pressure. So that would be like almost the exact opposite. Shit, dude. See, this shit's complicated, man.
I'm sticking the default position for me personally. It's stationary until somebody proves it's not.
That's my position. Things fall. Nobody knows why. No one can figure out the causal mechanism, and that's that. And I think personally, it has something to do with entropy. I think entropy drives everything. Which the basic idea of that is everything reaches its lowest energy state. Everything wants, nature wants to be in a state of equilibrium.
Yeah, but what's giving them that energy? Why do they even possess? What energy is it that they're losing?
Well, the question is how are we maintaining and how are we resisting things going to the state of equilibrium?
Yeah, how are we resisting ourselves from flying up in the air?
Oh, I mean, what do you mean? Well, I mean, that wouldn't be the lowest energy state. Flying up in the air is not the lowest energy state. That's a higher energy state. It takes energy to go up in the air, right?
Okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Would it be magnetism and also combined with electric, or like everything electrical in our body too?
Yeah, but what's magnetic? You know what I mean? Are you magnetic? Are you electric? Are you is there a charge between you? There is a charge between you and the Earth to a degree, but I don't think it's enough to move you around, and it doesn't exactly fall off.
Essence that's beyond your electrical system and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, the point is, I think the point of all this should be that Dell's trying to come up with an explanation, and good on him, right? I just don't think I don't like his attitude about it. I think he's a little pushy with it, but that's his personality, and I'm not offended by it. He's a grown man. He can do what the fuck he wants, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, whatever's going on here, there's a metaphysical aspect that we'll never know, that is just beyond our comprehension. But I've just accepted that personally. What the sun and the moon work, this whole dynamic system, whatever the hell's happening up there, way beyond me.
I'm sure in 100 years, if we last that long, all our ideas will be thought of as stupid.
Do you think there's people right now among us that know the truth? That know how the world works?
Easily.
There's definitely people that think they do.
Oh.
Or very close. They're close, but it's still. Their intent is probably very...
Haven't you talked to Pea Drinker, dude? He's got it all figured out.
There's people that have a lot more knowledge than us average flat earthers, but as far as somebody 100% got it all, I doubt it. That's just me, though.
I mean, you're going to tell me that somebody who has all the power, wealth in the world, has connections, has, he's not going to have more information on this than us?
There's a difference between...
Why would he care? The question is, why would he care?
If he even did, he would be the only one, and he would still be outnumbered, even with his wealth and power.
Look, people that accumulate wealth and power and things like that, they are more concerned with human beings. Right? They're not concerned with the laws of physics or nature or any of those things. They're it takes a certain amount of focus on human behavior and social hierarchies and how to manipulate that shit. You don't care about the other stuff. I mean, look what the people do, man.
Yeah, why would the rich guy care about that when he can just pay somebody else to think about that kind of thing?
Yeah, but when you have all that wealth and power, like you start doing things that you have more time to do stuff, and sometimes you go.
Well, they do occult shit.
They do crazy shit, and I bet.
Yeah, but they do occult shit, and they have millions of dollars. Then you get confirmation bias, and I just blew $500 million on my astrology chart. I want to believe it, so then I'm gonna basically have confirmation bias. When people read their horoscope, that shit's like confirmation bias, right? The traits they want to think are theirs, they pick out and apply to themselves, and the traits they don't want to, they don't think are theirs, they leave it out. So, because the traits are subjective, right? So, look, you can pay all the money you want, you're not going to overcome, the human psyche. But if I was a billionaire, what would you do? You just do a bunch of degenerate behavior.
Pedophilia.
No, that's
no.
Yeah,
Not true
okay.
for us. Not true for everybody.
Eventually, that leads you there because you'd run out of shit to do.
You'd be bored.
Okay, yeah. So think about this. Okay, so you're gonna take a yacht, or a jet, or do whatever. I want a private tour of the pyramids by the fucking head of Egyptology. Drop $500 million. Boom, they'll do it. Right? It's everything is open to you.
So you're saying that when you have unlimited access to everything in the world, eventually it leads to
you're gonna get bored, right? You're gonna run how do you keep?
I don't believe that.
How do you keep interested in reality, man?
I think it's. I don't believe that either. I think it's a mindset.
It's like a drug. They get used to it. They gotta take a bigger and bigger dose. So I get that fixed.
If I'm content now, I could be content then too. It doesn't change.
Yeah, but that's why you're not a billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. Bear in mind, billionaires are an elite sample, right? They're not a random. Yeah, billionaires aren't a random distribution. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. I hear you.
No, you know what? Let me retract that. You're right.
Wonderful.
I thought about it. You're right. Because it takes a certain mindset.
Can y'all hear crypto?
No, no. So billionaires aren't a random distribution of people. So you've always got to bear in mind when you're grouping a group of people, you're looking at an elite sample. And so they're all going to have traits that led to them becoming billionaires, right? So they're not going to be none of them are going to be lazy, for instance. None of them are going to be that laid back. They're all going to be pretty driven. They're going to be, most of them will be quite intelligent. That they'll have a certain set of, let's just say, an archetype.
Yeah, and I don't think people that accumulate that much wealth, I think they accumulate it for a reason. I don't think they're just why didn't they stop at 100 million and take time off? Why didn't they stop at $500 million? Why do they need 500 billion? They're driven to do something, right?
Where did they get this wealth all from?
I mean, there are subsidies, like Elon Musk didn't make all his money just selling cars, rockets. He took some money out of the taxpayers of the, pool of the American taxpayer.
Well, I never claim that people that are billionaires. In fact, I claim the exact opposite. No billionaire became a billionaire by playing by the rules. They ripped people off. That's how they became billionaires. But they don't have that. They're not feeling guilty because they ripped, people off.
No remorse.
Even Trump said it.
No conscience.
He even said it.
I think they're self-aware.
Trump admitted.
They just don't care.
In one of his debates, he admitted that.
I agree.
That he took advantage of the system.
Why not?
You're talking about the tax system. Make sure to keep that in context.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you're talking about the tax of all things.
They do play by the rules. They just don't play fair. It's like that being technically right in order to get your way kind of thing. That's what they do with the system in order to play it.
Well, I mean, to play in that pool, you're dealing with sharks, man. So, like, you have to. Yeah, it's real simple, man. It's like, here's the game I want. I want this. I have to play this game to get that. Oh, this is how they play that game. I'm gonna go play like they play. Otherwise, I won't win. It's real simple. Like, it's not complicated, man. It's not even a moral judgment. It's like, I want something. I don't care about the consequences.
It's like Monopoly for big boys.
Yeah, you think a bunch of bum people went to Epstein Islands? No, they were all like millionaires and
whales.
Yeah.
I think if you wanted to like point out how Trump might be different, is that keep in mind he got a $1 million loan from his father, I think back in the 70s or 80s or so. And just keep in mind, like, most people can't just get a $1 million loan just from a random family member. So I mean, I give the guy credit for a bunch of stuff, but just keep in mind, it was a little bit privileged.
Yeah, let me start the game on easy mode too.
Oh, look at for example, right? Look at Mike Tyson and look at Evander Holyfield, right? Look at these two fighters, right? When they were at the top of their game, right? When they were boxing, they were worth hundreds of millions, right? And you look at them now, they're fucking, well, compared to what they used to be, they're fucking broke. Like, I think Evander Holyfield's network is like $1 million, all right? And I don't even know how much Mike Tyson has, but I know he has like less than 10 million. So it's like, it's crazy.
Bad moves and bad investments.
Yeah.
Bunch of shitty spending.
You know, like, you can look at the Forbes top 500 and people go in and out of that all the time. So it's not unusual, because what ends up happening is people that make a lot of money, they think they did it. Not in the sense of Mike Tyson or Evander Holyfield. They obviously had skill. But people that make money in business think they made their money because of some skill that they had that nobody else had. They don't realize the element of luck that was in it, of being in the right place at the right time. So they start thinking that everything they do is great, and then they make bad bets. I actually listened to a billionaire. There's actually a billionaire that interviews other billionaires, which is kind of funny. It's on YouTube. So I listened to the guy that owned Kinko's. Kinko's is what he started. And, like, he had basically OCD about the business or whatever, to the point where he cheated. Like, he ended up getting... Dude, he was totally breaking the law. Like there's no doubt, like... So he was, like, printing textbooks. Yeah, dude. Printing textbooks. So a teacher, right? So a professor would give the student homework, but the homework would be out of a textbook, and there'd only be a couple textbooks, right? Like, there would be some book that's in the library, but no one would be able to have it at the time. So he started with that. Kinko's would print those particular pages out of that textbook, and then the professor could hand them out as sheets. Well, that's copyright infringement. And he was doing it. It was like a huge service. He made billions of dollars off of it. I mean, it took Kinko's from one level to to the next level, because he was doing it at universities all across the frickin' country. Ends up getting sued by all the publishers. He's lucky he didn't get shut down, whatever, but he promptly sold off his business. But in this interview, he's sitting there telling about, like, all the other shit he tried to make money. Right? Even he's got the only reason he's not stone cold broke is because he had a gigantic buffer of like $7 billion. Right? But he's sitting here like, I tried to start a winery, I tried to start this, I tried to start that, I tried to start this business, all of them failed. So he wasn't like a special businessman.
Did you say he was just lucky?
He was lucky, dude, like, because at that time he started a particular business at a certain time in history. Right, that, like, where it was necessary to have printing services. Because at that time, to have something printed, right, you had to go to, like, a printer, and they had print machines, right? Right, they, like, print machines, big fucking wheels, dude, that fucking printed shit, like, the old-fashioned way. And he went out and he, like, negotiated deals with Xerox, right, because Xerox machines were kind of newish. They're very expensive. And he, like, negotiated some pretty good deals with Xerox that he basically... he'd pay full price for the machines in exchange for like unlimited like tech service, 24-hour service. And because he did that, basically the cost of like what it would take to repair machines and stuff way outweighed the cost. He made a couple good deals here and there, and then he set up locations in the right places, like set up Kinko's locations at universities, right? So like, you know, kids need stuff to print, you know, for your college papers or whatever. So like he was just in the right place at the right time. And that's all there is. That's all there is to it. Because before that, when you did a university paper, right, you didn't type it on a word processor or a computer and print it. You wrote it down, right? So everything was handwritten. So he was there right at the transition of one technique to another technique, and he just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Kinko's ain't a billion-dollar business anymore. I walk by Staples all the time, man. Ain't no one in there printing shit.
No, they just shut down. There was a Staples that's basically 2 blocks away from me. They just shut down like a few months ago.
Yeah, and they tried to branch out, right, and offer like different products and services, but it ain't enough. It ain't enough to sustain the business. So like, because people are even away from printing, right? They're emailing stuff. They're not even getting it going into the paper form, because since then they've passed like electronic signature acts, so you can quote unquote digitally sign emails where like that's legally binding, where you don't have to fill out the actual piece of paper where you have to sign it anymore. So like paper is being obsoleted.
Yeah, soon I'm only going to be able to find paper from like Amazon or something like that.
I know. It will have to go to like the Salvation Army to get paper.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Gotta go to Goodwill. Got any of that old paper? Oh, you're an old timer, huh?
You know, talking about paper and like how everything's digitalized now, and it's like we're moving away from paper. I think this is how like civilizations lose all their knowledge and technology. Is they go from a written work to like or from a physical work to like a digital work, and then if that digital information just gets destroyed, all the information is just gone.
Well, yeah, like all the paper and most of the paper written records are gone, right? So what exists are like things that were written on clay tablets, walls, right? Chiselings. Yeah. Things are written on vellum. Yep. So vellum is like sheepskin, or not sheepskin. Is it deerskin? Does anybody remember? Vellum is a skin. Yeah, it could be pigskin. Vellum is the skin of an animal. So they like the books were made out of this before the printing press. Even during the printing press, and that's what you print. That's what the books are made of. So they've lasted over longer. So like
calf skin.
The medium that we've written information on is changed, right? I was looking at a Polaroid a couple of days ago, and the Polaroid was taken like maybe 20 years ago, and it's barely visible, and it hasn't been like out in the sun or abused or anything like that. It's faded that much. So time degrades all things, and like digital is permanent in a sense. It could be permanent, but like who's going to bother to store your nonsense on their server?
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of within the last 5-10 years, a lot of local stores just shutting down. Everything's shutting down. Everything is like Amazon now. A lot of shit that I get now is from Amazon. So
yeah, man, that change has been going on since like Walmart days. But now Walmart, like what they started. So Walmart started like the big box store stuff. I shouldn't say started it. I would say Woolworths started it. I mean, when I was growing up, you'd have like, there'd be like Sears and Kmart and like Zayres and stuff, but they still had like, there was a shoe store. It wasn't Foot Locker. It was like a locally owned mom and pop shoe store, like all these mom and pop stores. Then Walmart comes out and it's like, that shit gets obliterated, right? And everybody complained about, oh, you're destroying small businesses. Yeah, they did. But now someone took their business model and took it next level, right? They're like, we're gonna do what you did, and we're gonna we're gonna get rid of your overhead. We're not gonna have any buildings except for warehouses that ship shit, and we're gonna put you out of business, which I'm all for. Walmart waited too long.
I think that and mom and pop stores together.
Well,
that's the best.
You know why Walmart though is not? It's because they diversified, and now they're also they also selling food now and a bunch of other stuff, and so they're still relevant.
Well, yeah, obviously it's still a big company. They're not going to go out of business for another 20 years at least.
I mean, and especially like supermarkets. Supermarkets are actually probably be there forever. Probably
Walmart has this pricing leverage because they have like Amazon doesn't have like the same type of guaranteed volume that Walmart has, right? So if they're going to go negotiate with some manufacturer, some product, we want to put this on our shelves. They know that they're going to oh yeah, we're going to have a contract to make 20 million of these, as opposed to Amazon, right, where it's like just in time, right? So they might sell 20 million, but they're not going to order 20 million, right? Walmart will buy the 20 million and just, if they don't sell the 20 million, they'll just eat the loss. Whereas Amazon, they're not even going to order those other ones. They're not going to happen in the first place. So because of that, Walmart has purchasing power where they can demand a lower price than what like Amazon can get. So the end user cost is lower, so the price is lower to the end user, and they're more likely to buy it. Yada yada yada. Free market shit.
Yeah, some of the prices on Amazon are ridiculously low. I don't know how they do it.
Keep in mind, you have the option. It only takes a few seconds, like minutes at most. But you have the option of whenever you're going to go onto Amazon or whatever the hell to buy something on the internet, you can just simply look up the product name and the manufacturer's website. And sometimes you can get it cheaper there, usually the same price. But at the very least, you can cut out Amazon. And keep in mind, Amazon also accepts federal subsidies, so they are taking your tax dollars. Even if you're not buying something from Amazon, you are still technically paying Amazon if you're paying taxes.
Yeah, but you can't compete with Amazon Prime, dude. There's no way.
Amazon also has the manufacturers. Manufacturers have websites on Amazon. So you can click on, what was it I got?
Pretty much all we use now, other than mom and pop stores around here, out here in the countryside.
Even in the countryside?
Yeah, we use Amazon, and then we, of course, go to mom and pop stores for whatever else. Of course, you got Walmart too. You go to every now and then. In Palestine.
Yeah, the one thing that I think is going to probably last the longest is definitely going to be supermarkets, because everyone needs food. And I don't know, I like to look at my food. I don't like, I wouldn't want to order like a banana online. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we don't do that, but we do order sodas, stuff from other sites.
Yeah,
a whole box of sodas.
Dude, ordering clothing online is sketchy too, dude.
It is, yeah, that too.
Well, there's really good soda brands out there now these days. Better than Cola or Dr. Pepper and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think clothes and food is going to be one of those things where there's always going to be a market for that, physical market for that, like a store.
Yeah, that reminds me. Like some place just opened up. It's a suit store. I haven't seen a store that sells like suits and tuxedos and like. There's ones that have existed for a long time, but to open a new one, and I'm thinking, yeah, man, that's like you can't get fitted for a suit on Amazon, right? Like it's not possible. You have to go somewhere to have it done.
There's actually another trick. A brother of mine told me about that. So if you ever just happen to go to Malaysia. And you're the kind of man that would want a suit, like a really expensive suit that's from like $800 to $2,000, $5,000, like really expensive suit made out of high quality material fitted to you. Just keep in mind that if you're going to Malaysia, there are actually lots of tailors in Malaysia, and they'll make you they'll fit you a suit. They'll make a suit custom tailored to you that would normally be like $800 to $2,000 in the United States or $3,000. They'll make you one for about $150 or less.
Well, that's awesome. If I ever go there, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Punta Cana a few years ago just to go to a resort there, and for every American dollar, their money there is $58 or something like that. Like the difference is fucking huge. And so yeah, I'm not surprised that stuff is cheaper in foreign places.
You have to say though, they're probably more in tune with their stitching ability. Do a lot more of that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't know.
No, it's because they'll accept less money for their labor because they have less expectations of what their labor should be able to buy. In America, we think that if I work a 40-hour work week, I should be able to have phone, internet, nice apartment, car, all this other shit, right? That should be my standard of living, is like all this stuff. Like their standard of living is just different. Like the majority of people don't own cars, so they don't have car payments, insurance payments, gas payments,
and comp.
They can make less money because they have less. Well, you can make less money if you have less expenditures. I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah, I don't think it has
they
to do
make
with
them
their.
work just as hard, but they don't get the.
Yeah, I'm not degrading the labor they do. That's all fine.
Yeah,
I'm just saying is that they have a different criteria of what they think is fair value.
Yeah, because of where they live.
A big part of it's the economy, taxes, materials, but a big part of it's supply and demand. Like, ask yourself, here in the United States, how many people are willing to do the work of learning, how to create a suit and tailor to someone? How many people in that country are willing to do that? How many people are willing to do that for X amount of dollars? How many people in that country are willing to do that for X amount of dollars? What I'm trying to say is there's just more people willing to do that kind of work there than there
that's what I
are
was
here.
trying to say. Yeah, I was trying to say that earlier. Yeah.
That's because they don't have Twitch.
It's their economy too. Because if you take those people and you bring them to America, they're not going to be charging the same amount that they did over there.
Well, their cost is going to be higher, so they have to charge more. So, if they have a building and they have to pay their freaking rent, taxes, all that stuff, their material cost is going to be higher. Everything is going to be higher, so they're going to have to charge more. Right, because they're going to have to charge more also because that's going to higher cost for rent, higher cost for food, everything gets skewed. You're talking to someone that lives in the second most expensive city to live in the United States. The cost of everything is skewed. You get paid a lot more here, but you also pay a lot more for everything. So it balances out.
Where are you at? California? New York?
I'm in Boston.
Oh, okay.
Fucking super expensive to live here, dude. We came in number 2. They did a survey. Normally we're number 3, but we're number 2 this year. Congratulations. Fucking thanks, dude.
Oh, I had family up in Boston that moved down to Miami. They're like, fuck that. It gets really cold over there too, and it's like
it can, yeah.
It's like fuck that.
I've actually been thinking about moving to Miami. I have a friend down there.
You wouldn't regret it, man. You wouldn't regret it.
Well, he just got cuffed and stuffed, for lack of a better term. So I ain't gonna be visiting him unless I go to jail.
Oh. Yeah, Miami's really nice. I mean, it's it was raining for a few weeks ago, but for the last 2 weeks it's been really sunny. It's hot outside, but I mean, hey, that's it's part of being in Miami, right? So
yeah, it's
hot and rainy. I'm there. We just get rain here.
Yeah, we don't get that much rain here, not that often. And when we do, it's it lasts a long time, but it's not like we have rain every day, like in some places in Europe.
No, it's just England. Most of Europe's fine. So go on.
How many inches of rain do y'all get a year?
Here in Miami?
Or no, crypto.
All of it.
All of
UK average rain.
The rain that's supposed to go to Sahara, we get that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, you hear about these droughts in the Middle East? Yeah, that's our fault.
Yeah, we sucked it all up. There was none left.
Right. So our annual precipitation is apparently 800 to 1400 millimeters a year. Don't know if that's a lot or not, but
I think that's a lot, but it probably just rains. Does it like rain hard, or is it just like always raining?
Oh no, our rain is actually very, very pitter patter.
Yeah, it's just annoying, right? Like an annoying mist that lasts like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah. Well, it's not quite that bad, but often it'll be like the day will be cloudy, and you'll be like, "Oh, you don't see the sun the whole fucking day," you know. Whereas when I went to South Africa for the first time, I was just like amazed because you can actually set your watch by the rainfall. It'll be like 3:30, clear skies, 4 o'clock, clouds. You're like, "Oh, where's the sun gone?" By 4:30, the sky's clear again. You're like, "What? This is great."
Yeah. Here in Miami, we have 61 inches of rain.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of rain, man.
Yeah.
What's
that? Random. Where we at? Texas. Random. Rain here. Coolness, then heat. Rain again. Cold front again. Feels great. Then more rain. Then the humidity. It just keeps switching times.
Yeah, you guys get just a little bit more than we do. Like, it's comparable.
Yeah.
Really?
480 feet
God
above
damn,
sea level.
you realize that Miami's like the end of a swamp, right? Like,
yeah.
What the hell, crypto? Jeez.
Well, I just looked. It's he said 61 inches, which is 1,500 mil of rain, and ours ranges between 800 and 1,400. So,
jeez, yeah. Oh my God, I didn't know it rained that much. I knew it rained a lot, but Miami's known for it like raining. It's like it's like basically on a swamp, like the Everglades is like the largest swamp in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we're not quite that bad, but we're pretty close.
Yikes, man.
You don't really feel it, though. You heard? It's because it's really spread out. Like I said, it hasn't rained for like 2 weeks now. But before that, though, it was raining for like an entire fucking week, 24/7.
So is your rain generally like seasonal, or is it kind of random?
It's very random.
I would say ours is quite seasonal because it rains a lot in spring and a lot in autumn. Tends not to rain so much in winter, but our summers are either very, very wet or very, very dry. Kind of weird in that way.
Yeah, but you get all the climates. You get all the different climates, right? Like winter, summer, fall. Like we don't get really winter here. like it doesn't never really get that cold.
Yeah, no, we have two seasons in the UK. We have winter and August. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Never mind then. Tough crowd.
Yeah, we don't really get winter here. Even though it says it's winter, it's not really winter. I think the lowest it gets here is like 650, high 50s Fahrenheit.
What's that in
Celsius? I don't even know. I go by Fahrenheit. I don't know. You can look it up.
32 and then 5 divided by 9 or something, isn't it? So 50 would be like maybe 8 degrees, I guess.
The coldest it gets here is about 12 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Could be a little tiny bit lower, but usually it's around that much.
Yeah, that really isn't that cold. I went to Namibia once, and when it got below 15 degrees C, they were all putting jumpers on, and I'm from the UK, so 15's like totally fine. But yeah, different people have got different standards for what warm is, I guess.
No, it's.
I don't mind. I like it hot.
Yeah, same.
I mean, over here, you walk outside, and it's like it feels like you're breathing water. You get sweaty just by standing up. Some days it's not as bad, but there's some days where the humidity is so fucking high that if you just stand still outside, just standing there, you just start sweating. Yeah, you're just starting to sweat.
Oh, I suppose the sauna industry doesn't do too well over there.
It's when you get on your little goat cart or whip, you got a small little whip, and you just get on it, get some wind going.
I mean, it's good for the skin, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, you can just cool yourself off too. Cool water and stuff.
You just go inside the house in the AC.
Oh, hell with that. It's better just spray yourself with the hose, misted. Oh. Wait for it to get nice and cold too.
That's one of my favourite things about summer is when it's really blazing hot, and cause I've got fairly long hair, like not long.
You can switch
You just
yourself.
like dunk your head in like ice water or something, and then you just like feel so fresh. It's great.
You can actually switch yourself back and forth. Okay, let's go get hot. Let's go get cold. Let's go get hot. And just repeat the process like 4 times.
Right. Yeah.
Just for,
This is why I feel lucky to live at 45 degrees north, because it's like I feel like at this latitude, I'm not too far north or too far south, like just outside Portland, Oregon, and it's like with the breeze coming in from the coast.
Yeah, you get a more cooler climate than where we're at in Texas.
Well, it's actually in contrast to other places that are 45 degrees north. Most actual land mass, most actual places that involve land on the surface of the earth that are at 45 degrees north are actually typically much colder on average than where I am. But it's because we have salty, it's because of this airflow coming from the Pacific and certain weather systems that we're just, because of the geography, we're just a little bit warmer or whatever, even though we're that far north. But I just feel I feel so lucky to be in that Goldilocks zone, so to speak, where I'm not really so hot or so cold.
Yeah, there's a spot in California that's like that. There's also a spot in South America. I don't know if it's in Brazil. I don't know if it's Brazil or I can't remember. Where it's like the temperature is like fucking amazing.
No, where it's cool. Yeah, it gets like that here in Texas too. I hear in the woods. It gets like very variable, but then you get these cool spells. They last.
Yeah, I don't know where it is in South America, but what happens
usually?
What happens is during the day, right? It's like really warm, and then when it's nighttime, it gets really cold. Fuck, I don't remember where it is though.
That's what the Middle East is like, actually. So it might be kind of the upper, in northern South America. But the Middle East is exactly like that because you don't really get many clouds. It's blazing hot during the day, and then at night it goes like not quite as far as freezing, but the temperature variation.
Yeah, it's because there's nothing to hold on to the heat.
Well, yeah, because it's not warming much in the air. Like if like in Miami, for instance, if it's like warm, but it's warming water in the air, then it takes a lot longer for that heat to dissipate.
Oh, yeah, you just remind me. So that was what I meant to describe a second ago. That's one of the reasons why Portland, Oregon, at 45 degrees north is typically a little warmer in the wintertime than most other places in the United States and most other places, in the center of continents that are at 45 degrees north. The reason why it's a little bit warmer in the wintertime is because we have from the west coast, the warm, salty, the moisture in the air, holds in the heat. Makes it so, we either have like no moisture in the air typically, and it's really cold, or we have moisture in the air and it's not cold enough to snow. That's why it very rarely snows here.
Yeah, the big jet stream that comes in. Yeah, the big one. It's right into Oregon.
Oh yeah, it's constant. It's day in, day out. It's about 75% of the time the wind that's more than 200 feet above my head anywhere in the Portland area. It's about 75% of the time blowing directly eastward. That's why the clouds above your head are moving eastward most of the time. Here.
I thought that was because of the Coriolis effect. Sorry, I had to.
Just the Pacific Ocean.
You definitely have a major wind over the Earth, over your head, over the Earth. Makes sense in my head where it flows in from the West Coast.
Keep in mind, geography plays a big part in the average direction of where wind blows over land.
Yep.
Beautiful.
I like turtles.
It's awful quiet. For there being so many people here in the panel, it's pretty quiet.
It is. Has anyone got a topic they'd like to bring up?
Sorry, man, I'm chowing. I'll be right with you.
No, that's all good.
We're talking about science, man.
Yeah, well, when you're back, I've got a couple of things I wanted to ask you about, but no rush.
Someone say my name.
Say my name. Say my name.
Never mind. I'm hearing things.
What's up, guys? I'm here. I'm just kind of uploading some files and trying to fill in dead air until conversation begins again.
I've heard you appreciate ancient technology.
Does that make you a cock? No, that's Spock, isn't it?
I can't remember the guy's name, but he does a lot of roles for Cartoon Network. He's got that super
like
bassy voice.
Got 80s Asian fame. No race mode.
I guess not. He does sound like that one other guy that sounds like that.
George Takai was what I was thinking of.
Yeah, he sounds like that guy, but this is somebody else, apparently.
Oh, really?
I thought it was him, but no, I was wrong. He was voiced by Tom Kenny. It's somebody else entirely.
Oh, fair enough.
I wonder if he was trying to make his voice sound like that guy, though, with the way that parroting stuff. Oh well. I got another one that talks about science from Dexter's Lab.
What a fine day for science.
I used to love that program when I was younger. Because my sister is exactly like Dee Dee.
That was back when cartoons were actually funny. Now everything's kind of lame and all cookie cutter digital weirdness.
Well, it's all digital. It's all pushing every narrative, and it's all about space.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Went really wonky with it.
Yeah, cartoons used to just be about being a bit stupid and a bit fun, like Cow and Chicken, for instance. I don't know if you ever saw that, but literally the premise was that there was a human female and she just gave birth to a cow and a chicken, and they just kind of got up to shit. That didn't have to make any sense. It was just meant to be kind of dumb.
It never showed their heads either. It only showed.
No, it never showed the mother's head. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had the chicken had a cousin. Oh, sorry, they must have both had a cousin Boneless. So he was Boneless Chicken, and he would just turn up, and he was literally just flopped onto a sofa or something. Just like dumb shit like that. It was just really funny when you let 10.
Or when they put adult jokes in kids' shows.
Eight.
Eight's like the number 8. like the number 8.
Right.
That's kind of a weird thing to be selling.
What's that?
That was from Sesame Street. This is Ernie saying that's a weird thing to be selling. Like the number 8.
Alright, what did I miss?
Everything. We just solved the key to all of life's problems. Mystery.
You'll have to watch the live stream and catch up.
Let me guess. Everything's given.
Sorry?
No, nothing.
Yeah, the solution to life is they're lying to you.
And one of them.
Yeah, I can prove it mathematically.
That guy's actually got a really iconic voice, isn't it?
It's definitely recognizable.
Good evening.
Guten Tag.
You know, I was watching a show I watch regularly called Redacted, which is a show generally about geopolitics. But this evening they had an interesting show on an article that came out from the previous head of the Russian equivalent to NASA, in which he accuses America of faking the moon landing. So I posted the show in live stream chat. If anyone's interested in it, I think it's fascinating what's going on.
I saw it. I downloaded the audio before they delete it.
Oh yeah.
You know how they do it, right? They'll just delete the whole channel off of YouTube. So I downloaded it. Yeah. Cool. So what I thought was interesting, you know how they were talking about it, right? Yeah. They said some NASA guy refused to go look for like the evidence or something because they wouldn't be able to find it. Like what?
Because there wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be any evidence.
Yeah, they said that like they can't tell them where the sites they landed Apollo are because there would be nothing there.
Right.
That's
It's very interesting.
Craziness.
So, because of the conflict between Russia and the rest of the Western United States and Australia and all of them, I think that it might be an opportunity for some truth to come out about the faking of space. So it might just be a beginning of that unlocking of that truth.
So Taboo Conspiracy the other day, he's I don't know if you ever heard him, he's a YouTuber. He does flat earth
content.
What
does he do?
Flat earth content, basically.
Oh, okay.
He's been doing it for a while. So there was a Bulgarian cosmonaut that like 3 years ago he gave an interview. I think it was Bulgarian television. He said no one's ever been to space.
Mm-hmm.
And all the globe earthers said, "Oh, he was just joking. He was messing around."
He's a Polish guy.
That was a different guy.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So the guy that interviewed that guy's dead now, by the way. The guy that interviewed him did an interview himself and said that I'll post the video in a second, but he did an interview himself and said that he had spent a whole week with him and that the guy said no one's been to space to him privately.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't a joke because the Glovers have been claiming for 3 years that he was just joking. He wasn't serious. But now the guy that interviewed him said, yes, that guy was serious. He wasn't joking.
Right.
Yeah, so I'll post the video. It's
And what do you think about his, the head of Russian NASA saying that reason that he even investigated it was because it was suspicious, he said, that when our astronauts landed from being at the moon, on the moon, they didn't look at all fatigued. Whereas he said when the cosmonauts came back from what was supposed to be an orbit of the Earth, that they couldn't walk. Now, it's curious because there's no way that any cosmonauts went into space and orbited anything. So, being the head of NASA, I mean the Russian NASA, you would think that he'd be in the know about every aspect of what goes on. But
well, I mean, you have to think of him the same way as you look at like the NASA administrator, right? The administrator of NASA. He's a pencil pusher. Like, you know what I mean? He isn't.
It's true, isn't it?
Look at how he's framing it. They're throwing the moon landings under the bus to reinforce what is it? I forget the phrase where the ISS low Earth orbit, yeah. So that might be the game plan for them because, it's becoming more and more obvious regarding the moon landings. They'll just admit to it and be like, yeah, but, everything else is still real. And that's why he's saying his evidence as to why the moon landings is supposedly faked is how cosmonauts return to Earth from orbit. Mm-hmm. Which we know is another lie.
That's because after, how they fake the launch and the astronaut has to hang out somewhere, the Russians have them hang out in a shack in the middle of the woods. So they're all when they get back, they're all beat up and stuff. But they get a 3-star hotel, because they have underneath Kennedy, they have basically a living quarters. What they call if there's an emergency, an emergency escape hatch, there's somewhere that they can go that's underneath the launch pad that they can stay for 2 weeks or something. It said.
But
got couches, beds, and a kitchen, and the whole 9 yards.
It reminds me of that video of Scott Kelly where he's just come back from however fucking long on the ISS, months, and what's the first thing he does? He drinks a beer and then just collapses in the pool. And the whole point of that video was to point out that he's not fatigued, he's not got any muscle decay, not any balance issues with the inner ear being affected, all these types of things.
Well, I brought this up before. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Your tears, just even simple things like your tears, how we always produce tears when we blink. Those constantly have to drain through through what's called the lacrum and into the back of our throat, and we swallow the tears. That obviously drains through, quote unquote gravity. Basically, if you were in outer space in 0G, you wouldn't be able to see because your tears wouldn't drain. Your eyes would be filled up with water. Constantly. There would be nowhere for it to go. You'd have to sit there and wipe your eyes constantly. You'd have to wipe them off.
Yeah, I've heard you speak to that point before. Yeah. Just another thing,
Yeah, one of many. Think of the intestinal system. You know what I mean? How is that even going to work? And blood pressure and think about it, your hand should swell up, your face should swell up, you should have all sorts of problems. But I saw an interview with a cosmonaut, I'm sure I can still find it, and he was talking about how when he came down from the ISS in a Soyuz capsule, that he said, as I got closer to the ground, I could feel gravity getting stronger and stronger. Okay? He's in free fall. How can you feel gravity get stronger and stronger? You're already falling. What's pulling you? You're in free fall, like you're floating basically. Right? So if you look at a 0G plane, they're in free fall. They don't feel gravity in a 0G plane. If you jump out of an airplane, you don't quote unquote feel gravity as you get closer to the ground.
That's the whole point of the experience, isn't it not?
Yeah, exactly. Not to feel gravity. So there's a piece of evidence at least that, at least the cosmonauts are full of, you know what.
Yeah, it just feels like they can't really hold on to the moon lie. Because you can accept that one without being a flat earther. It is your gateway to flat Earth, but
it could be prepping the ground, though.
Yeah, they're going to
next
the
one,
last
this
ones,
one coming
and
up,
then they're going to do it for real.
Yeah, this one's going to be the real one, and they're going to apologize for the last one. We had to do it because of the Cold War. We admit
We'll make it up to you guys. We're going again, and we're going to invite a few famous YouTubers.
But if they discredit NASA, in effect, they're discrediting themselves.
No, have you not heard the cope lie that they tell about this? They just say, "Oh, the organisation is the same, but the people are different. It's okay."
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the excuse. I've heard it loads of times. Oh yeah, they're different people now. They've changed.
Changed their ways. So fucking.
But it still would make them irrelevant. If
no, because they're different people. You don't understand. They're different people. They've changed.
They're kicking the can back and forth.
Where do we hear this? Where else in life do we hear these lines coming out?
But don't you think that the unraveling
abusive
of
relationships?
Sorry,
Eriko.
No, I was saying, don't you think that the unraveling, that the truth about the moon landing coming out would ultimately destroy NASA completely?
No.
Why not?
No. The average youngster's mind is completely cockeyed regarding this stuff.
No, but I mean, if it were absolutely made to be understood that it was all fake, that would be sort of the thread that unraveled the entire system.
Yeah, but we all know it's fake already.
It would unravel the entire system for a lot of people, but not the majority of people.
Yeah, we're still hugely outnumbered.
All they ever.
Good evening. Unfortunately, based on what we hear, they don't even care about NASA. Now, to an extent, they do, because that's something in their tool belt. But in all honesty, the religion of space is too strong. It really supersedes NASA.
Yeah. Plus, they've been throwing NASA under the bus with, bringing in SpaceX. SpaceX is the new hotness, So it'll all just be conjured up as, NASA's governmental and, they're corrupt and incompetent and blah, blah. But SpaceX is privatized and they're going to do right by us.
Yep.
Even if it even is to get to that, they can always put out their explanations. They say, "Yeah, we needed to fake the moon landings. It was a matter of national pride. We had to beat the Russians. We're sorry we did it, but we just had to fake it because we didn't actually have the technology at the time, but we do now. So don't worry." And people will buy that line. They absolutely will. As Elijah just says, the religion of space is too strong in the majority of people. They need to believe.
So, Crypto, you had a question for me?
Yeah, what do you think about I don't know if you've done much reading on the curvature of visual space, but Witz has been linking some stuff recently about how AI and robotics are having to utilize hyperbolic and elliptical visual space models for their robots, basically, because they're more accurate than Euclidean perspective. Don't know if you know anything about that.
I don't know anything about that, like off the top of my head.
Fair enough.
I mean, is there a particular company that's doing it?
I don't know about specific companies doing it, but it seems
This
to
isn't
be
like self-driving or anything like that, right? This is.
Well,
you're talking about machine vision, right? Like AI.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's like applied in a bunch of different fields, like in robotics versus like self-driving cars. They're actually different problems. So like self-driving cars are like, it's more complicated. But they also have problems with the sensors and stuff, like the accuracy of like detecting like where an object is and like predicting where it's going to be. And so even using multiple sensors, right? So they're using LiDAR, they're using cameras, they're using radar, right? They have like 7 sensors on the vehicle, and they still can't get it done.
right. But that might be because of the algorithm that the sensor is using is inaccurate.
Well, they've been trying for that. What's the company? It's called We something. Car company. They're in Arizona. Self-driving car. See the big company called Waymo. That's the name of them. They've done some stuff, but it's like the industry has hit this huge wall. Like, now they're thinking they're never going to get to like what's called level even 3, which is eyes off, right? You don't have to pay attention. Right now they're at something like level 2, where like you don't have to touch the steering wheel, but you got to pay attention.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see.
And like they have like different levels of like self-driving, right? So like level 5 is the top, where you don't even need a steering wheel in the car. You know, just open the door, get in the car, just drives away. Say, take me to Miami, Florida, and it just drives to Miami, Florida.
Oh, that'd be so nice.
Yeah, it would.
The amount of driving I do, I could just be like, yeah, I'm having that. Let's go. You wake up to a smoking ruin and you're like, fuck, I wish I had level 5. I only paid for level 3. God damn it.
I'm like,
your credit card gets declined halfway through the trip. Downgrading you.
then again, it would be nice to be driving in. You could still, like rest and research. So that would be.
You know the
Go ahead. Sorry.
you know the Davos crowd, the Schwab crowd, the billionaire crowd.
The bug eaters, the ones that want us to eat bugs.
You really the bugs.
Yeah, they actually believe that they are going to be able to transfer their consciousness into an AI and live forever. They have TED Talks.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I hope they try before the end of their natural lifespan.
Oh,
I hope they do it. Then we can put them in some kind of virtual hell. I don't know what that'd be.
Maybe it will be anyway.
You have to play Minesweeper for the rest of eternity or some shit.
I mean, maybe it will be anyway, man. Like, maybe being disembodied is not pleasant. I can't imagine it would
If
be.
I die, you couldn't even people can pour me into a computer.
It's kind of. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
There have been so many things that have touched on the subject, though.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't even begin to fathom what state of
have you guys seen
experience is
Pantheon?
like, you know?
Yeah, I'm talking.
It's like an anime type show, but it's it's called Pantheon, and I don't want to spoil anything for it, but it actually covers a lot of this type of conversation. As far as uploading consciousness and what would happen to somebody if you did that to them, what they would actually be. And the various processes of doing that, like what it would do to a person to actually do that. How do you make a true copy of the brain?
Oh, you just hit Control C and then Control V. Is it?
I think it is more dangerous.
So, according to Pantheon, they one of the versions of it. Basically, it would layer by layer. They had to do a surgery, open his skull up, and then layer by layer remove the brain and use a LASIK exact copy of it. And then they compartmentalize his consciousness and put him to work.
Sounds awesome.
I was going to say crypto. I think that's what they already done with the population.
It's interesting because it touches on the space travel thing too, because there's this woman who's supposed to be some astronaut that does whatever, but that gets canceled and she ends up doing that project as far as the uploaded consciousness thing. Everybody's competing, trying to do it and be the first to successfully do it properly. So the US, that would be the US's version, and the other one I was talking about, I think that was set in India. And the original versions of it, they were just finding poor people and offering them money. We'll give you money to your family if you let us do this. I'm like, oh my god.
Yikes.
They're going to piss someone off in their dreams one day. They're going to regret it. And it wasn't a dream.
So the level of power that these entities can potentially have is incredible.
The level of power of us.
He should change his name to Aethergrass. You always take the name in vain, or you don't believe that book.
Huh? Where'd that come from? I missed it.
Flat Stuff said that.
All I can say is we barely comprehend consciousness and its reach in its physical form, or attached to the physical form.
Yep,
I'm not even going to try and begin and imagine this fucking nonsense. Essentially,
I don't believe it'd be a person at all. Well, not a human.
Of transferring it into virtual worlds and
it has
all
form.
this
I can tell you that.
Yeah, it'd be a copy, an emulation.
Oh, it's a light.
I think it's the materialistic assumption that the brain and consciousness are one.
No, yeah, you're right. They're not. They're not.
I don't believe so either.
Yeah. So on the premise of the show I was talking about, they're basically effectively trying to build artificial intelligence gods using.
Yikes, you guys are terrible. I know how to do it. You press leave server. Thanks for letting me have any privileges here. I must have been here for 3 years and didn't know it, but you guys are not for me either. You guys are all lame. Lamest flat earthers I ever met.
Wine.
This guy has never even spoke.
Fuck.
Who is that guy? Let's look at his user. Copy his user ID. Let's see.
What was that?
Results. Yes, you joined in 9/18/2019. You literally have, yeah.
What was that about? That just seems to be completely out of nowhere.
Fake flyer, so.
That was it.
He's got a flash tag, but obviously got one over someone for it.
Are people under the misconception that they can just join in here and sit and do absolutely nothing and expect to gain any further roles?
So since 2019, he's posted on his server 43 times. So what is that, averaging 10 per year?
but then he gets straight up in his feelings in VC completely randomly. Very weird.
Yep.
Oh, one of his posts is Journey to the
sort of
Edge.
It was sort of
video.
calmly too. It wasn't really with full-on aggression. Kind of.
Well, what's really weird about that is he's literally like he's in the VC with the server admin, right? If he wants anything done, he could have just said, "Hey, Indio, can you look at this for me?"
Like, what's up, man? Just chill.
Let me check to see if he's ever DM'd me. Hold on, let me check.
It's just weird, isn't it? It's like if you want to get anything done at all, really, like the server admin that you want to talk to.
Yeah, you're the new guy. I like the new guy.
It's weird, man.
Stand up and say, "I'm the new guy."
I'm gonna go get some tea. I'll be back.
He DM'd me in 2020, but not to complain. So I don't know. Permission flat 24/7 needed, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, I always do that in other servers, you know. Show up for 10 minutes 3 years ago, come back 3 years later and whine that I'm not being respected.
Why are you excluding me?
I haven't seen that name there here.
Dude, that's not even one post a month, man. 47 posts in 3 years, or in 4 years, is not even one post a month.
Oh yeah, it's literally one post a month. He might have even had a bot doing it because of the regularity.
How many posts have I made in you? Just out of curiosity.
Probably made less than him, honestly. Not gonna lie.
Sure, more than 47.
Lack of rolls.
You're at 13,699.
Oh, nice. I think that's on the lower end, to be honest.
Yeah, and this number isn't always right. It can like shift around sometimes. Discord's search function ain't perfect, needless to say.
Who do you think's made the most posts?
Me.
Like, how many do you have?
No, I'm the old server. It used to be me, but then when I lost my account, I had to start over.
Oh shit! You got banned.
Remember, I lost my account. Some idiot that we stuck in cognitive disc from the Discord safety team got butt hurt, and well, that's what we think. 227,000.
Damn.
So
that's lobby for you.
No way. Yeah, that's why, because I'm in there. Plus, I think it counts like when you edit a post. I think that counts as like a. Oh no, dude, I'm not even. Dude, Martot has 436,000. He's way over me.
Well,
holy shit, dude. He needs a promotion.
Cuts the shit. That guy.
You need to make a tag for 500,000, you know?
He's got to be number one, dude. He's got to.
Yeah, I'll look. Hold on, I'll get the stat.
500,000 shit poster or something. I don't know.
Did you just say some guy had 500,000 posts? Or
Martot has 436,000 posts.
Holy crowley!
It's got to be cut the shit though. That guy's got to have the most. It's got to be.
Okay, so how long does it take to make the average post? Like 3 seconds, let's say. Right, so
a lot of his posts are like short sentences, so that goes, you know, he doesn't write paragraphs.
So should we say 3 seconds on average, right?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Divided by 60s.
Cut the shit's only at 96,000. He ain't even in the running, man.
So Martov has spent. Actually, let's do it into days. Martov has spent 15 days posting on 15 entire days posting on this server. That's no sleep, nothing.
Wow.
He's in his 16th day right now.
Dude, I thought he hasn't even been around that much lately. Like he comes, he does like hit and runs. He like appears out of nowhere, like a fucking ninja out of the shadow, slices somebody up and disappears. Like it's freaking weird.
What are his posts like? Do they make any sense, or is he a Glober, or what is he?
No, he's a flat earther, dude. Martok, he doesn't. He's from the Netherlands. He doesn't come in VC a lot, but he does sometimes. He just deals with everybody in lobby, like the train wreck that's called our lobby.
He's the one with the hoodie pic, where he's like,
That is impressive. Gotta give the man for his dedication.
No, he flashbacks Globers, man. But he's doing it in text. But he does come in here occasionally.
Yeah, I've seen him. He was in here the other day.
I like listening. I like listening to him talk, man. He's like a combination between frickin' Wolfgang and CB. He's got a nice calm demeanor, and he just asks questions and get Globers to embarrass themselves with the answers to their own questions, with their own answers. It's pretty funny. Wolfgang has a particular knack for that. Just ask them a question, and their answer just embarrasses them.
Oh yeah.
Dude, he's got Wolfgang has a special skill. He's got the Globers to say the craziest things, dude.
Oh yeah, he just walks them up to the roundabout. They fucking start spinning it themselves. Carousel, I mean.
So there was a guy in here, Andrew. I don't know if it was a week ago, 2 weeks ago. You guys remember him? He ended up with brain in a jar. Couldn't take it anymore, so he just went full, can't know anything.
Nah, I missed that guy.
Yeah, full solipsitard.
Started at satellites, and that he can calculate the orbit of an asteroid or something to nothing's real. This might just be a psychosis I'm experiencing.
Yeah.
I had a
conversation with Ruhif the other day, maybe a week ago or something. He was trying to, as they always do, they try and conflate measurement with calculation. And so,
what that is, if they're thinking about the globe, that is a psychosis.
Sure.
You're going on about imaginary stuff. Isn't that like you're imagining things and believing they're real? Isn't that like some kind of sickness?
He wasn't sure if we were real talking to him.
Oh.
But it made me think the other day, actually. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, Indio, but I've mentioned this to other people. It made me think you actually can't measure speed. You can measure distance and you can measure time. But speed is always a calculation. So whenever they say, we measured the speed, you already know they're lying. So that's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah. It's called an improper quantity because you can't measure it directly. It's like a derivative of two proper quantities.
But then you have to assume that those quantities are legitimate, right? So
yeah, exactly.
But then that's when they're saying measurement, they are very heavily implying that they are legitimate quantities that they're deriving it from. So it's an interesting thing to think about because they do that all the time without realizing.
That's one of the many things they do all the time without realizing it.
Sure. But anyway, so I was talking to Ruhif about this, and obviously he was asserting that they've measured the speed of the ISS, and I was like, how the fuck do you do that?
So how did he do that?
Oh, he was talking about more or less they assumed he was talking about angles. First of all, I can't remember the exact argument because it was a few weeks ago, but it was to do with the angle overhead and then the angle at a certain point in the sky, and therefore if we assume that Euclidean geometry is true, and therefore if we assume X, Y, and Z else is true, we can calculate it must be travelling over a globe, was more or less his argument. But he didn't use the word calculate, he used the word measure, and he didn't admit that he was making all these different assumptions, so it was obviously very difficult to have a serious conversation with him.
Well, you have to assume it's high altitude.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Because it could be like a light year away, just very large, right? And going very slow. Or it could be close and going very fast and be very small. Yeah. So, I mean, whatever. I also want to know how he measured an angle of a curved surface. He was probably talking. Was he talking about like Red's rhetoric, little trick maneuver, whatever?
To be honest, I can't fully remember the argument because I was more interested in the fact that he was asserting that you could measure speed. That was the relevance for me bringing it up. But there was another interesting thing. I'm trying to think what it was.
If you can get the height, you can get the speed. Well, derive the speed, not actually measure it per se, but you can derive it.
Oh, there was another brilliant one from I don't know if you know who Jesse Gordon is.
Oh yes.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic argument that I heard the other day. If you're sending a microwave a certain distance, then if it's more than, I think he said like 100 miles or whatever, then because you have to use exponentially more energy with each mile, that matches the globe prediction that it would be diffracting around the curve. Therefore, it is diffracting around the curve.
What the hell, dude?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you can't beat this though, man. Hold on, dude. I'll play it. You're not going to believe this. This is so beyond like.
Jesse Gordon's a damn genius. Don't you know that? I've had it out with that idiot.
He's a legend in his own mind.
My body is ready. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta find it. I found it.
I'm strapped in.
Oh god, this is like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I'm already getting ready.
That dogs are gods guy said it yesterday.
Oh, that's another piece of work there.
Go on.
It's got to be good.
Yeah, they did these measurements in the field, and then after they did the measurements, they would apply like mathematical formulas to average out the numbers, which would then remove some of the spherical excess, which is why some of the measurements don't have spherical excess. And then they would then apply that Clark spheroid model to it to do that calculation to remove the spherical excess after the initial measurements.
Where was the geographical location of this place, of this field test?
It should be listed there.
Okay.
Clark something or other.
So you heard what he said, right? He said they apply the Clark spheroid to remove the spherical excess.
They add a sphere to remove a sphere.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Wow. It's just like when you can, you know how like you have like a musical waveform, and if you invert it and then you layer it onto the original musical waveform, then it creates silence.
Yeah.
Like this, like an inversion of the globe, and then there was no globe.
We did it inside out globe, so then we took the globe away.
Well,
who said really? Yes, you can cancel. You can cancel out. They actually make these for like psychiatrist office. So it'll have a microphone on it, and whatever sound it hears, it sends back out, but in the reverse waveform, and creates silence.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
So people can't eavesdrop on your, like, when you're confessing to multiple, crimes against humanity to your psychiatrist, so nobody overhears you.
And if you think about it, like, it kind of makes sense both physically and mathematically, because you're essentially creating the opposite. So it's like adding 2 to minus 2, right? And then you zero. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people don't know that. And what's interesting about an inverted phase is that your ear can't tell the difference. But obviously there is something that, like, it is opposite because they have this effect on each other.
So it'll sound the same?
Yeah, it sounds exactly the same.
I didn't know that. I thought it would sound like in reverse or something.
No. Yeah. No, it's really interesting stuff. I only know that because I had to study it on my degree.
Oh, yeah, it should sound the same. Yeah, that's right, because it's just a displacement of your eardrum anyway. So whether it's like in or out, that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, right, exactly. So no, it's interesting. I think it's just called waveform inversion. I don't know if there's something.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple ways to do it. It's called time reversal is another one.
Inverted phase, anti-phase, yeah. So
You should still be able to hear it then.
what do you mean?
No, right. So, like, listen, if you have like a wave that say has an amplitude of 1, it doesn't matter what the units are, and then you have a wave with an amplitude of -1, and you transmit them both at the same time, they'll cancel each other out and be 0.
Yeah.
So you know how you have a piece of string, dude, and you can wiggle a piece of string up and down, and it'll create like waves in it. If someone was on the other end, wiggling the string at the exact same frequency, with the same force, everything the same as you are, the string wouldn't move. It would just stay flat.
Yeah.
Because you'd be canceling each other's stuff out, right? Of course, you'd have to wait
locked in.
until his wave got to you, and then. That makes me think. It just made me think of something. Yo, no one's gonna say anything. I just uploaded a new podcast that fucking retard I was just talking about. It's long though, so people don't want to listen to it. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I know you're gonna get triggered by this shit, so enjoy.
Going to stop the conversation there, but so Andrew, you have VC verified and link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this. Obviously, the conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay,
that's
what are they, predictions or postdictions?
So they're, in many cases,
what
they
predictions?
Yeah.
What predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
an asteroid, you see an asteroid fly by.
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. That like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah. What? How are you? So you've got asteroids in the sky. You're predicting asteroids in the sky. What? Why are you looking
Sure,
at...
so maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah, so there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments, yeah.
No, do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So, my philosophical stance on this is that...
That's not a philosophical question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh, no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is, do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that thing.
Observation. Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You observe the natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments.
And then you manipulate the variables.
Mm-hmm.
You manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky.
Right.
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science.
It's not science.
There is no science philosophy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, no, it's a field.
No,
there is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
So you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
It's on pseudoscience.
Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but who
a scientific method.
Andrew,
wait.
Andrew,
That's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't
so
follow
my
the
question to
scientific
you,
method,
right?
the definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from. Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, that's.
It's so that people don't get mistaken on what definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
And the people
definition.
who follow it. Why?
So
what if you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, okay, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
Do you agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so
do you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect. That I agree with. No? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. My words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you want to look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you've said so far, and what I agree with, is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things. And those things we want to determine are natural phenomenon. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something that anyone... Exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe, right?
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are right now.
You're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated, right?
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal.
Yeah.
You can heat it up.
So how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is that, So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
How do you determine what this thing is?
So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my
Well, we
point
can skip
was,
ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving, how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect, what?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
So where's the
exactly. So it's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore?
So I have some just logical issues with some old
And
science.
Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on and measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you're sure that that's something? It's that what you assuming?
Sorry. Can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you, when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth, are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky, I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
So
and come back where, Andrew? Come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore, and then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point, I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So,
even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say we have this observational experiment.
Yeah.
And we
you're
have
doing it again.
For it.
Yeah, you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation telling you, Andrew?
Hold on, I paused it. We gotta do it in the chat. Is anybody else in here, or is it just me?
Yeah, I'm in here. I was actually asking you to pause it during the video because I was cringing slightly when they said there's no philosophy of science. I was just like, oh no.
Oh yeah, this guy, he just like falls apart, man.
No, but our guys were saying there was no philosophy of science, and I was just like,
oh. Well, I mean, there is, but that guy wasn't using it.
Because this is what it's one of the things I like to ask Globers. It's like, did philosophy precede science? Basically, does science come from philosophy? And they all say no. But it's how did you decide that it was a good method in the first place? Well, a bunch of guys sat around in a room and discussed it, right? Or at least in terms of, let's just say metaphorically, that's what happened. Like before then, there was massive debate about the correct methods to use, which is what philosophy is, right?
Apparently, science created a self ab initio, right?
Apparently, yeah. So Of course, there's a philosophy of science.
Did they really say that? I didn't listen to the whole thing. Oh, God. Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing. So I'm going to unmute this Jeffro dude. Jeffro, what's up?
Oh.
Welcome to the server, man.
Hey guys, you guys love partying. We want to search. What if we combine the two into a search party?
Yeah, you're going to have to do better than this.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, that he's obviously trying to get us copyright strikes. So.
Well, he joined the server and instantly came into the VC. Let me see his profile. Oh, he created the account today, so not suspicious at all. All right.
Yeah. Bye.
So, I could play something different. Oh, who else is around?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, Flat Earth dude, what's up?
Just sitting down, my usual time.
Yeah, that's right, man. You're actually a little bit late, man. It's 1:20.
Yeah, I'm like 20 minutes late, man.
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
I know, exactly. I'm fired. Wasn't much going on in here today, man. I was tuned in this morning a little bit, but I kind of went dead air for like a couple hours or something.
Oh, Helios. It was actually on Miggy's stream because Helios. Helios. What do you call it? His account that does the live stream disconnected or something.
Yeah, it happens.
So there was nothing on the regular stream. So it was on Miggy's stream.
It was just dead. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, there was no the thing that records it and live streams it wasn't here. It wasn't even in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was working and listening, trying to figure out. That's I don't know.
Yeah, so Miggy did a stream, and then right towards the end, he'll cut it back on.
Oh, okay. Well, right on, Miggy. Way to cover, man.
What was that even about? I'm trying to remember who we were talking to.
Anyway.
Yeah, some numpty.
Numpty, man. Numbskulls.
It's the same bag of tricks, man.
Yeah. Who else is up in here tonight? Jumper.
Crypto's with us.
Jeffro.
Crypto. Oh. Jeffro is playing games. Yeah. I unmuted him and he was playing silly cartoons or something.
Oh. Who's this? Acelia? Something like that. Ladies' night. Mm. Who do we got? YouTube land. Hold on. Here we got Jeffrey, Greg T, Shaggy, Flat Sabbath, Paul's out there, RH is out there, Canadian Bacon. That's
Yum.
That's not that same Mongo Bacon, right? That's not the same guy, right?
No. Oh, Bacon. What a clown.
Bacon's
there are some characters. There are some characters in this topic, man. Let me tell you.
No doubt about it. There's some characters, man.
I swear, man. Someone got to the Discord link and passed it around like Skid Row in LA. Here, connect to the server and troll.
I heard today that
give you a sandwich.
David Weiss, who has that app.
Yeah,
he's sold 100,000 of them. Dude.
Really?
Yeah, I heard that today.
How much does it cost?
It's $3 if you want just the basic, and it's $10 if you want the full version.
I mean, I guess that's
right.
I'm not.
Anyway, I just was like 100,000 of 100,000 people have bought them, and I don't think you can fudge those numbers, man. That's something I guess you could.
It's in the numbers, bro. It's in the numbers.
I guess you could fudge the numbers, but I don't know. I know probably 20 people that have it. Yeah, I bought it just to have it so I could. I don't even know. I got it so I could see who's around me that's flat Earth, that lives by me.
Yeah.
That was it, man.
I got it twice, and I got the booster app too.
Oh,
the booster app.
What? Now I'm lost. Y'all got me lost. What are we talking about?
We're talking about the flat Earth app.
Caltech or something.
The flat Earth app. Have you ever heard of it?
Oh yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah. Well, according to what I heard today, he sold 100,000 of them. So.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But listen, people don't know this. Dave was wealthy already.
I know. Dave already had a shitload of money. Yeah, I knew that. He had owned like a couple businesses and shit. Yeah.
My understanding is he had an internet development house and he developed websites like through the whole 90s and made a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
So.
But my thing's always been like, well, who cares? So you're making money. You're making money off your bill. That's literally what everyone does every day.
Yeah, we're not communists. Like, at least I'm not.
Let's criticize a guy who's invested a shitload of money and a shitload of time into something who's then making profit off of that. Well, like where I'm from, that's called having a business.
No doubt. Me too, man. It's called life where I live. Yeah.
Well, I mean, who complains about it, right? The Globers, right? You're only doing it for the money. You're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're only doing it for the money. Yeah, I made so much money doing this. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. I mean, personally, I've made over £3 million flat earthing online.
Right. Tell them about the fancy cars and the gold chains and the yacht trips we take with a hot swimsuit team. You know what I mean? Just for being flat earthers, bro. People are just throwing money at us all the time.
Yeah, we're running a flat earth multi-level marketing scam.
Yeah.
There you go. We should start one.
So much money.
Well, think about it, India. If you couldn't have a globe-shaped multi-level market, so it has to be flat.
Yeah. It's at least triangled. Definitely not a ball.
Fuck no.
I was telling some Glober the other day, I go, the only good globe proof that you guys have is that every time anybody's ever been in an airplane, we always see the curve all the time. And then they're like, yeah, right. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God.
Remember, these people literally think that their own house is moving 2 million miles an hour.
Right. That's complete insanity, man.
See,
So
that
crazy.
That got me as a little 12-year-old. I couldn't get past that part.
Jeffro wants another shot.
Freaking funny.
Should we give him another shot?
Well, he hasn't had his first shot.
Yeah.
I didn't think.
Okay, Jeffro, I'm gonna unmute you. Let's see if you can behave. Okay, you're unmuted, Jeffro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure if I could use my phone or not. I didn't know how to get this thing to work, or if it was working.
The first obvious question to you is, why did you come in trolling straight away?
Oh, I didn't come to troll. I just wanted to come join the chat. I mean, I just seen Indio or whatever on the YouTube.
I didn't ask you why you came to troll. I'll ask you why you have already trolled.
Why have I already trolled? What are you talking about?
Well, as soon as you joined,
yeah, you tell him.
Yeah, when you opened your mic, all we could hear was like cartoons in the background.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize my mic was on at the time. I was watching TV.
Jeffro, do you mind using your man voice so I can understand you better?
Can you understand me better now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, okay.
Latter-day Saints, a local court jester, comedian, whatever.
I drink the well water.
And I'm his sidekick. I'm his sidekick, so there's that.
Anyway, yeah, Jeffro, what brings you in then? We'll pretend the whole.
Well, I mean, I just I've never been on Discord before, and I was watching the 24/7 Flat Earth live streams lately that I just discovered like a couple weeks ago, and I am a flat earther actually. So
right on.
I just
how long you been looking at flat Earth?
Oh, probably at least 5 or 6 years, at least. I mean, for a while, I kind of stepped away from it for a little while. Just, I don't know. I just didn't really feel like looking too much into it. No one else around me would even give a shit anyway. But, no, I just started getting back more into it lately and all that kind of stuff. Hang on, give me 1 minute here.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Hang on.
Do you know how to mute yourself?
UFC's $10.
He doesn't know that, maybe.
Okay. I just want.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I muted him just because I don't think he knows how to mute himself. But yeah, whatever. We'll unmute him when he comes back.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he was unprepared the first time when we opened his mic.
A lot of people say like it's because of TikTok I became a flat earther, but it's really because of flat Earth I became a TikToker. I didn't even know about that shit before flat Earth.
That's funny.
Yeah, TikTok's kind of strange. It's like, in a way, it's like because they don't like really like any kind of nudity at all on there, which I support because I think it's like there's too much everywhere. But on top of that, it's like, but they don't really seem to do political censorship yet, which I find very interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird little haven, isn't it?
I don't know of anybody that's been like, any flat earther that's been like kicked off of TikTok or something. I haven't met one yet, anyway.
Yeah, I just don't think they care. Like, I think like it seems to me like because it's a Chinese company, obviously, right? They just seem to be like mega capitalistic, and they just don't give a shit. Like they're not doing the kind of, let's just say, political capitalism that our Western, well, I say Western. We know that these companies aren't run by white Europeans. Let's just say that.
Right, yeah.
It's amazing that we're surprised when a platform doesn't censor it.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, Western people aren't allowed to have free speech because otherwise we might start,
Feelsies.
Want to hear something?
I heard that
UK has jailed more people for posts on social media than Russia.
Yeah, I said that to you earlier. Yeah, it was something like 10 times as many as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's like oh my god, it's sad.
What type of posts?
Oh, just stuff like you
compare.
I remember there was a guy somewhere in Scotland. He got jailed for making his dog do the Nazi salute. You remember that one?
What? Yeah, I'm very familiar with it. Yeah, basically,
dog.
What was his name? I'm very familiar with the story. Basically, it wasn't his dog; it was his girlfriend's dog, and he was saying, "But yeah, Dankula, Count Dankula, Blue Jumper's got it." Anyway, so basically, it was his girlfriend's dog, and she was always complaining, like she was always going, "Oh, my dog's so cute, my dog's so cute." And the reason he got the dogs to do a Nazi salute is to basically troll his girlfriend. That was he was just taking the piss out of his girlfriend. So he would say "Sieg Heil," and then the dog would do a salute, right? Which is it's really childish if you think about it. But he actually got done for it. He actually got done for a hate crime.
Yeah.
Making a dog do a Sieg Heil. It's crazy. And then what's even crazier is if you follow the story down the line a little bit more, someone did like a poop swastika on his door or something. I can't remember exactly why, but they got done for hate crime too.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness!
Wow,
it's got
at
layers.
least that, you know. Usually they would fucking just ignore that.
That's funny. Oh my goodness!
Turn my dog into a Nazi.
So I don't know. You guys aren't too many. I don't know. BitChute, man, seems to be like this dumping ground for whatever, man. And, you know, not a lot, too much nudity, but there's soft porn shit or something. But it's that's kind of cucky. But you can pretty much say anything you want over there. Nobody's censoring it.
BitChute's like diet woke land, man.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of diet wokers, but every once in a while I'll find a really great documentary or some shit, and it's like, you know, if that was on YouTube, they wouldn't let it on there, but you can watch it over there. You know what I'm saying?
So, you want to give Afro another shot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, my cousin came out and was asking me something.
Yeah, we muted you so we don't hear any personal business.
We didn't want to dox you.
Oh right, okay, that's cool.
So, if you look on your screen or whatever, there should be a little microphone-looking thing. If you press that, it'll mute you, and if you press it again, it'll unmute you. You said
yeah, I see that.
Phone. Yeah, so you don't want people to hear stuff because like you said, you listen on the live stream, so I doubt you want this stuff going out for eternity to everybody in the world, what you're talking to your cousin about.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, I just covered my mic with my hand.
It didn't work.
We could still hear you.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So anyway, we were kind of interviewing you a little bit, Jeff. What was the one thing that said, "Oh my goodness, I'm pretty sure the Earth's flat, man. Check it out."
Well, I mean, it's funny because for a long time, I've always kind of questioned the whole thing with the moon landing and space and all that. I never really questioned the shape of the Earth for a while, but I got into the whole fake moon landing phase, and that's basically kind of led me into flat Earth, basically. And at first, I didn't really care to look into it much, but it just kept coming down my YouTube algorithm, and then I decided to watch a couple videos, and I mean, it was somewhat convincing at first. Some of the first videos I seen were the high altitude videos and videos about the sun rays and stuff like that, and it wasn't entirely convincing at first. And then I just decided to start doing my own research, what everybody was saying about it. All the, about how gravity's never been proven and all that kind of stuff. Start looking at what NASA and everybody was saying about it, and I realized that, they're not actually giving us enough information about this stuff.
Right.
And then I've always been, I've never really trusted the government and stuff like that anyway. So I started realizing, I don't see why they would lie. Why they would lie about the shape of the Earth.
Why not?
Yeah. And then eventually, I just became fully convinced once I looked more into it and started watching the debates, and I just started learning more and more, and it took me probably a couple of years for me to fully say, that I'm a flat earther. I was pretty skeptical there for a while, but yeah.
Well,
but no one else. Anyway, I couldn't really hardly talk to anyone else I know about it. They just fucking call me a fucking idiot.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way.
Yeah.
The snacks are in the back, man. All right.
Yeah, the shirts up front. Yeah, the shirts are up.
The shirts, swags up front. Shirt.
Refrigerators in the back, so you got to have the snacks back there where you could plug your little refrigerator into the
get the little fridge. Get a couple brewskis back there. So yeah, I usually come in late at night, kind of make fun of NASA and the whole globe thing, and just because it's really, really funny at this point. It's super funny.
Yeah, no, bro.
It's like, okay, what do you got for gravity tonight, boys? And they'll, refraction. What? Like, really? They make up shit. It's been a fun ride, man. I've had a lot of laughs. I just enjoy it for the comedic value at this point. It's there's some deep divers in the house, man, and they take it to the mountain. And
and it's just so silly to me. Like, every time someone tries to prove gravity, they're just like, oh, well, things fall. And I'm just like, well, yeah.
Yeah,
like, like, what does that prove? Like, I don't know, man. It's just like, I don't see how people can just think so narrow-mindedly. I don't know.
My neighbor, man, just got this thing. It must be like wind activated, but he's like, it starts blowing bubbles like in the middle of the day when it's a little windy out or something. And I'm looking at those little bubbles floating across the yard. I'm like, where's your gravity now, bitches?
Yeah.
Where's it at? Sheesh. It's holding oceans to the ball, but it's not pulling the little bubbles down. Nope. Not that strong, apparently.
It's crazy how it attracts planets to one another, but yet can make other objects orbit infinitely.
Right. And like one of the things and like I've always kind of wondered, like, how can you have, like, even if you went out in space, how could you have zero gravity if the gravitational force is between all the different celestial bodies? You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't one gravitational force eventually take over the other one, and then you'd be into that gravitational pull? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you have zero gravity if there's always a gravitational force somewhere?
You had a vacuum too. That doesn't even make sense.
Right.
Wow.
I guess. Yeah.
Can you even get thrust in a vacuum? I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, they tried to do that one, man, back in the day, back 2016. There was a bunch of people trying to. There was this one guy, man, who was trying to just get a fire to burn inside of a vacuum chamber or anything, and it couldn't get it to do it.
That's what I thought.
It was pretty wild, man. And he wasn't even a flat earther or anything. He's just some guy, man, with some pretty cool equipment.
I'm thinking even if they did get something running, like a jet engine inside there.
He tried to like firecrackers and all kinds of shit inside, and none of it worked.
It
was
wouldn't
hilarious.
propel whatever you're trying to propel forward inside the vacuum chamber.
Yep.
I think they screwed up with that whole vacuum chamber thing.
Nice talking to you guys. I gotta get going. So we'll see you guys.
Oh man. Come back again.
Probably get on some other time. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
Later.
Good night. So yeah, I can't do anything in a vacuum chamber, man. There's nothing.
Hey, you know how one thing that I figured out that they're not lying about is when they say that climate change is real and they're trying to stop climate change. So, like, if you think about it, since the beginning of recorded history, the climate's been changing up and down. The temperature fluctuates up and down every minute of every day, right? In fact, if we didn't have climate change, we would die probably within like a week, right? So when they say that climate change is real, they're not bullshitting. And when they say they're trying to stop it, they really are trying to stop it. You know?
Well, it used to be called global warming. You guys remember those good old days. And that it wasn't working out too well for them. So they just, they switched it up, came up with a better term.
Yeah, and it really is changing every minute of every day, and it's really messed up that they're trying to stop it. You know,
we don't want the same temperature all day and night, man. That would be weird.
No, we need climate change all the time.
Well, the plants need it, and different seasons, and Apple trees have to usually freeze during the winter, man, in order to get some decent apples come fall.
You got some of that.
Yeah,
apple,
Donato, man, I love that picture, man. I have that somewhere. I saved that one. That was pretty good. Yeah, the Sydney Harbor, the sea level rising. Yeah, that's great, man. Yeah, fantastic. Love it.
It's funny that it's how ironic that they say sea level rising. They're clowning us right to our face. You know what I mean? Sea level rising.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody was in here talking about they live in Florida, and it's like we're supposed to be underwater like 20 years ago. What happened? Right? I mean, I think it was Al Gore made a movie, and he said by 2012 or 15 or something, we're going to be. It's over. It's done. We're done. Something like that. I don't know.
Right. His name
was
was Al Gore, like algorithm, you know?
Algorithm. He was the inventor of the internet. Did you not know that?
He what?
He claimed that he invented the internet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it was military dudes that invented the internet. Supposedly. I mean, I don't think they're going to give us the truth, but if you ever look up all their names and titles,
yeah, the DARPA shit.
Dude, they have like religious titles for their like cardinal, bishop, you know, grandmaster.
Get the fuck.
No, seriously, look up the people who started the internet and then look up their companies and everything, and they all the titles are weird, bro.
Oh yeah, sure. They use lots of.
Interesting. Oh, very interesting. I didn't know that. That's why I like coming on here. I learned some shit I don't know.
I'm gonna post Paraplegic's number in case anybody wants to support a flat earther.
Dude, I got I got a couple $100 worth of coffee from him, man.
Did you?
I just bought it straight out.
Yeah. What do you think?
It's pretty great, man. No doubt about it, man. It's excellent coffee. I would totally recommend it. I've got so much of it, so many different kinds. I haven't been able to try them all yet, but his Colombian is fantastic, man. Damn.
Yeah, it spoils you if you started drinking some of yeah, you're fucked.
It's like flat Earth for once you know, you're fucked.
Yeah. Anyway.
No, Bear's a cool guy.
1491 for.
What was that, Mike?
He's got 1491 on there.
Oh yeah, I'm a 1491er.
Instead of 1492.
Hit me up. What's that?
Right. I mean, it was before. That's before Columbus, right? 1491.
Yep. Yep.
Right.
Oh.
You got it. Because after Columbus sailed the Earth, man, it was a done fuck all deal, man.
Yep.
It's a ball. It's a ball. It's a ball. Yeah.
Hey, so you know, I might be onto something here. Well, Columbus backwards is sub Moloch, right? Like, you know, the god they worship, Moloch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, trip. I think that's where they get the name from.
There you go. Everything's in reverse, flipped, upside down, backwards, and
it is.
As long as you stick with that, you'll be good, man. It's like
right.
If they tell you it's bad for you, it's probably good for you. They tell you it's good for you.
Yeah, that's why I started drinking this water called Liquid Death in a can. I started drinking it because I was like, it's probably their little secret.
What is?
It's called Liquid Death. Have you ever heard of it?
Is that like a coffee drink or something?
No, it's just water and sparkling water, like mountain water. It's in a can.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's just purified water, you know.
Okay.
Pretty bomb though.
Check it out. Al Gore. The former vice president, his partner, an investment management firm. argue that sustainability investing in census too. Huh. Virgo, man. You in here? No, he's not in here. All right. Blood and gore. There you go. Blood and gore. These Mongos, man. Fucking asshole. I hate it when they do that shit, man. But you guys are so sharp, man. You'll catch it. When I first started getting flat Earth, and there was people showing some other stuff, and they had fucking eagle eyes, man. I'm like, dude, I don't have that eagle eye, man. And over the years, man, I've been able to kind of get there, man. Saints, you're really good at it.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, there's a few people that are just amazing at it. I'm like, dang.
I've lost a lot of friends because of it, though.
Yeah, they're not your
Whatever,
friends.
though. It is what it is. I know, for sure. So cheesy.
They ain't your friends, dude.
I know.
So we're going to have another meetup on the beach, man, in June.
When are you going to have it, bro?
I think it's on the 20th of June.
The 20th of next month?
I think so. I can double check that for you here real quick. Hold on. It's down here. It's on the beach. It's at a beach house. Fucking kick ass. Fucking beach house. Plenty of food and water and weed.
Nice.
All kinds of crazy shit.
I'll be trying to get people to go barefoot, you know what I mean?
Yeah, most people are going to be barefoot there, man, at the beach, right? You know. Yeah, I've seen a lot of testimonies lately regarding people going and grounding themselves and just like, dude, man, it's so great, bro.
Dude, the results are like within like that day you see the results.
Yeah,
especially if your ankles are all swollen and shit.
I mean, I'm seeing them in weird video places like BitChute, and I'm like, it's like these people are like, dude, man, I did this for a week, and I'm like, this is unbelievable, and
right?
Pretty interesting, man.
I try to make it like cool, you know what I mean?
It's on June 24th, man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's down here. So I don't know. Catch a train. I'll pick you up. Whatever.
Right after Juneteenth, huh? Juneteenth.
Yeah, it's gonna be right around the solstice.
Did I ever tell you my theory about the Emancipation Proclamation and the correlation between that and the undersea cables?
No, go ahead.
So like he supposedly freed the slaves. I think it was, I want to say May or June of 1865, right?
Right.
Well, a couple months later, they later that year, they laid the first successful transcontinental cable. And I think what they did is, what I think they did is they quote unquote freed all these slaves and then spread a bunch of propaganda saying that there's lynch mobs out there in your own area who are going to lynch you if they see you. These people who were let go of being slaves, they're offered jobs on the boats where nobody's going to mess with them. So I think thousands and thousands of them went to go work on the boats to do the undersea cable, and they were expendable.
Interesting.
Yeah, just like it's like the modern day like 5G, how they're putting in 5G. So Trump came out with a second chance law where like people with criminal records, not only do they not have to put their criminal record, but the employers get like a huge kickback for hiring them because they're using them to build the infrastructure, and then they're expendable,
Well, we had a guy came in here a couple of years ago, and he's a 5G power builder guy, man. He's like,
oh yeah.
And I got to talk to him, I think, at least one night for quite a bit, and he says, man, that shit is wicked dangerous, man. And
Yeah, for sure.
He's just like a foreman, so he's not the guy up there doing the humpty hump.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, he says they're wicked dangerous. He did say one other little interesting thing is that when he's building them, he doesn't run any power cables to them. They're self-powered. And I thought that was pretty fucking interesting when he said that, man. I was like, what? And I never talked to the guy again, man. It might have been a troll, might have been just some dude fucking with me.
Yeah.
But, never talked to him again, but that's what he said. And anyway, believe it or not, I don't know. Yeah. I had a storage unit, man. It was right next to one of those poles. And I'd go out there and, get my storage unit. There was these giant air conditioners right next to it, man, and they were always running. And I think I asked, there was a guy there one day, what's up with the AC, man? Oh, you got to keep these things cool, man. These things are fucking blazing ass hot, man. We got to cool all that equipment down. It's burning fire up there, man. Yeah, you got a huge air conditioners on every single one of those things, man. Those towers. Yeah. And they run all these
running air conditioners on them?
They're down on the ground. They run the cooling lines all the way up to the top there, man. Cool off all the equipment.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go stand next to one, man. They're big giant air conditioner units right next to them.
I think those are that plasma air conditioning. It's supposed to be really bad. Joe Embriano from the Fullerton Informer.
Fullerton Informer guy, yeah. I met Joe.
He talks all about that stuff all the time. About the air conditioners that they're putting in.
Oh, I don't know about them. I haven't watched them in a while. Is this some kind of new air conditioning equipment?
It's a cold plasma. That's all I know. But he talks about it on a lot of his videos where he's protesting outside the schools because they put that shit in there.
Well, I know he was bitching about the Wi-Fi and the 5G.
Yeah, but that's also the air conditioners too. The new ones that they put in. They use some type of cold plasma technology that's really bad for you. It actually takes it like what it does is give you respiratory problems and it makes it harder to breathe.
Plasma air conditioning.
Cold plasma.
Crazy shit.
Plasma air. There's a plasma air technology procedure of natural bioclimate rich in positive and negative ions.
Well,
it's more like a filter. I don't think it's a air conditioner.
Yeah, I don't.
He said they went the schools down there. They're
cleaning the air with plasma. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay, they're cleaning the air. It's not cooling the air. They're just cleaning it. It's like a thing that to help against the cocoa.
Right, and also when they spray the skies, it's to help the environment.
Yeah, it's to help, of course.
Right. Why wouldn't they help us?
Interesting.
They have so much more to gain by helping us.
Do I need a cold plasma air purifier?
That's the problem. It didn't look like you're helping.
Interesting, man. Well, I think it's a total fucking scam going on here, man. I don't think they're doing fuck all. But that's my first impression. It's like, wait. Yeah. This little thing's gonna fucking purify the air. Fuck off. This is a scam, dude. This is pure fucking 100% scam, man. I mean, it's probably is dangerous for you, but I don't think it's doing. It's certainly not helping the air any. Fuck off.
Yeah, no, it's not.
You gotta to get clean air, man. You gotta filter that shit, man. All there is to it.
Yeah. Show.
That's why they have clean. That's why they have clean rooms for all the computer components and all that. The what?
The clean room before they go to outer space.
Yeah. I had a friend that worked at one, man, and got to sat down with her a couple nights in a row, and it was like I questioned the shit out of her about how they were making what they were making, and she explained it all, and it was fascinating. But yeah, that clean rooms, man. You gotta wear the little.
And was her name Clarissa? Get it?
Her name was Stacy. She was making
Clarissa explains it all. You know,
she was making atomic clocks for satellites.
Oh wow, nice, nice.
And she said that like 1 out of 10 would make it through all the. They would reject 9 out of 10 that they built. They would come back.
They say 9/11 out of 10 doctors recommend it, right?
I remember her saying that. I was like, she goes, yeah, you know, something didn't go right. This didn't go right. The government, they were building them for the government, obviously. And you know, they would reject like 9 out of 10, man. But they kept paying them. So there's that, yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's easier just to go to the moon than to fake the paperwork, you know what I mean?
Well, exactly. The paperwork would incredibly hard to pull off.
Fake the paperwork.
Sorry about that.
Hey, how's that telemetry data coming along, man? Anybody found that yet? Anybody got it? Does anybody have any telemetry data, man? I mean, just a couple little.
I went on a blind telemetry date with somebody the other day.
Yeah, a blind telemetry date. I love that. It's so fucking clever, dude.
After I did the double blindfolded slit Fulcrum pendulum Cavendish experiment, you know what I mean?
The double blind focal pendulum Cavendish experiment.
The double blindfold slit Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish
blindfold slit Cavendish experiment.
Yeah. Yeah, kill like 5 birds with one stone. You know what I mean?
You have to put that in a song somewhere, bro, man. You gotta do it.
All right.
Just that one needs to be saved into the vault somewhere, man. That's pretty good. The double blind slit Cavendish focal
blindfold slit. Double blindfold slit.
Double blindfold slit. Falk off pendulum Cavendish experiment. There you go.
Yeah. Batteries not included. Each sold separately, void where prohibited. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, we did the experiment. So how would a double blind slit? So we know how double blind slit.
Double blindfold split.
Double blindfold split. Slit.
Slit, yeah.
We're fucking with you now. This is, it's kind of like rapping a little bit sometimes.
It'll be like, this is the double blindfold slit Cavendish experiment. Double blindfold slit Cavendish experiment.
All around there. It's a country song, man. Come on, get with it.
Right?
Fucking hillbilly tune, man. Come on. That's hilarious. I hope you guys are laughing out there. I'm laughing. I thought that was pretty funny. I mean, who else is going to come up with that kind of cocky shit, man? That shit's tight, man. These fucking Glovers ain't going to ever come up with anything like that.
They said they don't have time.
They don't have time for the double slit, double blind date slit.
Double blind date fold split experiment. Or would it be better the double blindfold date experiment? There's so many ways you can go with that shit, you know?
Right? Yeah,
you could call it kinky date with a couple lesbians, a double slit experiment.
Right? Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey,
we got the trios back together here. Oh shit.
Do you know how to you can always beat a lesbian in rock paper scissors? Is you always pick rock because it's in their nature to always pick scissors.
Oh. Nice.
Hey, I'll be here all week. Make sure you tip your waiters and waitresses.
So you blindfold these two girls, right? The scissoring.
Hold on, Dave. We've got the.
This is a scientific experiment.
We got the new scientific. No, seriously, Saints. It's. Let me make sure I got it right. Double blind slit. Double blindfold slit. Cavendish experiment.
Double blindfold slit. Fulcrum pendulum Cavendish experiment.
That's it. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
you got that, Dave?
I got that. Yeah,
that's our new experiment.
A few times in a row.
Well, we're going to be doing this experiment, but we're going to need to raise some money. So you guys are going to have to pony up.
First, we're going to get some lesbians.
You guys got to pony up. Come on.
How much do lesbians cost these days?
Ooh, hey, so the Cavendish pendulum. Did anybody do the was it the Cavendish? Well, he was on a torsion bar. It's not quite a pendulum, right? It's a torsion bar. The double slit experiment. Oh wow, that's fucked up a lot of people over the years, man. You know, that's been there's physicists and flat earthers and globers still looking at that going, what the, they got explanations for what the fuck the phenomena that they're recording, but
what really fucked them up is the quantum eraser double slit experiment. That's where it really got crazy.
Yeah,
that's where it started, showing that there's some kind of communication going on, some decisions making, going on beyond that.
Right, but it's no different than gravity. I mean, gravity's been argued about and what it is. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know what the fuck it is. I mean, that's where gravity still is today. And same with the double slit.
We're getting somewhere with the electrostatics. I think that's somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere there.
Well, there's no question, man. You and I, we used to sit around with E, man. He started explaining all that shit back then, man. And yeah, I think they're catching up to E, man. What do you think?
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I can't understand if he doesn't even tune into this. He's got it figured out on his own a little bit. And
yeah,
I got to call him again here soon, but he's probably got a lot to contribute now that he sees the conversation kind of developed.
Yeah, but he was talking about that 3-4 years ago.
Yeah,
at least 4 years. About at least 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was all over that shit. He was showing us all his drawings and his magnetic in the middle and
what are you talking about?
It's kind of
a friend of ours. He goes by. I think I might have sent you his video.
He was really into the magnetic workings of where we live and how magnets work and how where we live works. Kind of very, very similar.
Well, I was saying the other night, what's interesting about it is an electrostatic downward bias that we're working with, right? And if it is a structure that we're living in, like say this is just Disneyland and there's a big, huge, lodestone underneath us that's been constructed by whoever, whether it was God or whether it was, outer ponders or whatever, this is like a projection type studio fixture that we're living in, literally. Then the whole idea of this reversing of the polarity could be just a matter of them flipping a switch, right?
Yeah.
So the whole rapture where people get taken up into the air wouldn't be all that out of the question for them to actually do. They could flip the switch and the electrostatic goes, the bias goes in the other direction. Anything not attached to the ground would just lift up in the air. I mean, what a better way to do a reset when 90% of the population gets lifted up in the air and dropped.
Hey, man, we got to save that one for Sunday, bro. That's pretty bitching. That's some far out thinking, man. I want to lay that one down on Sundays. Speculation Sunday, man.
Right.
That's perfect. Yeah. But as far as the fuck all Cavendish experiment, fuck all pendulum Cavendish. They are similar apparatuses that do things that potentially could lead you in one direction or another, but they're not objective reality as far as where you actually live. that's a totally different level, and you have to be on like.
It's really a lot simpler than all that shit. Really,
exactly. It's like way simpler. You know?
So simple.
Well, Coulomb had a apparatus that was almost, how we figured out a long time ago too that the equations for Coulomb's law and the gravity were exactly the same except right.
All right, you fucking Donato, man, he just fucking mongoed it, bro. He put the double blindfold slit Fulcrum Cavendish pendulum experiment.
Well, Coulomb's law. Coulomb had a pendulum,
awesome.
an apparatus, just the same. Can you guys hear me right now? Or no?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I'm laughing too hard at the fucking. You got to check out the voice text, man. That's hilarious. You got to see it. It's so apropos for today's times, man. It really is. It's apropos. It fits.
Oh shit! You put one up. I'll have to post mine right now. I gotta post mine. I made one too, real quick on the phone.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You guys are too quick, man. Dude, if I had Photoshop, I'd smoke all your asses. But they want like $37 a month for that bitch or some shit, right? I'm like, fuck. I can't do it. That is so funny. I saved that one, man. I'm gonna use that somewhere at some point. Donato, that's good. Hey, what's up, New Perspective Dave, man? What are you doing, man? You all right? You working? What's up? I can't hear you.
What's up? Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, my phone's kind of freaking out with Discord these days. But yeah, check out. So Coulomb had a torsion bar experiment too. So it's not only just the equation that matches, but the whole experiment is a match.
Oh, here it is, right here.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
I want to see you do the lesbian.
I took images from all those experiments and meshed them all into one thing.
I see that, man. That's amazing, dude. I can't believe you did that. How the fuck do you do? I don't want to know how you do it.
I know, right? Years of research.
I was telling Flatterday earlier today on the other server about another combination of ideas. the super pooper people looper.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I don't know. We want to go there right now, but I think I've told you about that before.
Yeah. It always goes good for a while, and then some dude starts talking about drinking pee, and then you're like, oh man. I mean, whatever. Well, that's your thing,
Right, and the thing is, I hate that it's so like they're so confident, and I bet there is some benefit to it, and it's just like every time I hear it, there's always some kind of like copper to it that's like, oh shit, now I got it. What? I don't want to know that I'd rather know that it's not good for you. I just don't want to know it's good for you. What now? You're gonna age it and get more stem cells? What? Oh no. But the whole idea, Kenny, I've told you about this before, right? When they were bringing up that if you have like if you keister something, like a drug or something, it works almost better because you absorb it better, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if your urine's better, good to drink, well then what about keistering urine? And they do have urine enemas that they get as like a beneficial thing. You get benefits. You don't have to drink it that way. So this is just a tube. This is the tube that goes straight from your penis up your butt, and it goes to it saves time, right? It's called the super pooper people looper.
Super. Oh man.
Super looper people looper. Super pooper people looper. The advertisements for that would be hilarious. We got to do a spoof. Just a little tube. The guy standing there with the tube, and
hey Dave.
So it's a super pooper people looper, and people spelled with two e's, right? PEEPLPLE.
Hey, do you remember when those internet advertisements started first coming out, and there was one called Poopery? And it was
yeah.
like potpourri, but it was for poopery. And it was an advertisement. You can check it out on YouTube, man. And it was a legit actual company, man. That's what they sold, was this stuff you put in the bathroom, and it keeps the stink from happening, man. It was interesting.
Anyway. Oh, you're talking about? I thought you were talking like a play on potpourri.
It is a play on potpourri.
It's called poopery. Oh, okay.
Poopery. Yes, it's poopery, bro. It's a thing, man. It's a real thing. It's still in existence, I think.
Sure. Right.
And it had all these hot chicks going, I hate to stink up the bathroom. Oh my god.
Right.
You're like, oh fuck. It was like when advertising really started taking off on the internet, man. I mean, high end advertising, not this, I made, hey, buy my product or whatever, it was, no, this was high end, full on machine, marketing machine videos, man, that were just taking
Saturday was cracking me up earlier. What were you saying about getting addicted to the pee? Saturday? What if you can't stop? You're like killing people and trying to get more pee, and you just can't. It becomes like an addiction. Is he still here? Where'd he go?
He's muted.
Cracking me up.
Do what now? With the AI thing?
Saturday Saints, you still here?
He's muted. He's muted up, man. Give him a minute. He'll come back. We got a little off topic, but
Yeah, I didn't mean to go pee pee poo poo.
Pee pee poo poo caca, and but that's pretty much the globe too, though. At the same time, you really think about it, man. They're both ridiculously funny.
Well, we can bring it back to flat Earth. I mean, they claim that Americans are literally drinking Russian pee. Now, what kind of a fucking gaslighting operation is this, really? Come on. They're drinking Russian pee on the fucking ISS. This is a real claim, right?
That is a claim. That is a claim.
3D, they have a 3D printer to use their poop, right? To 3D print their poop for products. This is a real claim as well. You can look it up, right?
Well, yeah, we covered that a few years ago, man. They were doing that, right?
And then the whole thing about the mud that they were going to use on Mars, and the whole idea of like mixing the poop with the blood, or whatever, the blood with the concrete, and that the poop-rete or whatever. Like
they were going to 3D print their poop into livable structures on the moon, right? Like a house. They're going to 3D print a house on the moon with using moon dust and your poop. Yeah, moon dust and your poop. Yeah, dude, they've had this AI news media fuck shit, sci-fi, out of this world, unbelievable claim news articles that we all have read over the years, man. For the last 20 years, man, we've been reading crazy shit about how, some planet farted a piece of gas. And I mean, it's
just Uranus took a pounding. And you'll have like 100 headlines like Uranus really took a pounding last night,
Uranus took a pounding last night from a diamond storm that blew up. You're like, what? That's the ridiculousness of their claims sometimes. But it's been 20 years of this, man. I've been reading this shit. And here we are. They've had this AI for 20 years, bro. Now I'm looking back on it. I'm like, no. All those articles were cuck shit show, man. There was all AI. No. They've had this shit for 20 years ahead of us. I guarantee it, man. They fucking knew this shit. 20 years.
You think the AI is coming up with those articles, you mean?
They've been doing it for 20 years. At minimum.
Yeah, they've had AI.
20 years, man. A lot of those articles. I mean, I go back and if I still had my popular science magazines, I could go back and look at like 90% of them and go, dude, that looks like an AI cuck shit show to me, right? That's AI. I mean, it's all it's all made up bullshit that nobody can prove. I mean, it's just
maybe made up anyway. They might as well just say, here's all the different factors of what we've created this fallacy.
For fuck's sake, they got helicopters and they're shooting cars into space, and they got helicopters on Mars, man. What?
If that was actually happening, this is the point that's interesting about it. If any of that was actually happening, we would all be glued to our TV. We would just be like, it would be like amazing, and it would be like so undeniably real because there'd be so many fucking accidents and mistakes and all kinds of things that would go wrong, even though they make up things that go wrong to make it seem more believable.
It would be like the MMA fight or whatever, It would be like, shit, it's Friday night, man. They're gonna try to land. Hey, let's have a party, bro.
They're gonna try to do it right.
Dude, they're gonna really try to do this. Oh, fuck, they're done. They're dead.
Right.
Shit. Killed them.
Think of how many men would have died just trying to land on the moon, right?
Just trying to. No. Hey, man, they landed 6 times on that bitch perfectly every time, man. Well, yeah.
Don't worry about the fact that the moon's supposed to be rotating. I didn't think about that. It's the same argument with the moon rotating. They're landing on a rotating surface, right? So how are they getting into the atmosphere, whatever atmosphere there is of the moon, and then rotating with the moon perfectly, which they didn't show. They just, they just have it going down as if the moon is stationary, just the way they do with the planes on Earth.
Before you came in here, I was talking about, does anybody got any telemetry data laying around, man? I heard NASA's looking for some lost telemetry data, man.
See, that whole part of it, too, I think, is part of the science. I mean, that's part of the thing. They don't have to tell us anything about losing telemetry data. They don't have to tell us anything. It's all put out there to make us question it on purpose for whatever reason.
Sure, man. Keep the story going. Keep it spinning. Keep the story spinning. True or not, man.
Right. The mistakes are made on purpose to get even us interested. Point out.
They call it the spin cycle, man, in the news. I think they call it the spin cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you keep it spinning.
If they didn't tell us anything, they could take the money and do whatever they want with it anyway, right? They don't have to it's all this whole idea we're gonna try to call them out and get them to spend the money somewhere else. We're gonna actually be able to dictate what they spend the money on, right? It's all just to get us interested. I mean, you got everybody watching it because on one side, people are watching for the obvious mistakes and complete bullshit that's there. And then the other people that are actually into it are watching it because they believe it. So it makes it perfect.
Dave, here's the most obvious presentation of this has been this Bud Light thing.
I don't know anything about it.
You don't know anything about the Bud Light controversy? Nothing.
No.
Oh, I can't clue you on here, but oh shit! I thought you knew about that. Man. Sorry.
No,
it's okay.
What's to do with that? I'm out of
Basically, man, Bud Light came out with a commercial. They hired a certain person, and it kind of backfired, and it's blown up, and then people are making all kinds of parody videos about it, and they're dogging Bud Light. Bud Light's down billions of dollars, whatever. I mean, it's it's kind of big. It's even made the mainstream news, and it's Budweiser's getting slammed for
who was the person
hiring this person to promote their beer.
Tell me that.
It was a dude. Dude looked like a lady, and that was one of those kind of situations. Anyway, can't really go into too deep, but you can check it out, man.
I'll check it out.
Donato, don't drop that shit in the chat. Get rid of that. Don't drop that shit in the chat, man. I know I try to keep it cool around here, man. Keep it on topic about Earth usually, the crazy kooky shit. I mean, there's enough fucking stupid shit about Earth and their claims to talk about. Then, we don't have to talk about, what's happening in the news, man. I mean, there's a lot of shit in the news that's just cock, right? And It's fluff. It's cuck. If you want, here we get to talk about Earth, man. Guess what? We live on Earth, and we can check it out. Oh, I love that, man. Right. But yeah, there's always some psyop going in with some psyop talking about some psyop, man. And then that's how they got away with all this outer space shit, man. It's like they're just working all the people, man. Like, we're hiring you to do this and that. And
yeah,
you're the guy that's going to actually build some communication device that you think's going to space, man. I mean, guaranteed, man. I met those guys, and they're engineers, they're builders, they're fucking, tooling shit and trying to do the best they can, man, because that's what they do. But they don't know this thing's actually not going to outer space, man. We had a guy.
That's why I always say like that. Yeah, the phrase of I'm no rocket scientist, right? That's just like an inside joke because that's the perfect specimen. The guy that's smart enough to build the rocket, just not wise enough to realize it never goes to space.
Exactly, man. I mean, he's going to do what the specs tell him to do, man. I've worked with these guys, man. They're fantastic machinists and engineers and project leaders and all. Yeah, these guys know what the fuck they're doing, for the most part. They're doing what they got hired to do, man. And those guys show up every day and they kick ass. Now, I was on a hangout. I think I might have been even on Poncho Pete's channel, Dave. I don't know. This guy came in. He's like, dude, man, my dad built satellites for NASA. Dude, something changed. So he worked there. He built all these satellites. And one day he walked into some restricted area. And he, in this satellite, supposedly was been in space for years. He sees the satellite that he fucking built. Right?
Satellite graveyard, yeah. Right.
It was like a satellite graveyard, right? And after that, the guy said, dude, my dad was so depressed after that, man. He was just an absolute fucking mess. And I just like, you could tell the guy was legit. I mean, it was just one of those nights on a live stream somewhere, right? Then he came on, we talked. He told me his sob story, and I never heard from him again. Never hear from him again.
Yeah.
In the same way,
that's the problem with the whole thing. I mean, the industries are real; they're doing real things. It's just not actually happening in the end. Like the end result is not actually happening, but they have to have the industry continue when the production continues, so that the money continues. And ever since getting into this whole this whole truth movement or truth in research, we've heard that before. Like there's industries that are, if you come up with a solution to something you're working on,
well,
if they find the solution, they're actually told not to let that out because they won't get their funding. So they have to get just as close as they can and say they're making progress. I mean, and that's why the space industry is perfect, because they can just make up their progress. They don't actually. It's a never-ending exploration of the universe.
Never-ending, man. It's a never-ending exploration of a bunch of fucking lights in the sky.
Right.
And that's crazy. Think, man. It's just
perfect. It's brilliant.
But it is brilliant, man. However, they do hire millions of people to build all this crazy shit that they think it's going to space.
Right.
Whether it's hanging on balloons or they stick to the fucking dome, I don't know, man. Whatever.
And hopefully, maybe not. You don't have to give them more credit than they deserve, but hopefully, some of these things they're building are actually meant for something else rather than just being like put in a satellite graveyard. Some of these things are actually for like outer ponder research or outer ponder tundra survival or whatever. I mean, hopefully some of these funds are actually going to things that are beneficial for the long-term existence of mankind.
So Dave, man, I don't know, maybe like I'm going to say like 3, maybe 4 years ago, 3 years, Samsung came out with what they called the selfie satellite. Samsung selfie satellite. The 3 S's. All right. And the whole idea behind the Samsung selfie satellite was they had a video screen like a television on a satellite with a camera pointed at the television screen or the computer screen, right? And you could upload your picture to the screen on the satellite, and you take a selfie in space. You're going to take a selfie in space. That's why they called it the Samsung selfie satellite, right? And they had a big, giant party to promote this thing with a bunch of celebrities and a big video screen. And they did the first satellite selfie. Well, it turns out, man, that thing crashed back to Earth in some farmer's field. And she went out there with her cell phone and videotaped this thing laying on the ground. There it is.
They had a balloon attached to it. That was the whole thing.
It was attached to a balloon. And look how hokey the thing looks, dude. Look how hokey shit fuck all that thing is, man. It's like you know, if you had like I don't know, $5,000, you could probably put that bitch together, no problem, right? You know, no problem. But I always thought that was interesting. It looks so crappy, and it was on a balloon. And I just think that that's like a dead fucking giveaway. One of those things that I wished upon many years ago. I was like, just give us one of those little bitches that those motherfuckers can't explain. Just give me one. Just give me one. And that's one of them, man. That's one of my favorite ones, man. That nobody can defend this motherfucker. Nobody. That is a dead balls giveaway, as we call it, man. You're fucked. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Oh.
There's a lot of predictive programming with this. I think it's a controlled demolition, as I always say. You know, I'll put a couple of predictive programming things in the chat here. This first one, this is from American Gods, the opener for American Gods. They have the astronaut being crucified.
There you go. That's a dead giveaway.
There's another one. Check this one out.
Okay, we got the Wright brothers with the Kitty Hawk. Birthplace of Aviation, Ohio, 1803. You got the astronaut.
Yeah, look at that. Do you think that's a mistake, or do you think that's not intentional?
And the hangman.
That's gotta be. There's no way that that's not.
I like it.
Yeah, I found that one. You know what I'm saying? That looks like the hangman, right? So it's kind of like the celebration of the takedown of the industry, the controlled demolition of the industry. Like I said, like we talked about, they don't have to show us anything. They don't have to talk about telemetry data or any of that. It's all part of the whole. You know, it's it's just like the emperor wears no clothes, right? You have to have the emperor be naked, right? And you have to have the mistakes made on purpose in the same way, so that then your belief in what they're doing is based on your belief in it, nothing more, right?
Yes, exactly.
You have to have the people just like blindly believe it.
Yep.
You know, they can't make it. They make it questionable on purpose, just like the emperor without clothes. It's like flaunting the power. You still there?
No, I'm here, man. I'm trying to type something, man. Hang on one second. I'm trying to get my cursor to actually land where it needs to be. But hey, Tominoid is in the chat. You got Jesse Williams, One Big Pond. We've got a bunch of people that are upside down in the chat, man. Can you believe it?
Nice Tominoid. Come on, Tominoid.
You guys are upside down, man. I just want you guys to know that. Okay? I always tease my compatriots in Australia. I always tease them with being upside down. Thank you guys for putting up with me. You guys can boot me anytime. That's all right, man. I'll get on the Hot Wheel server. I'll do it justice. I promise. Look at the Hangman. That's pretty interesting, man. That's a good find. I'll give you that. It definitely makes sense to me. Now, it might not make sense to everybody, but that's all right. Yeah. Hey, guess what? The world's not what they told us. Fuckers lied to us, man. What a bunch of cucks, man. I hate that. Yeah, I'm still kind of pissed. There's a lot of us that are still pissed. He had the bathroom, the poopers.
Yeah. You like that? That's one of my favorites that I made there. Poopers. Look at that. Look at her face there. I mean, especially for a woman, to hold that yellow cone, for a woman to pee in that, and then aim at that little 2-inch pipe hole that they got there.
There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way you're peeing in the little tube with the yellow thing. No. Taking a poop. Yeah, fuck.
Aiming at this shit with no gravity. You know, she's like, and she even says at the end, oh, it does get a little messy in here. Things get a little out of control. It's total gaslighting operation. This is the epitome of it. Anybody that thinks the ISS is really happening the way they say, there's no seat. Look at that. Why don't they just strap themselves down, right? Have a seat with some straps on it, which they did.
You gotta take a number 2. You gotta put your butt on the hole.
Things get messy. You got the pee. You got the collar. And there's no.
It stinks.
And the door doesn't even seal. It's like one of those like flap open doors. You know,
you gotta go number 1. You gotta slam this up against you. You know, and take a pee. You gotta go pee, poo, poo, caca. Hey, we were talking about that earlier, but yeah, they do talk about it on the ISS about taking a shit and taking a piss.
But look at that thing.
I'm looking at it, man. I'm looking at it. It's ridiculous. You gotta be kidding me, man.
That's the epitome of it. This is like, okay, we're going to do this. I don't know how many takes they had to go through so she didn't laugh, you know, but you can see the look on her face there. It's just, and the hair is just really bad, you know. It's just like clumps of it all over the place. It's not at all like they were, you know, in the vomit comments, the way it flows and stuff. It's just so ridiculous. And this is the kind of thing that I think they do where they're like, we don't feel bad. Because we're not making it too believable. If you think this is where they go to the bathroom for months on end and share a bathroom and with no seat, no gravity and no seat, are you kidding me?
There's people been up there over like almost 2 years, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like,
drinking each other's pee, using a bathroom doesn't look right. They spend millions of dollars on it, and you got to hold a cone. I mean, come on.
You gotta dump your butt on there 600 times, man. 600 fucking times. Right? Minimum. If you were up there more than 2 years, I mean, obviously it's way more than 2 years.
I've got a battery issue on my phone, by the way. If I cut out, it for some reason, my battery, I have to like charge it, and then it won't charge with I have the Mophie on there, but the Mophie will charge it, but then it won't charge with the regular. I just need to fix it. But yeah, I'm getting low on my battery, so just let
all right, man. Yeah, I got like 20 more minutes. I got to go to bed, but I can hang out and talk about cringe, man. Chugga coffee. Chugga. Yeah, that's pretty cringy, bro. Dude, that is super cringy. Dupe pooper's delight, and it really does explain that they are just pulling fucking. It's showbiz, man.
Yeah, it's funny and it's creepy at the same time. It's like because it's like
showbiz, man.
It's like funny but creepy. It's kind of like these are the same people, and not to bring up the subject, but the people that are doing this are the same people that gave us the dancing nurses.
Yep.
You think about it that way.
Same shit, man. Same shit as the dancing nurses. Yep.
Right.
Exact same.
We're in control and you can't do anything about it, and we're gonna dance.
Yeah. Hey, guess what, man? Hey, you're not allowed to leave your house, man. We got rules, man. Damn it.
Right.
The apple Danish is good, but whatever you do, don't drink the coffee, baby.
No, Pettit's pastry. That's what it is. Pettit's pastry. I like that. The God rocking in here? Or is he not listening?
I think he bounced. He had to go. You gotta go.
Yeah, it seems like
that's what they say on the ISS, man. Hey,
what's that?
My question on the ISS, man. Let's say you had some explosive diarrhea. I mean, oh my goodness, I ate too many of those.
Fireborne, right? Yeah, we go.
I ate too many of the beans. Oh my god, I shouldn't have had that tang with.
Not to mention your digestion with the, I'm not
feeling good, Dave. Oh shit! I gotta go. And
it's mostly a liquid diet, right? By the way, it's mostly
it's mostly liquid diet. You're eating shit out of bags and shit, right?
Right.
Right. For like almost 2 years, right? You're gonna eat shit out of a bag, and then every once in a while, and you're not gonna feel so good, bro. Floating around all day long, every day. I mean,
right? Yeah, that's got to do something.
Then that's got to take it out on you, physically, man. It kind of kick your ass a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, oh shit, fucking, I'm kind of worked, dude. I'm worked, bro. I gotta go lay down.
Did you see Taboo Conspiracy's latest on the ISS?
Mm-hmm.
I got one a couple days ago. Yeah, that was pretty good.
So the point is, I mean, explosive. I mean, that would be an evacuation kind of situation because, everybody knows if you get poop in your eye, you're fucked. You got pink eye, bitches. Yeah, you don't want to get poop in your eye. And if that shit was floating around in there for, ouch. Yeah, it's going to be bad. So,
and you think about, when they show them, like, the way that their clothes are always perfectly pressed and clean, if you actually had people,
right?
Like, we've been saying this for a while, like, just do like a, just like a simulation of the conditions they would have to live in for the ISS and put 5 people in there for a week.
Yeah,
they'd all have pink eye. They'd all be like, like fucking miserable. Like, they'd be eating each other's skin particles. It would just be disgusting.
Oh, it would be a fucking disaster. Yeah, skin, hair everywhere, man. Skin everywhere. Yeah, it would be fucked. It would be, dude. I knew guys that lived on sailboats, and they're like, "Oh my god, this place stinks like a big fucking poop sign, man." I'm like,
right,
and.
It'd be worse than that because you wouldn't have any fresh air. You would have no fresh air. You'd be drinking each other's pee. I mean, they'd be miserable.
Here's the funny thing, Dave. The guys that lived on the sailboat had fresh air, and it's still fucked up, man. It was still a disaster.
Right.
Like, your whole fucking boat smells like a big turd, dude. I mean, I got to be honest with you here, man. I'm like, this is bad. Yeah.
Hey,
what I have
dude, it's like It's like a 17,500 mile per hour fart can up there.
Fart can, baby. Exactly. It's ridiculous.
That's disgusting, bro. Like, yeah. Who the hell wants to go up there?
Bro. You're trapped in a fart can, man. I love that.
For 20 years. For 20 years, it's been up. Probably more now, right? I mean, 98, I think.
Wait a minute, Mayhem. I think the longest stay on the ISS was, I don't know, 666 days, but I could be wrong.
Something like that.
And
wasn't it 666?
I swear, man. I think that's the number, actually, man. I think that's the record. Yeah. Can you believe that's true? Oh, what's the chances of that? I don't know. Fascinating. However, it would be a giant fart can. It would smell. It would be a toxic fuck all, man, mess. Germ infested. It'd be like mold growing. Fuck. The thing would be a disaster, man.
It's not even appealing to think about going. Like, I mean, you know what I mean?
The electronic fans too would be filled with dust.
And hair. And
I'm just saying, man. Realistic. No, I was telling people realistically about the ISS. Like, if that was an actual thing, right? Imagine, like, okay, so when you go to bed at night, you know why it feels so comfortable when you lay down? Because you feel the pressure of your body against the bed.
Right.
Like that's a natural feeling that you have, like when you're resting. Like when you sit down. Like when you sit down, you feel the pressure of your body against the seat that you're sitting on. Imagine never feeling that pressure. Can you imagine that? Just never, always being in a state of buoyancy, and you're. I'm serious. It's gonna fuck you up.
That's what I said. I mean, it would wipe you out physically trying to deal with it, man. You would be unless you were like an athlete or something, man. Yeah, maybe.
Well, even the greatest athletes, man, they atrophy, like muscles atrophy because like your muscles are like even if you just walk, when you walk, your muscles are active. So the pressure that you have against the earth, like as you're walking, it's your muscles are being exerted. Like there's a bit of force being used, right? Mm-hmm. But imagine being buoyant where your muscles are not being used at all. And like they say, they have like machines that work out and stuff like that, but you don't have the pressure. The pressure is what builds the muscle, like daily. And so without the pressure, like muscles atrophy. You get like you won't be able to sleep because imagine just being constantly floating. Or imagine having a dream where you're falling and you never fall, like, because you don't feel the pressure, like, of waking up in the bed, like, when, it would be madness, dude. Like, the people that go into those buoyancy chambers, they have, like, experiences where they hallucinate and, and that's just for, like, a couple hours, I think, when you're in there. That they put them in that liquid, and that liquid gets...
Yeah, man. Dude, there's a place not far from my house. It's that's what they do, man. They specialize in this liquid that you cannot sink in. It's so buoyant, man, that humans they just float on top of the water, and it's crazy, man. It's so much salt in that shit, man. It's full of salt.
Don't they have like an experience when they're in there? Because like their body doesn't. It's you're floating. It just makes you feel like you're just floating, and there's no.
Yep.
I guess what I'm saying is that if you were in that state constantly and you never felt the feeling of that pressure, you would go mad. I think you would go crazy.
No doubt.
Because it would. It's the same kind of effect. Now, I know people don't think of the psychological effects, but I'm thinking of it like this. Have you ever been in a room without any noise whatsoever? Like zero noise, not even a pin drop, like nothing, no breathing, no that. You don't hear anything. I bet you your heart would sound like a beating drum, like boom, boom, boom. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, imagine there being no sound whatsoever. That drives you mad. Like, if you were in a chamber with like absolutely no sound, people can go crazy that way. The same as it would be if you would have like no feeling of pressure. Because imagine closing your eyes and not feeling that the orientation. How could you feel? If you're how your body's oriented because the liquid in your ears.
Yeah.
If it's like I've had a cleaning one time in my ear, my inner canal, because they were gonna do some cleaning in my ears. And when they did that, she kind of hit the place where the liquid is, like in my ear, and I felt like I was tipping, like I was falling over, and she had to like hold me on the side because like it makes you feel real dizzy, like because the liquid is messed up. So if that inner ear, the liquid in there, never has the feeling of being settled and it's just always like just floating around, you would go crazy. I mean, that's just the natural. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's a natural state for humans, like being that way.
No, the vesicular system, the way that the liquid is in your ear, has to have that pressure in order to orientate orientate your everything you see and react to. I mean, that's just a fact.
Like you could withstand, I'd say, like the vomit comet, like, or going to the amusement parks and feeling the feeling of every now and again that where you feel it's the butterflies in your stomach, or like when your ears you feel like they're popping. Like you can probably withstand that for a little bit of time, but for going for days and days and years and like hell no. I'd say a big
almost 2 years.
Yeah, I couldn't. I would say that's just madness, dude. There's nobody that can. I don't think people talk about this, to be honest. Like the actual, what it would be like to be up there. Like this psychologically, the mind couldn't withstand that. It would just be like traumatized from that.
Dude, there is no way in hell that you and I are going to make it on the space station for a year. No fucking way. We're not floating around for a year, bro. No way. I mean, that would be. I mean, our muscles would be toast, or we'd be done.
Yeah, because I mean, like I was saying, like imagine not feeling the because I mean, orientation is everything. Like you just it grounds you. Like you know what I mean. Like when you sit up, you're sitting up, and your mind kind of like adapts to like the surroundings. But imagine like you're in a have you seen those exercise spheres where you can just be flipping all the way around? Like you put your hands out, your legs out too, and then like it's like a 360 ball where it just you're going every which way in it. And there's like this, it's like an exercise thing. You can go everywhere. I've seen them before, but it's kind of like that where you're just spinning around every which direction, and you don't have your sense of orientation. And there's no sense of it. And so like when you lose that sense, that can make you go crazy. Just that right there. It's like torture, really.
Well, if we look at all the footage from NASA on the ISS, there is a lot of BSS on the ISS, man. And the way they react to like, their live streams or videotapes or interviews or whatever they're doing, if you go back and look at it, with the critical eye, you will see the major flaws in their acting, and even their information is completely flawed, right? Hey, we can see stars. Well, I can't see stars. Well, of course we can see stars. Yeah. Get that one straight, man. Which one is it, Mongos? You seeing stars or you're not seeing stars, man? You got to pick one or the other, man. You don't get to like just cruise with that one, bro. No. Which one is it? If anybody's got any answers for whether we see stars in space or not, I would love to see it, because apparently there's conflicting evidence to the contrary through direct observation from people who've actually been to what they call low Earth orbit, at least. Anyway, that would be cool, man. If you guys could figure out whether you see stars or not, that would be great. Once you got that, man, let me know. Which one is it? Yes or no? Keeping it simple here, man. I'm not trying to complicate things, man. Are you?
Hey, we got Bearded Dora in the chat and Jedi. Waking up in the morning, Jedi. Cup of coffee, English breakfast.
That's right. Time to wake up.
Was it? It's definitely breakfast time in the morning, mate. Good morning. Hope you're all doing well. It's really sunny here as well. It's a gorgeous sunny morning, mate.
Oh yeah, weather's changing for the better. It seems springtime and all that jazz.
Well, yeah, we haven't really had a springtime, mate. It's just been raining since Christmas. It feels like, but yeah, nice little bit of sunshine at the moment.
You guys don't get a break from all that rain, huh?
Not really, man. It has been a miserable type of winter, early springtime, man. It hasn't been fantastic, but you know, it's sunny out. It's a really nice day, so big smile on my face. I'm all happy, man. Hope you're the same.
Hell yeah, bro. Definitely.
What's going on in here then? I heard we've had this conversation before about how ridiculous it is to live for long periods of time in the International Space Station. We've had this conversation a couple of years ago, mate. It always struck me as funny, right? How you're trying to get to sleep, but you've got no pillow, you can't have that pressure. You close your eyes and bloody hell, you don't even know which way's up or down. It made me feel sick. I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, just that general idea. And even, I don't know, somebody mentioned earlier about the wastage away of like people's muscles and so on because, you know, not walking and none of that type of activity. I was wondering myself, you know, digestion system, things like that. Because even though it kind of works on the gravitational idea, but, you know, top to bottom, if you haven't got a top or a bottom, how's your body even know how to work its normal chemical cycles, mate? How does your digestive system work? So long durations in space, mate, I don't think it would even be possible if the fantasy was true.
I agree 100%, man. Yeah, we're just hanging with Flat Earth, dude, man. He's the captain of the night shift.
No.
He's like captain of the night shift. It's good to hear him, man, because he comes in at about maybe 12 my time, and he usually stays around to about around this time, actually.
Yeah, I'm getting close to bed, but no, living in a weightless environment would be incredibly challenging physically. Incredibly challenging physically. I mean, it's you know, the world presents itself as reality when we have to deal with what we deal with here. Now, if you throw yourself out into some kind of weird, now I'm just floating around. What? I mean, that would be so physically challenging for most people, man. I mean, there might be some athletes and stuff that are just completely fit and could handle it. But the most of us, you know, regular folk, man, we ain't got a chance. We're going to be wrecked after like a week, man. You wouldn't be doing live streams to classrooms in some elementary school or something. No, you'd be like, dude, man, I'm sick, bro. I can't even move. Yeah, it would be wicked, man. It'd be like a wicked. Yeah.
Think about it like this. Okay, so when you drink water, it follows the digestive system. Like it goes through your body, right? Mm-hmm. But then it like imagine if you're floating and the water doesn't. I mean, obviously your muscles contract, you know, when you eat something, but then it pushes stuff in a direction. But at the same time, when it doesn't have the flow. You know what I mean? It's how is it gonna like move through everything like it's supposed to? So I'll give you an instance too. Like, have you ever eaten anything and then gone straight to bed? You know, sometimes it's bad because your body like needs to digest the food, so it's good to stay up and so you can feel like the you know the muscles start contracting and move around, and you can digest a little easier, and then you go to bed. But imagine like because the gases and everything that build up. There's no pressure against the walls of the stomach. It's just like floating in there. Yeah. Like there's no, you know what I mean?
Be ridiculously painful to try to process food in a weightless environment. Yeah, it would be incredible.
That's what I'm saying. Like every liquid in your body, from the inner ear, you like the liquid in your inner ear to the liquid in your digestive system. Like all these liquids that are in your body would be just like. There's no orientation because there's no gravity. You know, like there's nothing that's gonna.
Where am I supposed to go? Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going.
Just floating around.
I'm just floating. I don't know where to go from here. Yeah, it would be crazy. Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
It's not appealing. It just really isn't appealing.
It's not appealing at all. And they,
and they're not doing that as far as like what we're thinking about. Like, I don't think anybody even discusses what are they doing up there. Like for that amount of what are they right now, right this very moment? Are they doing some groundbreaking science up there that's really like turning the world into a better place? Like, or what are they doing? Like, are they just fiddling with their thumbs? Like, you know what I mean? Exactly. What are they? Are they just punching turning some knobs and punching some lights? Like, what is it exactly? What science are they doing?
Dude, they're playing with water. You've seen the videos, I know you have. And
well, I've seen some rats running around like in like freaking.
I don't know about the rats.
Floating.
I definitely seen them playing with water on the ISS. They love to play with water. Like, hey man, look at my sponge. I squeeze the water out of the sponge and it floats. Oh my god, it floats! It's amazing.
Those
water.
Are parlor tricks. They're parlor tricks. Like, okay,
dude, it's a magic trick.
Instead of the parlor tricks, man, like why can't they show you some real hard science? Like, okay, so this is what we did. Our control method was this. When at least fake that shit. Like do something where we're not looking at you look like bozos. Like every single time the camera's on them, they're like bozos. Doing carnival tricks. It's like nobody wants to see that shit. Like maybe second graders, like you're entertaining them, but like what do adults get for the bang for their buck? Are you doing some hard science? I'm like nobody's. I mean, shit. Every day it's like, what are they doing?
Maggie, the sad thing is that the vast majority of people are actually at a second grade level, and that's where they're appealing to.
Oh yeah.
And that's just the sad facts, man. I mean,
because every time you see those clowns, flat Earth, they're talking about like, oh, we're gonna have a conference with the second grade kids and the third grade kids, and ask the astronaut anything you want. And it's like, did you want to be an astronaut when you were little? And they were like, well, I'll answer that one. It's like, dude,
I'll answer.
What are you doing up there, man? Like. I'll be
you gotta believe in yourself, and you gotta just keep going, and no matter what, you can do it. No matter what you want to do, you can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, that's the old song and dance. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't need to see more schools calling these guys. I'd rather okay, enough with the kids. Now talk to the adults. What the hell are you guys doing up here? Like,
what
can you
tell us, please? You guys doing? Talk to me.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no, I don't. I'm thinking about it like this though, man. Because it's like, okay, let's get down to some brass tacks. Let's cut the old crap cake. Like, the kids are away now. Now you're speaking to us, the adults. What are you doing? Like, what are you? Freaking hell, man. We don't get our There's no. Okay, so we got from April to I don't know, June. This is what they're going to be doing and how they're going to be doing it. Like, we don't get none of that. You know what I'm saying? We don't get
Hey, Mig, this is where it's at. This is how bad it is. Is that if you go look at NASA and just type in NASA in Google and search under news or whatever, the last week or something, dude, in the last week they had nebulas eating the size of Earth in some article, that the scientists saw a nebula eat a planet the same size as Earth. They saw it. They saw it, man. Dude, that's all you got to put out, man. You don't have to put out anything else, man. It doesn't matter. It was just some group of scientists here or there that saw this. That was it. It was just it was a great, miraculous, unbelievable experience that you didn't get to participate in, but you get to enjoy.
I guess, yeah, flat Earth. I guess why I'm kind of pissed off at these guys is because for the longest time, people have been held up by these second grade notions of these guys. For all it's worth, right? All we got is people coming into this server and giving us second grade answers to like the most complex ideas of like what they should be doing, right? It's like you ask them, well, how do you know what the star is? Well, it's plasma. Okay, and how do you know that? Well, science. It's like a fucking second grader could be saying that shit, and you're telling me that is like, why would you be saying that? Like, there's no, where's the real answer like you would get from someone who would be able to tell you what it is? Instead, you're fed this like story, and now everybody's got to listen to you tell. It's so redundant, man. It's just like everything, the whole bit, the whole kit and caboodle, the whole enchilada, every single thing. When they talk about people in the ISS, all you hear is about, you know, some kind of school contacted them and they're doing little funny tricks, and it's like there's no, it's a facade, bro. It's all of it.
Oh, it's fucking Hollywood, man.
The knowledge of the globe to,
it's B-roll Hollywood, man. It's B-movies Hollywood, man. That's how bad it is. But I did want to. Blue Jumper did drop an article about the planet WASP 12b is so close to its sun-like star that it may only have another 10 million years left before it's completely devoured.
So bullshit, man. I swear. It's so bullshit. Oh my God, man. I can't believe it.
Dude, that's the kind of shit I'm trying to expose, man. It's like, who came up with that cuck shit? Fuck all. Come on. You got to be kidding me, man. And they're buying it. And they're buying it.
Realistically, man, you got 100. If you live good, right? If you live good, you got 100 good years on this earth.
Right. If you're good. If you're totally good.
I'm just saying, dude, out of that, how much do you think you're going to reach for that 10 million? Like
the 10 million.
I don't think. Oh shit, dude! Like
it's never gonna happen, man. It's never gonna happen. It's just gonna be like, oh shit, I got in 10 million years, it's fucked. Oh shit, I should be worried about that. No.
Well, this is like okay, so. And I'm like, because I do this to the people that come in here, because I love to get into the minds of these people coming in here. For me, it's like, it's so fascinating. You know, you hear them. There used to be the people that used to come in here like reporters. I'm here to study and ask you guys questions because I'm really interested in what you guys think. Yeah. I'm like, no shit. I'm interested in what you think. You're the one that believes this shit. Like, wow. Like, I'm more astonished that like you thinking that the earth is whatever you think it is versus me thinking that I see what the earth is and I'm claiming that's what it is because I'm looking at what it self-evidently as. But you, on the other hand, you believe this article about some 10 million years in the future and in the past. Now, they believe the shit in the past, too. Well, this happened about 10 billion years ago, and in 10 million more years, the sun will run out of its energy and it'll turn into a red giant and then consume all. It's like, so in the past and the future, you believe a bunch of millions of years and millions of years the other way, too. So it's all just like, who's saying this? Like, where is this coming from? Because, I mean, obviously, a critical thinking mind wouldn't be saying this shit, bro. It just would not.
No. And I do think a lot of it's coming from AI, man. I do. Like, even that little, like...
Artificial intelligence?
Yeah. And I think they've had it for 20 years, and they just type in there some parameters, and they just come up with some, the planet only have another 10 million years left. Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. There's no other explanation for it because there's no way in hell nobody's ever gonna fucking produce any fucking evidence that's gonna say, hey man, I've got evidence for 10 million years from now, bro. What? You got evidence that you wait. Let's break this down here a second, man. What do you got? You know?
I didn't think they're gonna break it down.
Dude, what the fuck is your evidence for your 10 million years from now? What the fuck?
I swear, flat earth, dude. Like these guys are sheep times 10, bro. Like I don't know, like they're super sheep because it's like I know you guys ain't buying this. I know you guys ain't buying this shit. Come on, man. You guys are pulling my leg. you ain't buying this shit right here, man. Like, I mean, if you're talking to the general public, if the new person that comes in here who's a Glober is full on, you gotta. I mean, on just a common sense of it all, you just like, come on, man. You really ain't buying this shit, man. You be straight with me. If you're buying this 10 million years bullshit, like, that's just there's something wrong with you, man.
Well, that was the other thing, Meg, is that they sold us like that star you're looking at is it was the light you're seeing in your eye right now is 470 years ago. Okay, that's not really, you know. I mean, when you get people to believe like the light I'm seeing in my eye is 470 million years old, there's a problem, man. If you can get
it's a huge problem.
It's a huge problem. And if you get people to buy that, man, they're so hypnotized and gone. I mean, I was one of those guys, man. I was like, oh my God, that's light years away. Light travels at 186,500 miles a second. And oh my God, that light is so far away. It's amazing. It's amazing. I can't believe it. Well, the reason you can't believe it is because it's not true.
It's not true. It's not true. That's why you can't believe this.
You're screwed, man. You're sucked, and you got hoodwinked, man. You got scammed.
I hate to tell you, but you've been scammed, bro. The biggest scam in the entire world is the entire world.
Right? What a great sell. They pulled off a hell of a scam, man, those bastards.
But you know, there's people that are happy to believe it. I feel like, I don't know, maybe because it's like that whole starry-eyed thing, you know, pun intended, because we look at the stars, right? They're like, man, they pull you aside. You know, like friends are, you know what it is, Flat Earth, dude. When you're together with friends, you're on the night sky, and you're looking up, and you're just like, man, you know, when I look up at the sky and I see all this, when you were a Glober, you know, and the light that's coming in there, that star right there that you're looking at is already a supernova. It's exploded. It's already gone. But dead. We're still seeing that light. I mean, it's like looking back in time, and it's just like you're saying these things, and I don't know, man. It's just like
we're looking
the whole
back
story.
In time, man. That one always, you know, even when I was like, I'm looking back like, you know, 500 years, 1,000 years, whatever. Like, damn, that's crazy, man. That doesn't make sense, man. You know, you just know instinctively, you know, inside your soul, you're like, it just doesn't sound right, man. But you know, okay, that's cool.
Makes sense. Oh shit,
it doesn't make sense at all, man. Like. Oh shit! It just looks like a light, like a street light in the sky. You know, like, no, there it is. Okay, I can see it. Yeah, it's cool.
They're happy little believers. All of them, a whole lot of them.
So time dilation doesn't exist.
Time dilation? The hell?
Dilation? Get the hell out of here! All right, you're getting your head chopped off tonight, Brandon. I'm here, man.
Well, dude, now think about it. If time dilation was real, then we would, like, you could leave Earth, right? And then time would be, what is it, faster here on Earth than it would be up there in space. So it would be slowing down up there.
Right.
Because the further you get, the slower it gets, and the faster it gets when you're on here.
It sounds a lot like Hollywood. Okay, go ahead.
So by the time you get further out into space, you know, time will be rapidly on here on Earth, but then when you're out there, you'd come back and everybody would age like 100 years, and you shut up with your time dilation.
Shut up, man. Shut up.
How can you prove it? Where's the evidence of time dilation? Show the evidence of time dilation. You know what I mean?
What a fucking clown show that would be, man. Show me your time dilation, bro. What do you got? Anybody?
Brandon left because he knows, man. When it's time for the wig, snatch, man, he's gonna get it, man. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take that wig. But he comes with them dollar store wigs, so it's like not even. It's like, bro, time dilation? Are you serious?
He fucking bounced. That's how quick we snatched his wig, man. He gone.
That doesn't even. Come on, Flat Earth, dude. Come on, you gotta. Let's reason with each other about this, man. Time dilation. Is that even? Where's the evidence for that, man? Are people actually are coming back older, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is time not affecting them like it's affecting us?
Well, there's zero evidence for it. I'm just going to say that straight away, man. Zero evidence for time dilation. I mean, that would be super cocky to prove that, man. I mean, you would have to get into some cocky mathematics or something. I go, no. Sorry, Matthew. You ain't gonna digitize your way out of this one, man. Where's your time dilation? Show me some evidence.
Yeah, where's your time? Yeah, we gotta. I'm gonna bring this up tomorrow. Where's your time dilation at? Where's the evidence? Well, we gotta tell him, Jedi. Where's the evidence for time dilation? Cesium clocks, huh? Atomic clocks, or is it nuclear? The hell did they say?
It'd be yeah. Dude, time dilation. Yeah, you got any extra time dilation laying around? Anybody? That'd be cool because I need some. I'm a little short right now. Sure. Need some.
Well, just that's a great way to
just shorten it up, man. It's called TD, bro. You got some TD for me, bro?
That's a great way for you to stop aging, though. You go up into space, and by the time you get back, everybody's aged like 100 years, and
yeah,
you know what I mean.
You never saw the movie? What was that? Interstellar. Oh my god!
That's what they were even mentioning that shit. Like it's such a movie that like gets people to think like all the stories that they talk about with space and that.
It's a complete fucking.
Black holes and like all kinds. They were just
bendy space time and all. Yeah. Fuck.
And even Matthew McConaughey's like little speech on the porch. When he was talking, and he's like, "We were meant to be travelers in the universe, and that's how we got here because we traveled. Like we were seated here. We were never meant to stay here." I was like, "Shut the fuck up, dude! Like nobody believes that. Like what you're saying, except for the starry-eyed globalist that is eating that shit up. Like, man, this is amazing. Yeah, get him, McConaughey. Like nobody cares, dude."
Hey, the great thing about Hollywood, man, what they do really, really well, man, is tug at people's emotions and their fantasies. Their fantasies and emotions at the same time.
I think they really harp on that point, though. They harp on that point that they tug at the music's got to sound good.
And the music, dude. The music is the cuck-all of cuck-alls, man. That shit. Without the music, man, no, it doesn't work, man. They gotta throw that music in there to tug at those heartstrings and get you.
That Cody video, the Dude Perfect video where he went up with the Blue Origin rocket, and I have that like 1 minute.
Let me ask you this, Cody, is the Earth flat?
No, it's not flat. We can confirm it's round. Like that's what he said, bro. Coming back.
What?
But it's not flat. We can confirm it's round. Like. Shut up, bitch. Like
what? I mean, they had to cuck it up that bad, dude. They had to in order to, I don't know, man, get paid, I guess. I think that was part of the payment deal, man. It was like, hey, man, when you come back down, man, just tell everybody, yeah, man. Ask them if the Earth's flat. Yeah, okay.
Bro, he couldn't see the curvature at 200,000 feet, bro. Right. He couldn't. And Neil deGrasse, like, I love holding him as a hostile witness because we can point to people at him when, okay, play the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip, and then afterwards play the Cody clip where he was talking about he saw curvature at 198,000 feet. Now, which one of these, who's lying? The guy who's a science communicator or Cody, who's got 58 million subscribers on his channel?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, which one's lying? Talk to us. Yeah, tell us which
one of these things is not like the other. Which one of these things just doesn't belong?
Oh, fuck. fuck! That just dropped some brain cells on me right there, man. Holy shit! I remember. Oh fuck! It's been decades since I heard that one.
That's what oh man,
shit.
I'm telling you, man, I'm on a mission. I'm on a campaign over here. Like I'm not gonna stop.
Well, I ain't stopping either, man. These cucks are going down, man. It just pissed me off so much, man. Like my whole life, I'm like, oh fuck, man, it's a globe. No, it's not a globe. Fuck.
No, it's not. And there absolutely is no time dilation whatsoever. Like there's no
evidence for time dilation. They do make it up, like, in a Hollywood movie, but yeah, there's no real explanation, no evidence for it, no experiment we can do. Yeah, that one's fucked. Yeah, you're screwed on that one too, guys. You guys got TD.
I'm always going hard in the paint with this shit, man, because I'm not gonna let up. I'm not, man, because you know how many minds are out there? So many minds right now that are still in a prison of their own making because they love this shit. They're just like, oh yeah, of course, let's defend this shit. Like, good stuff, man.
We got gravity, man. We got the fuck all. We got the fuck all pendulum, man. What the hell's that?
The fuck all pendulum. Oh, that shit does everything, doesn't it? Like it's the magic skeleton key for everything. Well, that thing can tell you about curvature, about space time, like all that shit. It's like, what the hell, man? The guy saw something moving around, a plumb bob moving around when he threw it into motion, and all of a sudden it unlocks the mysteries of the universe. Like that thing is like, it's like
that's hilarious.
Like wait. It's like a freaking oracle, bro. Like it's like it speaks mysteries. Like, oh shit, what is the full cost pendulum saying today? Like, oh shit, it just spelled like space time or some shit. Like they're mystified by it, bro.
Yeah, we got mystified. Oh, hey, mechanical device here, totally proves you're on a ball spinning through outer space at millions of miles an hour, 100%, without a doubt. Here's the funny thing, man. If you're like even somewhat logical, be like, well, that makes no sense, man. I mean, that doesn't prove we're shooting through outer space at a million miles an hour. I mean, a ball, if you stand on I know we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour because the ball's moving across the plane there on a pendulum swing. That's definitely proves I'm on a ball, man, 100%. I mean, even if you agree with that 100%, there has to be part of you that goes, well, it really doesn't prove fuck all. I've never been to outer space. I don't know. I mean, you don't know.
They can probably tell that time dilation exists because they saw the Foucault's pendulum move around. They're like, oh shit, time dilation does exist. What the hell? Look at that. Plumb bob's moving around. Like that shit. This one guy came in here was talking about like how the curvature of the earth can be known by Foucault's pendulum. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay. That guarantee proves it 100% without a doubt. And you
Foucault's pendulum.
The rest of you guys are just crazy, man. You guys are just crazy.
I'm just having fun with it, man. But
dude, I'm
definitely
having fun with it. I'm having so much fun with it every day, man. I'm like, did that guy just say that he could do the? Did that guy just say that he could do the? Wait a minute. What do they call those guys? Those field engineer guys. They spent a little bit of time and money with some lasers and shot some. He could do it with a pointer laser.
John Nordovic.
Some guy said he could do that.
Yeah. John Nordovic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the FE core. He's like,
guys. Well, he's gonna do it with a pen laser, man. Oh, okay.
Bro, he said it was a financial scam. He went on to say it was a financial scam. It was like,
it's a scam.
How in the hell? Right. Yeah. Well, according to him, he's like, well, I can do it with one of those other lasers. If I can do it myself, I don't need FE core. I'm like, bitch, they raise money so they can use expensive equipment. You got money to dish out for that shit? No. So why are you like? Your little pen laser isn't gonna do shit for long distance, bro. Just like, well, how far do you think that shit's gonna actually shine? Let's go out there and find out. Like, have you actually? The guy didn't even do it. He's just like, I could do it if I wanted to. I'm like, man, you're not gonna do that shit. Plus, how far do you think that's gonna go anyway? Like, really? They're shooting long distances, miles, dude. Like, your little pen laser ain't gonna go that far. So I mean, it's just like they're not thinking these things through. And so, like, Jean was just, speaking out of his ass, basically.
Well, that's it, man. A lot of the guys come in here and they don't know the first thing about the globe Earth or flat Earth. I mean, they just come in and go,
"Yeah,
you guys are a bunch of flat Earthers, or you guys are stupid." And we hear that, those kind of guys, like, dude, what's your evidence for the globe? I'm like, well, I saw some NASA, the moon. What?
Like, science. One word answers this shit. Science. I'm like, and science, what, man? What was freaking? The other guy, I was listening to him on the bot earlier. It sounded like Timbo was talking to him, and I think Jenna, and like this guy sounded like they were asking him. He said something about asteroids or something, and he's like, "Well, we can know about them because of what did he say? Observational science or some shit. Like he's observational science or what did he say? I want to say that's what he said. Might have said something different, but it's like, how are you doing science with that, man? Like, what's right. I think they even asked, like, what is science? And he's like, well, it's just you just make up a hypothesis. I'm like, no. You're observing a natural phenomena first. Like, that's what you do. Like, you're doing science. Like, he's like, nah, you make a hypothesis. And then these guys don't know shit.
Miggy, we're up against it as far as, like, people understanding what reality is versus what, Hollywood is. And, we're just going to have to keep dealing with it. And that's what we do around here 24/7. Say, hey, come on in here, man. You got evidence for the globe? Please come on in. I mean, you guys beg for it every day. I'm like, I'm the same way, man. I'm like, dude, what do you got? What do you got? You got some curvature, man? Bring. Come on, what do you got? Well, I got this picture that was stretched. Once you stretch the picture, of course you can see the curvature. I mean, but without stretching it, it's like, really?
They're compressed. They always like, well, of course it looks flat. It's the way when you take the picture. Now compress that thing and see that the curvature shows up. I'm like, shut your dumb ass up, dude. If you compress it, that means you're not looking at it in its original state, you dummy. Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, I don't know, bro. Dude, this is.
What was it? Soundly with the fucking bridge, man. I mean, he was even doing live streams back in the day. We're going,
yeah, I remember Soundly.
Soundly's doing this. Like, there's this one bridge picture they got. It's like curved, and I'm like, that's it. There's your ball, man. There's your. I'm like, what?
Oh, bro, I would roast them. I would roast them with Soundly's image because they would always come in with that stupid image of Lake Pontchartrain. Yep. I was like, I would tell the Globers, I'm like, all right, so what's going on right here? Well, that's easy, man. You can see the curve right there, and I would say, and I would tell them, circle. I'm going to give this image to you, but circle where you think that you see the curvature. And of course, every single time, like where it shows the those power lines it looks like it's curving right there, and they would circle it. And I was like, great, good stuff, man. I'm glad that you did that. Okay, so now. Is there any refraction? And they were like, well, no, because we see the curvature right there. Okay, so no refraction, right? Well, yeah, there's refraction. I'm like, oh, really? No, circle where you see refraction. And I'm like, good luck, man, because now you say you see curvature. That's physical, because that's a physical curvature that you're seeing. So if it's only physical, and it's not optical, meaning it's not just something that your eyes are seeing because of refraction. Now you're seeing it because it's actually right there. Then I want you to show me where refraction's happening. And they would circle like on the top of the power lines. I'm like, well, that's a mystery. You're saying that it's happening up here, but not at the bottom. Is that true? And then, I get them in a tailspin because now they're speaking out two sides of their mouth. On the one hand, they want to claim refraction, and on the other hand, they want to claim that it's physical curvature from, of course, the power lines look like they're curving. So I get them to tailspin because they don't know what to say anymore. It's physical. It's optical. No, it's both. And so for some time now, they've been saying that it's both. I don't know if you heard like the latest like Glover arguments are that it's both optical and physical at the same time.
Now it's both. Yeah.
So it's like no, my friend, you're gonna have to choose one or the other. Because when you go outside and you see a mound of dirt, that mound of dirt is going to be there tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. It's never going to change. It's always going to be a mound of dirt, and it's always going to be at a certain distance from your position where you see it to where it's at. So it's never going, that distance from you to where it's at is never going to refract and then be closer or farther. Like just moves around. You don't ever see that. And that's not reality. That's not ever going to happen. That hill will be a certain amount distance away from you tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. You know what I'm saying? Like that's reality.
It's reality.
So when you go out and see the water that way, the water is never going to move around like, oh, well, one day I see it like it's 3 miles. The next day I see it like it's 20 miles. Like that shit is not happening like that. So it's either going to be physical and it's going to be there every day at the certain distance that you say it is, or it's going to be optical and it's going to be moving around. Like you never can tell where it's at because of refraction. So, but pick one. You can't choose both, No.
I lived in the desert for 4 years, man, and every day, man, I could see the same mountains everywhere around me, man. There's all these mountains. Oh, I lived in the valley and fucking mountains everywhere, man. Every day. Never. One day I was like, oh my God, look, that mountain looks like it's shifted. No.
10 miles closer. Like, now I can see it right. It's right in front of me. Like, that's bullshit, man. That's never going to ever happen, ever.
Doesn't happen in reality. Yeah, exactly.
But, and like, if you do see some things like that in the far distance and like the horizon shows something and then it doesn't show it, well, that's simple. That means that, the distortion that's happening between you and that thing that you're seeing is causing that to look like the interference, right? But it's a known distance. So that just means that it's optical and you can never understand where the horizon will be tomorrow because we live like in the fluid medium that you're watching the air between you and that thing. It's going to be fluctuating on the daily. And even I would say hourly. If you look at Skunk Bay, the Skunk Bay shows that it just fluctuates throughout the day. Like the where they see the peninsula that was in the Skunk Bay video. Yes. So it's like with that fluctuation, I mean you can't ever tell like what you can make out like where the where those houses are in that peninsula. But then as the day progresses, you couldn't see them because the undulation of the fluctuation of that thing looks like it like distorts what you're seeing in that peninsula and you can't see anything and all of a sudden another hour later you can see everything again. It's like it's just constantly like moving. So if that's true, then a still image isn't going to do any justice. You have to actually do a time lapse video of something in the distance and then see how the air is distorted. It shows interference like from what you're seeing, and that's true because and every day is going to be different and every hour is going to be different. So they have to understand that's just the nature of our reality. That's what's happening. But to claim something like, well, it's refraction and it's like, first of all, they don't even terrestrial refraction, bro, that's just not real. There's no model for it. They don't have any predictable way that you're going to look at a photo and you're like, oh, that's refraction. I can tell. Well, if that was true, then you'd be able to tell me what temperature it was just by looking at that photo. Because you'd be able to tell me how refraction's working due to the fact that the temperature is affecting it. And then the image will show, the end result would be the image that you're looking at would be affected by the refraction because of all the variables that are used to affect that, to make that what it looks like, with the image that you're seeing.